Chapter 1401 Demon Mo Fan vs. Fake God of Death. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Raging flames surged through the clouds and soared into the sky. The Cold Prince, still in the form of a ghastly monster with horns, cried out in agony from amid the flames. His face twitched continuously in pain as his third eye fired a destructive ray at Mo Fan. The beam of destruction was extremely dense, and could easily slice through the solid ground. It rapidly approached Mo Fan as he was unleashing his flames. Mo Fan seemed to waver, leaving an afterimage on the spot. He appeared in front of the Cold Prince the following second. His long hair drifted in the wind like a cape dancing behind him. His face, covered in demonic runes, had an evil grin. His demon blood became even more restless as the fight went on. Fighting at close quarters was the most enjoyable thing for the demon. The Cold Prince was not as weak as Mo Fan had imagined, giving Mo Fan more opportunities to shatter the Cold Prince's petty beliefs. Strange slits were seen across the Cold Prince's body. These arises snapped open, revealing twisted faces in pain. These faces flew into the air and surrounded Mo Fan. They were going to devour him alive. 10,000 feathers. Mo Fan hovered in the air. A pair of magnificent flaming wings erupted on his back. The wings were each over 50 meters long as the Great Wall was high. The wings turned into thousands of feathers flying at the twisted, ghastly faces. The explosions blasted the faces to pieces, preventing them from coming any closer to Mo Fan. Demon Mo Fan dove right at the demon-horned Cold Prince at full speed, reaching the demon-horned Cold Prince's chest in the blink of an eye. Fiendish Night, Shadow Strike. Mo Fan surprisingly vanished into thin air. The area was shrouded by thick darkness in the following second, shrouding the demon-horned Cold Prince within it. The demon-horned Cold Prince was acutely aware of the approaching danger. He quickly fled, moving 600 meters away. However, Mo Fan's Fiendish Night specialized in tracking down its target. Its capabilities had improved significantly under the effects of his demon blood. Thick chains of darkness appeared and constructed an ancient dark execution ground. The chains and cangs trapped the demon-horned Cold Prince and prevented him from moving any further. 24 enormous demon shadows stood within the darkness domain surrounding the demon-horned Cold Prince. Each of them was thrice the size of the demon-horned Cold Prince, like shadow titans. They were all holding shadow axes. Their outline somewhat resembled the Cold Prince's current appearance. They looked like demon shadows that had come out of the demon-horned Cold Prince's body and were about to deliver punishment to their original entity. 24 black axes swung down simultaneously. The formidable energy surged through the darkness like a raging storm. The Cold Prince cried out in agony as 24 cuts were left on him by the overlapping shadow axes. The wounds inflicted by the shadow axes were incurable. The Cold Prince struggled wildly, but he could not break free from Mo Fan's powerful shadow binding. There was nothing the Cold Prince could do, apart from suffering continuous slashes from the shadow axes. The fight between Mo Fan and the Cold Prince was visible from a great distance away. After all the creatures of the Underworld in their vicinity had burned into ashes already. Tall Sparrow, who was leading the members of the Black Vatican, was in disbelief when he saw the Cold Prince being tortured by his opponent. Tall Sparrow had experienced how unstoppable the Cold Prince's power was. All the great powers of the Black Vatican might struggle against the Cold Prince when he was in his current form, so why did it feel like the Cold Prince did not even have a chance to fight back? Shouldn't his opponent be the one that was crying out in agony instead? "I will shred your flesh and tear your soul into pieces," the Cold Prince screamed furiously. The pain eventually eased when the Cold Prince's heart exploded with anger. He lunged toward Mo Fan and swung his era-shaped claws fiercely. 3 sharp blood-red slashes swept across the air. They were so quick that most people would not even see them. Mo Fan leapt backward. 3 shocking gouges appeared where he was standing previously. The slashes kept coming rapidly. It was difficult to see them. The onlookers only saw wild blood-red flickers of light all over the place. The only clue to how deadly the claws were was the gashes being left all over the place. Mo Fan dodged continuously. Meanwhile, the Cold Prince seemed to have gotten lost in swinging his claws around wildly. He kept laughing while making his move, a monster that had lost its human nature. Mo Fan suddenly came to a stop after a time. His blood-red demon eyes had recognized a certain pattern to the wild attacks. He stomped the ground, turning himself into a black bolt of lightning, weaving through the slashes at unbelievable speed and angles. The Cold Prince's third eye widened. He did not expect his opponent to be able to weave through the slashes. On top of that, he was shocked by the formidable power that bolt of lightning contained. The lightning surged like a dragon and landed on the wounds left by the shadow axes. As it did, lightning chains descended rapidly from the thick clouds in the sky. Lightning poured down like rain, and kept on blasting the same area. Not only was the Cold Prince's chest penetrated by Mo Fan's lightning, he had to suffer the judgment from the god of lightning that Mo Fan had long prepared for him. Lightning bolts struck wildly. Their numbers were insane, and they came in different forms. There were chains, webs, claws, and beams. Countless undead were caught by the lightning and turned into scattered ashes and dispersing smoke. How many creatures could possibly endure the power of such overwhelming lightning? The god of death in Greece, Layou, might still have stood a chance against Mo Fan, and the Sphinx who was watching the fight from the distance might be able to take Mo Fan on. But the Cold Prince, even possessed by his evil faith, was clearly not at their level yet. The transformation did indeed grant him remarkable strength, but lies were still lies, after all. There was no such thing as evil faith. It was just the hatred and fear collected with the curse element. It was nowhere enough to make a person a god if Demon Mo Fan could wreck him so easily. The Cold Prince's skin was shredded by Mo Fan's lightning. His flesh was badly mangled. One was suffering from serious injuries, while the other was perfectly unharmed. It was easy to see who had the upper hand in the fight. The people of the Black Vatican began to feel doubtful after witnessing the fight. The army of the Underworld was struggling to break through the Great Wall. The Cold Prince that they worshipped was being badly beaten up by an unknown existence that had appeared out of nowhere. The thing that had actually been driving them since the very beginning was their greed and selfishness. Why would they bother worshipping a fake god of death? Equals. Editor's note: yes, Arises and Kangs were completely new words to me, too. Chapter 1402. Let's treat it as Bow City again. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Cold Prince had turned into a ghastly monster after losing his skin. His ugly, twisted face was distorted by pain. Anyone looking at it would assume it to be a filthy, petty, and evil existence produced after gathering hatred from people across the world. Green blood was pouring out from the holes that the lightning had left on the Cold Prince's chest. The monster could barely stand. The underworld creatures in the surroundings had all perished, yet the Cold Prince was still standing. He was obviously enraged after suffering such great humiliation. Any liar would be infuriated after their lies had been exposed. The Cold Prince was the same. The Red Cardinal was only applying curse magic to himself, and was not as powerful as people had imagined. The Black Vatican was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. They were traitors to mankind, and all they could do was something as despicable as opening up the gates to let the enemy in. They were not necessarily talented at doing other things. The demon-horned Cold Prince was completely enraged. He had no intention of letting Mo Fan go, even though he had lost his outer skin. He opened his mouth and spat out black smog at Mo Fan. The smog rolled forward like a cloud bank, instantly establishing the demon-horned god's domain. The black smog was terrifyingly penetrating. It would drill into every opening it found to penetrate a living thing's body and swiftly drain their life. Their fresh blood would turn into black filth, their organs would wilt into detritus, their bones would decay like wood. Ha ha ha, didn't you say you wanted to stop me? How are you going to stop me now? The demon-horned Cold Prince burst out laughing. Not only was his black smog covering Mo Fan, it was swiftly approaching the Great Wall. The Cold Prince had realized he was no match for Demon Mo Fan. He had decided to massacre everyone instead, including his friendlies. The outcome of the fight between Mo Fan and him did not even matter. The Cold Prince's goal was to turn the North Valley into a land of the dead. He just needed to kill everyone on the wall to allow the army of the Underworld to raze everything to the ground. Weren't you acting tough just now? You are nothing but a foolish pest in front of the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Cold Prince yelled wildly. The Cold Prince continued to spit out black smog clouds in the direction of the Great Wall, as if the amount he had exhaled previously was nowhere enough. The black mists rolled toward the wall like stormy clouds. The defenders on the wall were gripped by great fear. Even the undead died rapidly when they were caught by the black smog, let alone humans like them. Master Cold Prince, our men are still on the wall. Tall Sparrow yelled. The troop of the Black Vatican led by Tall Sparrow and Green Ghost numbered about 2,000 people. Most of them were elites too, and together with the Dark Beast monsters, it was extremely powerful. Its objective was to destroy the magic fire beacon on Northgard Fortress. The battle had been going on for quite some time. Even though they had yet to make any progress, they were still the Black Vatican's main troop. The black smog that the Cold Prince was releasing did not distinguish between friendlies and enemies. The demon horn black smog soon reached the Great Wall. The wall obviously could not stop it from entering the fortress. The members of the Black Vatican further away from the magic fire beacon were swiftly turned into a pile of shattered, rotting tinder. The speed they died, it was extremely shocking. Just a little touch of the smog cost them their lives, bringing them to a horrible end. Cries of agony kept coming from the members of the Black Vatican. The defenders had gathered at the magic fire beacon where the water mags had set up water curtains along the perimeter to buy some time. The members of the Black Vatican realized they had to work together to defend themselves from the black smog. They immediately gathered in one spot. Why? Why is Master Cold Prince doing this to us? He's giving us a chance to be reborn. Do you seriously believe that? The death count continued to rise. Not every defense was able to stop the deadly smog. The Cold Prince was no match for Demon Mo Fan, but the poisonous smog was just too deadly to the mags under the advanced and super levels. A single breath could easily kill them all. Demon Mo Fan did not have any defensive abilities or protection, so he did not have any way to stop the smog. He had to admit that the Cold Prince's move was quite vicious. He did not have a chance against a stronger opponent, so he switched his attention to the weak ones instead. Blink! Mo Fan could not afford to abandon the defenders. The demon-horned Cold Prince was not just spitting out smog from his mouth, he was releasing it from his body too. Even if Mo Fan managed to kill the Cold Prince, the deadly smog would still reach Northgard Fortress. The Cold Prince was ready to die, but before that, he would kill everyone other than Mo Fan. He might not be able to kill Mo Fan, but he could kill everyone else. Mo Fan traveled 10 kilometers after a few blinks. He rapidly approached the magic fire beacon on Northgard Fortress. Mo Fan! Ling Ling was overjoyed to see Mo Fan. However, she was stunned when she took a closer look at the demon runes all over his face and body. It was Zhao Manyan's first time seeing Mo Fan close up when he was in demon form, too. He immediately had complicated feelings rising when he recalled the decision that Mo Fan had made back in Jinlin City. Zhong Xiaohu had just arrived, and was relieved to see that everyone was fine. You guys should leave now, I'll hold them off. Mo Fan said. But? Blink! Mo Fan did not give them any chance to speak. A dazzling silver light burst out of Mo Fan's blood-red pupils. Countless star orbits, star patterns, and star constellations combined into a spectacular silver star palace. When the light reached its limit, thousands of stars flickered and shattered into tiny pieces, like diamonds turning into dust. The dust drifted in the wind and sprinkled across the place. The people gathered at Northgard Fortress's magic fire beacon had all disappeared. The few hundred defenders were fighting amid the bloodbath just a moment ago, but they were moved to the other end of the fortress in the next moment. The area was completely empty. The Great Wall remained standing in the distance like a range of mountains, blocking the army of undead on the other side. Did we just? Commander Yi Hong was left speechless. The blink had teleported the hundreds of them in an instant, something that only the best space mags in the world could do. The silver dust was still sprinkling down. The prophet stared at Mo Fan's back. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "That's enough." Mo Fan turned around and saw the complicated look on the prophet's face. Mo Fan knew what the prophet was saying. He was planning to give up on the resistance. The Sphinx had not stopped attacking the Great Wall. Northgard Fortress would collapse very soon. General Bin Wei knew that better than anyone else. Besides, they had already run out of the Earth Fountain spring water. They did not have an unlimited supply of the Earth Fountain spring water. Every time they manipulated the wall segments, every attempt to repair the Great Wall would cost a huge amount of the water. Even if Mo Fan had not helped everyone escape from the deadly smog with Blink, the Great Wall would only have stood for a few more minutes. As expected, the Great Wall began to shake as soon as the defenders left. The first huge crack appeared on the abandoned wall. It was not just on the side of the wall that the Sphinx was attacking, but on the back of the wall, too. More cracks began to surface, extending for a few hundred meters, to thousands of meters, and to a few kilometers. Damn it, if we could hold on for half a day more, they would have enough time to evacuate everyone. Zhong Xiaohu grumbled. Zhong Xiaohu had just come back from Shenmu Keep. The Earth Fountain spring water would be depleted very soon. He had thought to get some more from Northgard Fortress, but to his surprise, the rate of consumption was even higher at Northgard Fortress. The Great Wall had only stood for a day and a half. It was unlikely that everyone in the North Valley had enough time to be evacuated to Feihuang City. Judging from the pace of the army of the Underworld, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people, were still going to die. Furthermore, Feihuang City was not necessarily unbreakable. If the Great Pyramid of Giza was able to last for a long time, there was a chance that Feihuang City would fall, too. We've saved a lot of lives by holding on for a day and a half. Enough talk, the line of defense at Feihuang City needs our help, too. Let's go, the prophet said firmly. They might have decided to sacrifice their lives, but it was a relief they were still alive for now. If the Sphinx had not shown up, the Great Wall could easily have held the Undead army back for 2 days. However, the Earth Fountain spring water was already depleted. Their sacrifices would only be meaningless if they stayed any further. The battle was clearly not going to end anytime soon. Feihuang City was going to be in danger, too. They were more familiar with the Great Pyramid of Giza than the others standing by in Feihuang City, so it was better for them to stay alive. How many people are going to die in half a day? Mo Fan asked the prophet. I'm not sure, the prophet replied. According to the latest report, at least 4 or 5 cities further away from Feihuang City were still being evacuated. They had no idea how many people there were, since they had been busy fighting in the front line all along. The people of Luqing, which is the furthest away, haven't arrived in Feihuang City yet. There are also a few other remote towns and villages, Zhong Xiaohu said. Luqing was a small city constructed along the Luhe River. Behind the city were Lurs Mountains scattered across the Shenmu region where Zhong Xiaohu had been defending previously. The area was the furthest away from Feihuang City, so they would need quite some time to evacuate the people there. Mo Fan had visited the small city when he was disguised as North Deer. The place felt somewhat familiar to him. Go ahead, I'll hold them off, Mo Fan repeated the same words he said at the magic fire beacon. How are you going to hold them off? The wall is already collapsing. Zhao Manyang blurted out. I can't leave yet, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan could not afford to leave. He needed to pay the debt of using the demon element. He had not filled up the essence orb before using the demon element. As such, he would pay a huge price for using it. If he did not kill enough undead, his soul would be in great torment for several months. Mo Fan had already experienced it at Dongting Lake. Zhong Xiaohu had personally witnessed what he had been through, too. He had to keep fighting. Besides, Mo Fan had always had a knot in his heart. It was Bo City. Mo Fan was unfamiliar with Luqing. He only passed by its empty streets once in a hurry. Some people might think that the destruction of a small city was acceptable, considering the scale of the calamity that was taking place. However, Mo Fan, who was a survivor of the calamity of Bo City, to someone like him, the significance of a small city greatly surpassed the most luxurious city in the world. The streets that had been crawling with one-eyed magic wolves. The people desperately searching for a place to hide, despite being soaked in blood. Even the weak possessed the will to live. The strong also had the right to stick to the decisions they had made. They could no longer return to the past, nor could they go back in time and handle the situation again with their current strength. They could only vent out the grudges and the will to fight that they had buried deep within their frail bodies back then right now. They did not want to tremble in fear or hide in a corner again. Demon Mo Fan never existed. He was Mo Fan all along, the same Mo Fan that wanted to fight until the end of the world, until the boiling blood in his body ran dry. Luching was no Bo City, but he would not mind treating it as Bo City for now. He would not mind standing in front of the vulnerable city. He did not want to have any remorse or guilt. It was time for him to finally fight for the survival of the city like a man. The 10-kilometer wall in front of Northgard Fortress finally collapsed. The huge crack that had opened previously was the main culprit, bringing down the main section of the huge line of defense. The ground shook as the wall collapsed like a mountain, resulting in a huge avalanche. The dust scattered in the air, forming a dust curtain billowing along the horizon. It was the last thing concealing the sight of hell from the people of the North Valley. The dust dissipated very soon. The sea of undead surged fiercer and quicker than anyone had imagined. It was unstoppable and utterly terrifying. The square trek plain trembled as the army of undead resumed marching. The spacious North Valley was soon devoured. It's gone. It collapsed, it really did. The ancient shield of China was trampled into pieces by the surge of undead. Everyone's will was crushed at the same moment. They felt extremely tiny without the Great Wall. Their oath to fight to their death and their unyielding spirit were trampled under the merciless hooves of the underworld creatures. The only thought in their mind was to run. Everyone was backing away. The terrifying sight of the undead charging at them made them feel suffocated. Their bodies were running involuntarily. Demon Mo Fan remained where he was. He was the only person that took a step forward. The step showed that his heart was still burning passionately. His will did not sway when facing the massive army of undead. The shadow of Flame Bell Empress attached to Mo Fan's back, granting him a bright, scorching radiance. He stomped the trembling ground, releasing waves of fire ripples in all directions. Lightning was soaring in the sky like dragons, the flashes of their barely seen tails like the tip of an ominous iceberg staying right above Mo Fan. Between the fire ripples and the wild lightning was an enormous outline drawn by the vague fiendish night. It resembled the shadow of Flame Bell Empress behind Mo Fan, but at the same time, it was completely concealed. Faint silver dust was still lingering in the air. The particles were barely visible due to how tiny they were, but the silver light they were emitting revolved around Mo Fan. His blood-red pupils had a mysterious flicker within them. Brother Fan, Zhong Xiaohu clenched his fists after seeing how Mo Fan insisted on staying behind to fight. Zhong Xiaohu was well aware of what Mo Fan was thinking. They had both gone through the same experience in the past. Whenever something like this happened, a pale yet beautiful face would surface in Zhong Xiaohu's mind. He wanted to fight just like Mo Fan. He promised her that he would become stronger just so he could protect stupid women like her. Blink, Mo Fan did not turn around. He pointed his finger at the people behind him. The silver particles fell from the air and swiftly drew a brilliant star constellation encapsulating Zhong Xiaohu, Lingling, the Prophet, General Bin Wei, Commander Yi Hong, Zhong Xiaohu, and the defenders who were still alive. They could not even survive for more than a few seconds against the army of undead. Mo Fan had no intention of letting them stay around, regardless of what they were thinking. Ash ****, don't send me away, I'll summon that son of a b ****ch here even if I have to risk my life. The silver star orbits appeared so rapidly, Zhao Manyang was planning to jump out of the magic formation, yet it was drawn faster than he had expected. Zhao Manyang was holding the wooden clapper as he was running away from the star constellation. However, everyone standing inside it vanished once again when its brilliance reached its limit. All that was left was silver dust sprinkling in the air. The place fell silent, apart from the deafening noise from the marching undead army was making. The defenders traveled through a rift. This time, Mo Fan had teleported them a few kilometers away, giving them plenty of time to run away from the army of undead. Son of a B********, I'm your F***** King Master, you better come to me, right now. Zhao Manyang yelled furiously. It was difficult to tell who he was angry at. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaohu was staring into the distance. Was the demon element really strong enough to take on the Great Pyramid of Giza? Obviously not. The Great Pyramid of Giza was the ruling kingdom of the Underworld. There was no way Demon Mo Fan could kill every single one of the Underworld creatures, not to mention that the Sphinx was not any weaker than Demon Mo Fan at all. Stop yelling, old Zhao. Please do me a favor. Zhong Xiaohu turned to another direction, as if he had made up his mind. What favor? I'm calling Bashir over. He should be able to buy us some time, Zhao Manyang said. Bashir was not planning to show up. It was obvious that he had yet to acknowledge Zhao Manyang as his master and guardian, as he was still too weak. Even if Bashir did show up, he still could not stop the Great Pyramid of Giza. Bashir would not bother sacrificing his life for nothing. Nothing will stand a chance against the army of undead. We can't even stop the Sphinx, and Osiris hasn't even shown himself. If Osiris shows up, even Feihuang City won't be able to stop them. Zhong Xiaohu said. Osiris really existed. Otherwise, who had the voice that echoed across the sky of the North Valley belong to? I know, but we can't just let Mo Fan face them alone. Zhao Manyang said. Stop talking, just give me a ride with your wing magical equipment. Fly at your full speed, and I'll travel the rest of the way myself, Zhong Xiaohu said. Zhao Manyang finally agreed when he saw how determined Zhong Xiaohu was. Zhao Manyang soared into the sky with his magic wings and headed west. Zhong Xiaohu had asked him to travel at full speed, so he did as he was told and poured his remaining energy into his magic wings. The magic wings he owned were clearly not the best, their speed was actually not as fast as they seemed. Zhao Manyang had no idea what Zhong Xiaohu was up to. They reached an unfamiliar place before Zhao Manyang's energy was finally depleted. Don't tell me you're finding an excuse to run away? What the hell is place? Zhao Manyang asked, panting heavily. There were many powerful underworld creatures under the Great Pyramid of Giza. How long could the North Valley last if they all appeared? The strongest force that Zhao Manyang knew of was Bashir. He believed the only thing he could do was summon Bashir over. If Zhong Xiaohu had not insisted on it, Zhao Manyang would not believe there was something that could actually fend off the Great Pyramid of Giza. I'm heading to the Dark Abyss, Zhong Xiaohu said. The Dark Abyss? You mean the Qin Emperor's mausoleum? Zhao Manyang blurted out in surprise. Yeah, Zhong Xiaohu nodded. Zhong Xiaohu knew the location of the Dark Abyss. It was the only thing he could think of. My heavens, don't tell me you are thinking of convincing that ancient king to fend off the Great Pyramid of Giza. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Yes. Zhong Xiaohu said firmly. How are you supposed to convince him? You will be torn into pieces before you can even reach him? Will he even listen to you? You are no different than an ant to him. Zhao Manyang protested. I don't know either, but it's better than doing nothing, Zhong Xiaohu said. The ancient king was the only hope Zhong Xiaohu had. The emperor that had ruled over the undead in China for thousands of years could easily destroy the ancient capital, or give the millions of people in the inner city of the ancient capital a glimpse of hope with a single thought. If there was anything in this country that could stand a chance against the Great Pyramid of Giza, it was none other than the emperor of the undead in the ancient capital and his strongest kingdom. Zhong Xiaohu did not know if the person was still their chief military instructor, but if Mo Fan could enter the Dark Abyss again and leave in one piece, it meant the person would still have some memories of their chief military instructor, or he even might still be their chief military instructor. Otherwise, why would the ancient king turn around when he was clearly able to reclaim the ancient capital? Why would he command the army of undead to retreat and forbid them from trespassing into human territories? Chapter 1403. Fighting Scorpion Lord Medusa. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A furious roar immediately overwhelmed the noise that the rest of the undead were making. The Sphinx moved his enormous body across the collapsed wall. He stared over the land that had lost its protection, like a savage lion finally able to roam freely after returning to its vast territory. The Underworld executioners, the twin-bodied demon cows, and the huge troops of mummies flowed by the Sphinx like surging currents around his feet. They could finally indulge their evil tendencies and trample across the land recklessly after waiting for so long. The Underworld executioners were still the quickest of the undead. Their horses' eyes emitted an eerie light as they swung their bloody sides through the air. The breeze from the south carried the scent of living humans and their fear as they ran for their lives. They were incredibly slow. It felt like they had not moved at all, even after the Great Wall had bought them so much time. They needed the ashes of the living to construct a proper desert. They would start with these humans that were fleeing for their lives, and lay a layer of white sand across the ground first. Ha 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 ha, why would they even bother with meaningless struggle? They are all still going to die, the Cold Prince burst out laughing. The undead surged through the collapsed Great Wall like a dam burst. The Cold Prince stood on the swaying magic fire beacon, surrounded by the corpses of the Black Vatican's people. The Underworld creatures were not interested in those that had died to the poisonous smog. Dead bodies were scattered across the place like trash, and were buried under rocks, soil, and debris as the wall collapsed. The Cold Prince had no reason to keep those that doubted him around. Everyone in the world would know who the Cold Prince was after this ceremony. New disciples would rush in like ducks. Why would he care about losing a few now? Skyflame funeral, flame sword, a determined voice roared. A blinding, flaming brilliance shone across the vast land all of a sudden. A man engulfed in raging flames stood close to Northgard Fortress, facing the army of the Underworld. More spectacular flames appeared in the dark sky. They kept falling to the ground, leaving long burning trails in the sky. An enormous fiery sword landed in the middle of the sea of undead. A blazing red inferno spread widely out from it. The ardent sunset flames ignited every undead they came into contact with, devouring them hungrily. There was more than one fiery sword falling from the sky. Swords were pouring down like the Skyflame funeral. Normally, the flames pouring down from the sky would only be the size of fireballs, which would set the land on fire after hitting the ground. This time, huge swords engulfed in scorching flames were falling from the sky instead, landing heavily among the undead. The blasts were extremely deadly, especially when the swords were pouring down like rain. The radiance of the sword surged across the undead, burning both weak undead and strong to ashes. The deadly flame swords lasted for quite some time. The greedy creatures that had just crossed the debris of the Great Wall never expected to be received by such destructive flames. Countless undead died to the flame sword's funeral, not a single one had survived. The Cold Prince was enraged when he saw Mofan stopping the army of undead with such powerful magic. Kill him now. Are you just going to watch him massacre your people? The Cold Prince yelled at the Sphinx, the Scorpion Lord Medusa, and the Underworld monarch frogs. The army of undead was massive, so massive that the creatures that Mofan had eliminated with the flame sword's funeral was like a drop of water in the ocean. Despite that, the scorching flames had stopped the army of undead from advancing. The Sphinx had long been aware of Mofan's existence. He was like a huge island surrounded by tides of undead. His long face was filled with pride, and a hint of cunning. The Sphinx let out a roar, giving orders to the Scorpion Lord Medusa and the Underworld monarch frogs. As one of the commanders of the Underworld creatures, it was unnecessary for the Sphinx to do everything himself. He had already taken down the Great Wall. If he had to deal with every enemy that showed up, what did he even need the army and the Underworld rulers for? Anyone that blocked their path would die. The Sphinx commanded Scorpion Lord Medusa to lead her troops and eliminate Mofan. The flame sword's funeral was remarkably deadly. Servant-class undead would swiftly burn into ashes if they were touched by the tiniest sparkles, let alone being caught by the radiance of the swords. The Sphinx knew Demon Mo Fan's strength was not to be underestimated, so it was unnecessary to send the servant-class creatures to their deaths. Scorpion Lord Medusa picked up her pace. She was slightly smaller than the Sphinx, but she was still the size of a fortress. She could easily trample human structures, like they were mere toys. The Scorpion Lord Medusa was followed by a bunch of brown, black, and red scorpion men as she led her army of undead. These scorpion men were between 5 and 20 meters long. In other words, even the smallest scorpion man was around the size of a car. Their bodies were covered in scorpion scales. When they marched forward in a line, their scorpion scales gleamed like metal, a dazzling and astonishing sight. The brown scorpion men were warrior-level creatures, the black scorpion men were commander-level creatures, and the red ones were ruler-level gorgons. There was only one Scorpion Lord Medusa. She had hundreds of serpents instead of hair. The red scorpion gorgons were ruler-level creatures too, but instead of serpents, their hair looked like wriggling worms, a clear indication that the 3 red scorpion gorgons were not as powerful as Scorpion Lord Medusa. The Sphinx was treating Mo Fan quite seriously, sending 3 rulers and 1 great ruler to eliminate him. The Sphinx did not attack. He had dispatched Scorpion Lord Medusa and her strongest troop instead. Scorpion Lord Medusa could easily dominate anywhere she went, yet she was willing to be the vanguard troop here. Scorpion Lord Medusa had a woman's face. Her exposed breasts were covered in scorpion scales. She had the demeanor of an empress, demanding any weaker existence submit to her. Behind Mo Fan was the shadow of the Flame Bell Empress. Her aura was completely different from the evil presence Scorpion Lord Medusa was emanating. Flame Bell represented the purest life form of the fire element in the world. Her aura even had a hint of holy purity. Unfortunately, both the souls of Flame Bell and Flying Creek Snow Wolf had merged with Mo Fan's soul when he was in demon form, so Flame Bell Empress could not fight on her own. Otherwise, he would have let Flame Bell Empress fight with the Scorpion Lord Medusa to decide who the real Empress was. The 3 red scorpion gorgons behind the Scorpion Lord Medusa seemed restless. One of them, around 30 meters long, decided to engage Mo Fan first. When the red scorpion gorgon moved, the scorpion men that had piled up like mountains launched their attacks too. These scorpion men had impressive jumping ability and rarely attacked from the ground. They preferred pouncing on their targets from every direction. They immediately formed a giant black shell encapsulating an area of 300 meters, up to 1,000 meters from where Mo Fan was standing, completely blocking his vision. Mo Fan did not feel like he was standing on the ground. It was more like he had fallen into an abyss crawling with scorpion men. There was no way he could dodge their attacks. A cunning red figure among the scorpion men stabbed with its long poisonous tail at Mo Fan while his vision was limited. A red flicker lunged right at Mo Fan. The scorpion tail was huge. It did not matter if it was attacking Mo Fan's vital parts or other spots. Despite the suffocating pressure from the precarious situation, Mo Fan continued to fix his eyes on the red scorpion gorgon. He ignored the other scorpion men who were approaching him. Shadow Wolves strikes. The shadow of the Flame Bell Empress suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by the shadow of a Dark Wolf Emperor. The Wolf Emperor shadow split into thousands of wolf shadows flashing in all directions. The wolf shadows raked their claws and tore with their fangs at will, disassembling the brown scorpion men attacking Mo Fan. The seemingly sturdy scorpion scales were non-existent against the wild attacks of the wolf shadows. The remains of scorpion men fell and scattered across the place, piling up around Mo Fan's feet. Since they did not bleed much, they looked like piles of scrap in a junkyard, just not as orderly. Over 1,000 scorpion men had died almost instantly, leaving just the red scorpion gorgon that naively thought it could outsmart Mo Fan. After losing the cover of its troops, its enormous figure completely stood out among the rest of the scorpion men. Nothing was easier than dodging its poisonous tail. Mo Fan just needed to take a little hop backward. The scorpion tail stuck so deep into the ground that the creature struggled to pull it out. The wolf shadows returned to Mo Fan's back, and granted his hands overwhelming brute strength. Mo Fan clenched his hands into claws. The claws were every bit as huge as the Wolf Emperor Shadow. He grabbed the red scorpion Gorgon's poisonous tail. The demon runes over his body lit up suddenly. He started spinning the 30-meter red scorpion Gorgon like he was doing a hammer throw. Bang! The red scorpion crashed heavily into another red scorpion Gorgon. Both red scorpion Gorgons went rolling a great distance away. The last red scorpion Gorgon froze in its tracks. It hesitated whether it should attack or not. Was he even human? It had never seen such a violent human since it had died 1,000 years ago. Chapter 1404. Strongest Psychic Breakdown. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was obvious that the red scorpion Gorgons were not much stronger than the Underworld monarch frogs. The 3 red scorpion Gorgons were not strong enough to take on Mo Fan. Scorpion Lord Medusa was infuriated. Her 3 most reliable subordinates did not even have a chance to fight back. The experts of the Great Pyramid of Giza were here in the valley. How could the Gorgon tribe bring shame to Osiris' name? Scorpion Lord Medusa moved forward. Her legs were as sharp as knives. Her scorpion body was not like a normal scorpion, her front limbs were strong and muscular, lifting her humanoid upper half up high, showing off her imperiousness as a ruler-level creature. The snakes on her head hissed as they danced about. They would lunge forward when they saw their prey. They wanted to devour every living thing they saw. Scorpion Lord Medusa walked up to Demon Mo Fan. The huge group of scorpion men behind her swiftly surrounded them both. Scorpion Lord Medusa did not allow her men to take turns attacking Mo Fan. She only asked them to surround the place in a dueling ground a kilometer across. Scorpion Lord Medusa had her pride. Since she was entrusted to be the vanguard of the army, she would have to defeat the enemy, stopping their advancement on her own. The Sphinx let out a discontented cry, warning Scorpion Lord Medusa not to waste too much of their time. They had only just crossed the collapsed wall, they still had to leave the Northgard fortress. The whole army of undead was waiting to enter the North Valley. Scorpion Lord Medusa's stubbornness would only buy the humans more time to run away. Scorpion Lord Medusa completely ignored the Sphinx's warning. She had obeyed the order to fight as the vanguard, so she would be deciding how to fight. The Sphinx was annoyed. He had no intention of watching Scorpion Lord Medusa challenging the human, blocking the path of their army to a duel. He ordered the Dark Serpent mummies to move out, too. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents was not too fussy about rules or principles. He simply walked out past the Scorpion men, followed by his brutal sword Death Servant escorts. Scorpion Lord Medusa ignored the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents' existence. She proceeded to attack, her sharp legs stabbed fiercely, leaving holes across the area, chasing after Mo Fan. She had only lifted her front limbs, yet it felt like thousands of steel spikes were diving him. There was nowhere to hide at all. He had no choice but to jump into the air. Scorpion Lord Medusa was extremely quick at locking down her target. She lifted her eyes while the snakes on her head extended forward and bit at Mo Fan, sealing off his escape. Blin, Mo Fan realized he had nowhere to run to. He was just about to cast the space spell when a pair of enormous eyes appeared below him. Mo Fan was currently at a height of around 500 meters in the air. Scorpion Lord Medusa's eyes had a diameter of 1 meter. However, when Mo Fan looked down, he saw a pair of eyes covering a distance of over 1,000 meters. 1,000-meter wide eyes? Wouldn't that mean Scorpion Lord Medusa had suddenly grown to a length of over 100 kilometers? Impossible! The eyes were right below him. He could not escape their stare no matter where he moved to. He was tinier than a flying insect, and he had no chance of running away from the stare. The snakes lunged at Mo Fan and bit him. The fangs injected a deadly poison into Mo Fan, trying to paralyze him. Even his blood stopped flowing. The snakes quickly rolled around Mo Fan and dragged him down from the sky. They were planning to bring him back to Scorpion Lord Medusa to slowly enjoy his flesh. Scorpion Lord Medusa's cultivation would improve further after devouring such a powerful human mage. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpent seemed discontented after seeing Scorpion Lord Medusa taking out the enemy with a single move. However, he was not surprised by it. Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare had always been one of the deadliest attacks in the world. Even the Sphinx would not dare to face it directly, let alone a human. Mo Fan's mind was overwhelmed by fear. The enormous eyes were imprinted in his thoughts. He could still see them even when he closed his eyes. The massive eyes were like a deep chasm that he kept falling into. It felt like he was falling endlessly into eyes filled with darkness. Even someone as fearless as Mo Fan was struggling to resist them. He could no longer feel his body. Thousands of snakes were curling around him above the bottomless chasm, dragging him into a hell of no return. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and saw the last glimpse of light through the little gaps between the snakes fading away into the distance. It was as far away as a star in the sky. Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare. He knew the fear was being inflicted by the eyes, yet he was still struggling to overcome it. The eyes felt so real that he began to doubt himself. Why did he even bother fighting the Underworld army? He could not even defeat Scorpion Lord Medusa, who was only one of the Underworld rulers, let alone the entire army. Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare was a truly mighty psychic attack. Mo Fan's weakness had always been his mental strength, whether he was in the demon form or not. Scorpion Lord Medusa was not as strong as the Greek god of death, Hela, but if he could not overcome her stare, it did not matter if he was stronger than Scorpion Lord Medusa. Two aqua light rays appeared simultaneously. One was light blue, like the water of a mountain spring, and the other was darker, like the obscure color of the ocean. The two light rays were extremely faint. The former was from the focus necklace that had saved Mo Fan's life many times, helping his mind to remain calm at all times. It was a gift from Dean Xiao. Mo Fan wore it all the time, since he knew psychic magic was his greatest weakness. The other light ray was from the Ring of Venice. The ring would activate on its own, forming a water barrier when the person equipping it was in danger. If Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare was like an ocean beneath a black storm, the two light rays were like a little raft floating upon it. The protection they were providing was almost negligible compared to her power. The two pieces of magic equipment were clearly not on the same level as Scorpion Lord Medusa. The ocean blue light ray shattered into pieces after reaching its limit. Mo Fan clearly remembered the look on Mu Ningxue's face when she put it on his finger. Her eyes clearly hinted that she had lots of things to say, things that he had been anticipating, and things that he never had a chance to touch upon. Scorpion Lord Medusa's reptilian locks intertwined. They could not wait to crunch and gnaw at Mo Fan and turn him into a pile of bones. However, a small sparkle appeared among the snakes. It grew rapidly before erupting into the sky. The snakes let out piercing cries as they were set aflame. They immediately withdrew for their lives, but it was already too late. They had already caught on fire and soon burned them to ashes. They were growing out of her head. Scorpion Lord Medusa's beautiful hair was destroyed by the flames. At the center of the flames, Demon Mo Fan merged with the shadow of the Flame Bell Empress into one. The flames were actually part of his body. It did not matter if his blood had stopped flowing, he just had to burn it to get it flowing again. Mo Fan fell to the ground. Flames even stronger than the ones from before spread among the scorpion men. The creatures closest to Mo Fan erupted into flames instantly, while the ones further away managed to run away in time, their scales blazing red. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and stared at Scorpion Lord Medusa. Scorpion Lord Medusa was not bothered after her hair was burned into ashes, since it would regrow on its own eventually. She lowered her eyes and looked at the human staring right into her eyes. Every life form had its weaknesses, but a human's weaknesses were obvious. The things that they tried to hide and were scared of exposing were usually their weaknesses and greatest fears. Scorpion Lord Medusa had seen Mo Fan's fearlessness, which actually represented the same level of fear deep within his heart. Once she took away his courage, all that was left was boundless fear. It was the secret behind Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare. The stronger her opponent, the more vulnerable they were. However, Mo Fan was no longer fearless and reckless in Scorpion Lord Medusa's eyes. He no longer displayed a strong determination to fight. Scorpion Lord Medusa could only see a completely exposed fear now. Scorpion Lord Medusa might well have been the strongest psychic in the world. It was unlikely that she would misread a person's mind. Mo Fan was possessed by the shadow of the Flame Bell Empress. He had the space element as his core, the shadow element as his mantle, and the lightning element circling him. Even the strongest person would still have fear, and Mo Fan's fear was not being able to return safely, to hear the words that he had long waited to hear from the person he loved. When the disguise that a person was wearing to cover their fear was taken off, they would fall into Scorpion Lord Medusa's abyss. However, even Scorpion Lord Medusa could not do anything to a person's strong determination to stay alive and return in one piece. The only will remaining in Mo Fan was the desire to live. If Scorpion Lord Medusa could not get rid of it, Mo Fan would still have a reason to continue fighting. The ring of Venice that Mu Ningxue gave Mo Fan was so fragile before Scorpion Lord Medusa's power. Mu Ningxue never expected Mo Fan would fight such a formidable enemy. Even so, the ring had played an important role in maintaining Mo Fan's unyielding spirit. He would clench his teeth and continue fighting just because there was someone waiting for him. Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare had no effect on Mo Fan after he was able to see his own fear. Mo Fan stared right back at Scorpion Lord Medusa now. He was going to overcome the stare she was extremely proud of by exposing himself. Once he overcame the stare, Scorpion Lord Medusa would no longer pose any threat to him. Mo Fan clearly understood that his strongest enemy was not her, but the Sphinx of Giza. Chapter 1405. Skyhowl Flame Wolf. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare no longer had any effect on Mo Fan. Her proud face finally showed a hint of frustration. The hair that Mo Fan had burned into ashes had already grown out again. The snakes opened their mouths, revealing poisonous fangs that could paralyze a living thing in just a second. The Scorpion Lord Medusa crossed her arms as if she were casting an eerie magic. Wisps of weirdly gentle light wove about in front of her like pieces of cloth, and swiftly formed a harp before her chest. Its strings had an eerie red glow that fairly announced danger. Scorpion Lord Medusa moved her hands across the harp swiftly. A destructive sonic wave surged forward. Mo Fan immediately backed away as soon as he sensed something was not right. The force unleashed by the strings struck the ground, leaving a huge gash extending an impressive 4 kilometers and more. The shadow on Mo Fan's back transformed. The wolf soul shadow would give him a faster speed and reaction time. The Scorpion Lord Medusa proceeded to play a deadly melody after her first strum. Mo Fan dodged the attacks rapidly. The strums finally slowed down after a while, but Mo Fan soon heard a sharp tone. The troop of Scorpion men had lined up and formed a sturdy wall without him noticing. As the Scorpion Lord Medusa plucked the strings, a massive army of Scorpion men several times the size of the initial one gathered from all directions. These Scorpion men that the harp had summoned seemed a lot stronger. The sky and the ground began to tremble when they started moving. There was no escape for Mo Fan. Mo Fan was having trouble identifying if the army of Scorpion men was real, or a mere illusion that Scorpion Lord Medusa's harp had produced. He took a deep breath to calm himself. The noisier it was, the more confusing the situation was. He needed to maintain a clear mind. If he lost his calm, he would be exposing his weaknesses instead. Space rhythm, time stasis. Mo Fan utilized the space magic as full lines of Scorpion men charged at him, roaring deafeningly. A rhomboid loomed over the area. Everything that was moving at high speed was slowed down significantly, while some weaker existences came to a complete standstill within it. In the silvered domain of time stasis, Mo Fan promptly noticed some of the Scorpion men had suddenly halted in their tracks, as still as paintings, but some Scorpion men continued to charge at him, unaffected by the domain. Mo Fan immediately realized that the Scorpion Lord Medusa had commanded the Scorpion men to engage him. At the same time, she used the sound magic to confuse him into thinking that the troop of Scorpion men was a lot bigger than it was. The Scorpion Lord Medusa was manipulating the truth with illusions. She was indeed an expert at playing with her enemies' minds. After all, even a powerful mage would struggle against such a massive army of scorpion men. The fake scorpion men quickly reached Mo-Fan, lifting the axes in their 6 hands. It was impossible to tell which one of the attacks was the deadliest when they were all swinging axes at the same time. Mo-Fan simply ignored them, as he knew they were only illusions produced by the sound magic. His real targets were the scorpion men whose speed had been reduced significantly in the time domain. The closest target to Mo-Fan was a black scorpion man normally around 15 meters tall, but due to the distortion of the sound magic, the black scorpion man seemed to be 30 meters tall in Mo-Fan's eyes. It was doubled in size, and the aura it was emanating was extremely close to the ruler level. Telekinesis! Mo-Fan locked his will on the black scorpion man, and lifted it into the sky. The black scorpion man was blasted into pieces by a lightning bolt descending from the sky before the other scorpion men could reach him. The pieces of the black scorpion man did not scatter and fall, floating in the sky instead. Mo-Fan turned the pieces of scorpion scales into deadly weapons with his telekinesis. He fired them in all directions, puncturing the other scorpion men charging at him. Many of the scorpion men leading the charge fell to the ground. The scales of the black scorpion man's sturdy armor went through their carapaces and sliced through their bodies. Mo-Fan was pouring his outstanding will into each of the pieces to further speed them up, making them fast enough to puncture the bodies of the brown scorpion men. When the silver energy clashed with the first wave of scorpion men, a crystalline candlelight ignited in Mo-Fan's right hand. It was barely noticeable among the shroud of flames protecting Mo-Fan like armor. The harp was still producing its piercing notes. Mo-Fan saw a massive army of scorpion men collapsing on him like huge mountains. The space magic could no longer keep up with the rate of the scorpion men lunging at him. In just a few seconds, the army of scorpion men completely filled the space that Mo-Fan had just strenuously cleared. The scorpion men were wrapping around him in many layers using their bodies, poisonous fangs, carapaces, and tails. The scorpion men in the front had buried Mo-Fan like a brown cocoon. The scorpion men behind kept pouncing on him and adding to the pile. In just a short time, a hill made of scorpion men appeared, and it continued to expand. Thousands of scorpion men, both real and fake, swarmed across the land. Even Mo-Fan's demon flames were suppressed. The lightning flashing in the sky dissipated, too. Was there anything that such a massive army could not devour? Scorpion Lord Medusa stood among the army of scorpion men, staring at the mound of bodies that looked like a squirming grave. The scorpion men that did not hold on to their comrades fell and rolled down from the hill. Meanwhile, more scorpion men were climbing up the hill. They were clearly scared of Demon Mo-Fan, so the higher the hill was, the safer they would feel. A red light slowly permeated through the black bodies of the scorpions. The thundering blast of a strong explosion erupted inside the hill. The mound of scorpion men exploded like a volcano that could no longer endure the surging lava within it. The scorpion men were devoured by the terrifying flames in mid-air. The remains of the scorpion men poured down like burning rain. The flames that he had suppressed for some time finally unleashed their overwhelming force, killing thousands of scorpion men. The magnificent mound of scorpion men was blasted into pieces in an eye blink. Not a single surviving scorpion man dared to pile up on top of the demonic figure again. It stood there while its eyes leveled an intimidating glare at the massive army of scorpion men. The strings of the harp had snapped in half. Scorpion Lord Medusa had not expected two of her stronger moves to fail against her enemy. She was astonished as she watched the flames devouring her men. "Is that all you got?" Mo-Fan was staring at Scorpion Lord Medusa. He did not say a word, but Scorpion Lord Medusa could feel his challenge by looking into his eyes. Demon Mo-Fan clenched his fists and crossed his arms. The flames under his feet roared forth. The fires gathered rapidly around him. A burning rift was torn apart in front of Mo-Fan. It was a portal to another dimension. An enormous head engulfed in flames poked out of the gap. Its fiery eyes could burn commander-level scorpion men into scattered ashes with a single stare. It observed its surroundings, which were already in a great mess. A body covered in fierce flames stepped out from the gap. It was stunning, imperious, and savage. Tear her to pieces. Mo Fan stood on the enormous fiery wolf and pointed his finger at Scorpion Lord Medusa. The Skyhowl flame wolf lunged forward, crushing countless scorpion men underfoot. The scorching flames it was unleashing instantly burned the scorpion men nearby into vapor as it charged. The Skyhowl flame wolf pounced at Scorpion Lord Medusa, who did not have any way to protect herself. Her proud eyes flickered with a hint of fear. She turned around, trying to run away, but the Skyhowl flame wolf bit her on the neck and brought her to the ground. Both the Skyhowl flame wolf and the Scorpion Lord Medusa were like moving hills. The former was constructed with flames, while the latter had sturdy flesh and armor. The Skyhowl flame wolf was not a real creature, it was just an elemental being that would last for a limited time under Mo Fan's control. He had granted the Skyhowl flame wolf the traits of a wolf, meaning he did not have to command it constantly. The Skyhowl flame wolf already possessed a strong drive to kill and destroy. The Scorpion Lord Medusa clearly did not have enough time to react to the powerful attack after using two of her strongest moves. Her scales were heavily damaged by the flames, and her neck was almost torn apart by the fiery fangs. Her scorpion tail was stabbing the Skyhowl flame wolf repeatedly. Any living creature would have been paralyzed by her poison and died in a few seconds, but the Skyhowl flame wolf was not a real creature. The only way to kill it was by shattering it with enormous force. Blood poured out from the bites the Skyhowl flame wolf left on Scorpion Lord Medusa. Her face was burned beyond recognition. The Skyhowl flame wolf proceeded to chase a few kilometers after her even as she tried to flee. Bang! Mo Fan did not have time to kill her himself. An enormous figure had already shown up in front of him. It was a mummy with an overwhelming presence, covered in a shroud of demonic scales, and escorted by brutal sword death servants. Chapter 1406. The Ambush from the Sphinx. Translated by Zed. Edited by Aelrianth. The brutal sword death servants were more disciplined than the scorpion men. They swiftly arranged themselves into a triangular formation while surrounding Mo Fan. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents glanced at the seriously injured Scorpion Lord Medusa with a hint of mockery, gloating. Scorpion Lord Medusa's troop had engaged the enemy recklessly, but was defeated very quickly, too. Her remaining troops had fled for their lives, having lost their will to fight. The brutal sword death servants were like a bunch of emotionless death-sworn warriors. They did not feel fear, the only thing in their heart was the lust for battle. They had witnessed the defeat of the Scorpion men, but they would still charge at Mo Fan recklessly after receiving an order from the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents. It was not Mo Fan's first time fighting against the brutal sword death servants. He had desperately run for his life back when he was up against a few dozen brutal sword death servants in Egypt. He had been dumbfounded by the strength of these creatures ever since his first encounter with them. Most advanced mags would stand no chance against them. Mo Fan was now facing 3,000 brutal sword death servants at once. They were standing in 10 by 10 squares. Every 100 brutal sword death servants formed a strange formation that seemed to help with their coordination. Black longswords slashed at Mo Fan from all directions. Mo Fan utilized the wolf soul shadow and wove through the brutal sword death servants, but the undead were able to pinpoint his location right away. Their deadly attacks kept pursuing him relentlessly. Mo Fan was not able to handle these attacks in his normal form. Furthermore, as the number of attacks increased, each slash left a strange black mark on him. When another slash struck the black mark, the damage it inflicted would be multiplied several times. When more marks were left on Mo Fan, the damage he was receiving from every slash was comparable to an attack from the Dark Swordmaster executed with its full strength. A Dark Swordmaster was slightly inferior to the ruler level. It was nowhere close to Demon Mo Fan's level, but there were 3,000 brutal sword death servants. If the black marks continued to increase their damage, he might still be fine if it was the same as receiving 10 blows from the Dark Swordmaster, but what if it eventually summed up to 20, 100, or even 1,000 blows? Mo Fan did not think he was able to take on a few hundred Dark Swordmasters at once. Mo Fan kept dodging the cuts. He could not afford to let the attacks land on him, as they would increase the number of black marks on him. To his surprise, no matter how fast he was moving, even when he tried to blink away, he was still stuck among the formations of the Brutal Sword Death Servants. Even the number of Brutal Sword Death Servants around him remained the same. Mo Fan was killing the Brutal Sword Death Servants at a very slow rate. A single cast of Shadow Wolf strikes killed less than 100 Brutal Sword Death Servants. It was too slow, knowing there were 3,000 Brutal Sword Death Servants. The sword marks posed a great threat to him. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpent standing outside the formation let out a weird chuckle. The Brutal Sword Death Servants formation being enough to trap the enemy was a great humiliation to Scorpion Lord Medusa. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents was not just a bystander. He was also looking for an opportunity to strike. He would make his move when he found an opening when Mo Fan was dodging the slashes. He was only throwing punches, but these punches would suddenly enlarge by a few times as they were approaching their target. They were no longer just the size of the Dark Pharaoh's fists, but as big as an enormous meteorite instead. Mo Fan was getting worn out by the continuous attacks from the Brutal Sword Death Servants, not to mention he had to keep an eye on the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents, too. He was clueless about what to do. Mo Fan was not able to blink away in time when a meteorite punch came down from the sky. He slammed heavily into the ground after being struck by the punch. Mo Fan found himself in a hole over 10 meters deep. Before he could climb out of it, rapid slashes poured into the hole. Regardless of how outstanding Mo Fan's defense was, he still could not endure the amplified damage of the sword marks. He was soon covered in wounds. His scorching blood splattered on the rocks nearby. Mo Fan was in great pain. Seeing another wave of slashes about to pour down into the hole, he quickly left a shadow decoy in the hole before sticking close to the wall and cautiously made his way out of the hole. Some of the slashes would land on the wall, but it was better than taking all the hits. The shadow decoy took all the hits directly. Even a ruler-level creature would be severely injured by the continuous attacks. Meanwhile, Mo Fan managed to sneak out of the area. The Brutal Sword Death Servants did not notice that Mo Fan had escaped. Their formations had lost their effect on Mo Fan, who did not expose himself. He continued to sneak up to the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents instead. He had no idea how to overcome the Brutal Sword Death Servants formation, so he decided to take out the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents before dealing with the annoying Brutal Sword Death Servants. Mo Fan did a great job concealing himself. Even the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents did not notice him. He was still attacking the decoy that Mo Fan had left in the hole excitedly. Mo Fan was about to make his move when he suddenly felt his head buzzing, as if it was about to explode. An enormous shadow loomed over Mo Fan out of nowhere. He lifted his gaze and saw the enormous body of a lion landing right on top of him. He had nowhere to run to. Mo Fan was completely dumbfounded. The Sphinx stomped on him before he could even react. He was knocked into the ground once again, after climbing out of one just a moment ago. The ground rocked and collapsed. Many of the undead fell into a new ravine that extended out to a distance of 3 kilometers. The surface of the area that the Sphinx had landed on was crushed into dust. The fortress not far away collapsed to the ground. Mo Fan felt like all his bones had broken. He almost lost consciousness. He was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. He knew the Sphinx had knocked him further down into the ground. Even a super spell might not be strong enough to break through the solid layer of rocks. He tried moving his fingers, and tremendous pain surged through his body. Mo Fan initially thought the Sphinx would take him on after he was done with the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents. To his surprise, these creatures of the Underworld were not as noble as he had expected. The Sphinx had been waiting for the chance to deal a serious blow to him all along. The Sphinx was no weaker than Layou. Mo Fan would clearly struggle to fight him alone, not to mention that he was now a lot weaker now after fighting the army of Undead, the troop of Scorpion men, the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents, and his Brutal Sword Death Servants. Now being ambushed by the Sphinx. Chapter 1407. Golden Collision. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Sphinx stood proudly amid the scattering dust. He lifted his head and looked around at the North Valley, as if the human under his feet was no longer a threat. He let out a roar, commanding the army of undead to resume their march. They had wasted too much time here. He could already sense his master's disappointment at their incompetence from the pyramid. It was unnecessary to waste their time on the annoying human. The army of undead was meant to be charging forward at full speed, beheading every human they stumbled into on the way. They would hang the severed heads on their bodies like valuable ornaments. The undead army began to advance after receiving the Sphinx's command. The deserted Northgard fortress was the first to fall. The defensive fortress built with sturdy stone was devoured by the tide of undead in no time. The buildings, walls, streets, and watchtowers were gone in an instant. The closest city to Northgard fortress was Yulin City. The undead army headed straight for it. They could still smell living humans there. Even if the city was already evacuated, the things that were left in the city were enough for the underworld creatures to hold a party. The underworld had no presence of life, but the mundane world was brimming with it. The soil, grass, forests, mountains, and cities gave the underworld creatures fresh experiences. The undead army's speed was shocking when there was no resistance. However, since the part of the Great Wall that collapsed was in front of the Northgard fortress, most of the undead gathered between Northgard fortress and Yulin City after entering Square Trek Plain. The path there consisted of a long mountain path. The undead army followed the path that would lead them straight to the cities. These sinister dark creatures that had been dead for a long time desperately missed the land of the living. They could not wait to claim the world as their own. The Sphinx walked proudly among the undead, the mountain path trembling as he traveled along it. The Sphinx did not seem to be bothered by it. It was normal for the ground to shake as the undead army was advancing. However, the Sphinx belatedly realized something was wrong when the mountain path began to collapse, and the undead fell into the new chasm. He glared into the ravine while exhaling blue smoke from his nose. Is he still not dead? The monstrous Cold Prince swore, standing on an underworld monarch frog once again. The Cold Prince had returned to his original form, but his face was still ghastly. His skin was now rotten black, most likely the price he had paid to transform into the demon-horned god. He looked like a completely different person now, apart from his unique purple eyes. He actually mixed in well with the creatures of the underworld. Little did the Cold Prince know, but his body was already infused with dark material. Mofang could easily track him down, no matter where he ran to. The Cold Prince's rage burst from his heart and surged right onto his face when he noticed the demon flames burning under the ground. Was the guy invincible or something? He had suffered so many hits from Scorpion Lord Medusa, the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents, and the Sphinx, yet he was still trying to stop the undead army, instead of rotting under the ground. A huge blast shattered the mountain path between Northgard Fortress and Yulin City, and it began to collapse. The path was like a bridge nearly 3 kilometers wide, but as its center began to crack open, the undead ended up falling into the yawning chasm. It would take the undead some time to climb back up. Ardent flames had also set the chasm on fire, turning it into a sea of flames. In other words, the undead army would have to cross a few kilometers of fire to leave the basin. The Sphinx was extremely angry. The human kept messing with them. At this rate, they would suffer the wrath of the Lord of the Underworld. It was the scariest thing in the world. The Sphinx soon located Mofan. He charged across the mountain path and tried to ram right into Mofan with his enormous body. The collision was so powerful that it felt like heaven was falling and the earth was rending. Mofan was entirely covered in a blood-red light, going up against the Sphinx head-on with brute force. With the wolf soul shadow at his back, he actually did not look that small as he faced the Sphinx. The Sphinx was unleashing a golden light. The collision was enough to crush everything into pieces, be it stony mounds, rocks, paths, or hills. None of them were able to withstand the overwhelming force. Mofan and his wolf soul shadow were sent skidding right across the ground. Even the sturdy wall of rocks could not stop him. He was knocked right into the ground. Behind the mountain path was a rising hill that gradually inclined down to Yulin City. However, the collision had turned the entire area into a huge canyon extending from the mountain path to the outskirts of Yulin City. The hills and mountains along the way were razed to the ground. The army of undead swiftly moved through the ravine and headed straight for the city. Mo Fan finally came to a stop after he reached the outskirts of Yulin City, just outside a train station. He was just a few steps away from destroying the railway. Be gone! Mo Fan's bones cracked loudly. His right hand was flickering with both lightning and fire. The wild nature and the outstanding willpower of the demon element were fully unleashed. The shadow possessing him made his fist as huge as a mountain. His flames and lightning scattered across the place. The Sphinx came to a stop when the punch landed on its face. He did not expect the human to be able to counterattack so quickly. The shocking force knocked him flying back through the canyon that he had just opened. The undead army was making its way to the city through the ravine. They did not expect the Sphinx to suddenly fly at them, smashing countless undead into splinters. Meanwhile, the underworld creatures approaching the city via other paths were either disintegrated by lightning or burned into scattering ashes by flames. Chapter 1408. Waiting for your return. Waiting for your return. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Sphinx stopped after smashing into several underworld monarch frogs. The punch had left a few cracks on his face. There was no sign of blood, but the Sphinx was obviously injured. The Sphinx roared at Mo Fan furiously from around 8 kilometers away. As Egypt's god of death, the Sphinx's status was almost unmatched. It had been ages since anyone dared to challenge his authority, but this human had managed to injure him. The dignity of a supreme ruler was inviolable. The only way he could take revenge was by killing the human. The Sphinx stabilized himself. He did not place any hopes on the useless army of undead. They were extremely excited when given the opportunity to slaughter the humans, and had countless ways of torturing their prey, but they were completely useless when they were up against a truly threatening existence. Their numbers were insignificant. In the end, the Sphinx still had to do the dirty job. That being said, it was necessary to show Osiris his strength. Otherwise, Osiris might think he had started to age. What the hell are you roaring for? Just kill him now. Are you telling me that all of you can't even handle a petty human? The Cold Prince grumbled from atop an underworld monarch frog. The Cold Prince did not expect a little advanced mage to possess such extraordinary power. Even his god form was no match for the young man. He could even take on the entire army of undead. The Cold Prince knew Mo Fan was only trying to buy some time. Lots of powerful underworld creatures were still coming out from the Great Pyramid of Giza. However, if the people of the North Valley were evacuated to somewhere safe, it would be difficult for him to accumulate the hatred he needed to obtain more power. The Great Wall had already bought a great deal of time for the people of the North Valley to evacuate. The Cold Prince could not allow just one mage to stop his plan of letting the underworld creatures take over the mundane world. If the entire army of undead was here, even multiple demon Mo Fans would struggle to stop them. The Sphinx turned around when he heard the annoying little fly buzzing around his ears. He stared at the Cold Prince coldly. Bang! The Sphinx raised his paw and slapped the underworld monarch frog's head without any mercy. The underworld monarch frog's head exploded right away. The slap also broke most of the Cold Prince's bones and knocked him to the ground. The Cold Prince was already suffering from serious injuries, and releasing the deadly black smog had drained a lot of his vitality. The Sphinx's slap left him half dead in the ground. Damn it! I am the one that brought you here from Egypt. I am the one that summoned you to the mundane world. You should be grateful, you should be worshipping me, the Cold Prince yelled furiously. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents, Scorpion Lord Medusa, and the Sphinx had not shown any hint of respect to him ever since they showed up. Only the underworld monarch frogs, hauling the Great Pyramid of Giza like slaves, were willing to obey the Cold Prince's orders. However, the underworld monarch frogs could not withstand even a single blow from Mo Fan. Besides, the underworld monarch frogs were extremely slow and nearly brainless. Even all the underworld monarch frogs combined would still struggle to take on demon Mo Fan. The Sphinx successfully got rid of the noise that was bothering him after slamming the cold prince into the ground. He stared at Mo Fan viciously in the distance. The more injuries that Mo Fan had, the wilder his demon blood became. He did not waste his time exchanging glances with the Sphinx. He dashed through the ravine at remarkable speed, and took the initiative to engage the Sphinx. The Sphinx did not really hurt him much. It was Demon Mo Fan's turn to treat the Sphinx. Mo Fan was engulfed by several layers of flames, as if he had turned into a brilliant sun rolling through the ravine. The ferocious flames surged at the Sphinx, blasting the enormous creature back to Northgard Fortress. The fortress had long been overrun by the army of undead, and was covered by a sea of undead now. Countless undead perished when the fight between the Sphinx and Mo Fan was relocated to the fortress. They could not live for more than a second under the overwhelming power of ruler-level creatures. The underworld creatures leading the way subconsciously slowed down when they saw their leader being knocked back to the fortress. They were wondering if they should lend their leader a hand, or continue forward. Yulin City had already been evacuated. They had not found a single human there. The Sphinx rose to his feet with an enraged expression. He let out a furious roar when he saw the army stopping. The underworld executioners and the twin-bodied demon cows immediately headed for the next city. More underworld creatures had passed Mo Fan's line of defense. They were completely unstoppable. The black tide of undead had devoured Yulin City in less than an hour. The numbers of undead were just too shocking. Mo Fan was still able to stop the undead coming from the broken wall in front of Northgard Fortress, but as more segments of the wall collapsed, the undead were pouring into the North Valley like rivers from every direction. How could Mo Fan possibly stop them all on his own? Besides, the space would clear up significantly once the undead went past Mo Fan and entered the spacious North Valley. The army of undead was unstoppable due to their numbers. Even 10 demon Mo Fans, even 100 demon Mo Fan would struggle to stop them all. When the tide of undead came, even the sturdiest walls could not stop it. Mo Fan's burning eyes flickered with a sense of helplessness when he saw the army of undead flowing past him. Mo Fan recalled Headmaster Yu's speech the day he became a mage. The numbers of demon creatures were hundreds, or even thousands of times the numbers of humans, and mags only made up a small portion of humanity. The only way they could win with such difference in numbers was by becoming stronger. Each of them had to be strong enough to take on dozens, hundreds, or thousands of demon creatures. How strong would he have to be to stop the army of the Great Pyramid of Giza? How strong would he have to be so he did not have to see corpses littering the streets and tears pouring down like rain? Did he manage to buy half a day for the people? It felt like less than that, but hopefully, it was not too far off. The truth was, Mo Fan had completely lost track of time. He was too busy fighting the Sphinx, the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents, and Scorpion Lord Medusa. He did not even know if half a day had passed since then. He was feeling an overwhelming fatigue, yet his rapidly beating heart was not satisfied yet. It was still burning for more. The white mausoleum inside the dark abyss. The sky was crawling with zombies, the ground was covered in blood. Everything was ghastly and disgusting, with a rotting odor, but the white mausoleum stood as firmly as usual. There was not even the slightest trace of dust and filth on it. The millennia-old tomb might be brimming with sacred odor if it wasn't for its iciness. It was Zhong Xiaohu's second time coming to the blood-red altar. He still remembered everything, as if it had happened only the day before. 1 million people were on a rocking ship being pushed around by the merciless waves. It was going to sink at any second, together with the 1 million people aboard it. Zhong Xiaohu trudged up the stairs. He could see his reflection on their glossy black surface. He was covered in dust, his clothes were ragged. He was clearly worn out from the journey here right after an intense battle. His swaying body might fall to the ground at any time. He came up to the blood-red throne and looked at the empty black armor sitting on it. The armor was hollow. Zhong Xiaohu could not feel any presence. He did not even know if the man was sitting on the throne. He might have come all the way here for nothing. Chief Military Instructor! Zhong Xiaohu yelled with all his might. The black armor did not respond. Perhaps Zhong Xiaohu had called the wrong name. Perhaps the man was no longer his chief military instructor, but a king. Chief military instructor. Zhong Xiaohu did not care who the person was now. He didn't know any kings. He only knew the righteous chief military instructor that had taught them how to fight. Many had died when Bo City fell, but many had survived because of the man wearing an old military jacket back then. Chief military instructor, I know you are here, you are always here, Zhong Xiaohu continued to speak. He did not care if the armor could understand him. Zhong Xiaohu heard his voice echoing in the hall. He took a deep breath. He knew what he was doing was stupid, but he would rather believe that his chief military instructor was still alive. The person inside the icy black armor was still his chief military instructor. When I was 18 years old, I joined the military and went from a recruit to a captain under your watch. You always called me stupid, you said that I'm not sensible enough, that I don't know how to adapt to circumstances. You say that I'm not talented enough. I did everything you told me, I even learned most of my habits from you. When I made it to the safe zone in Bo City, I burst into tears because of how helpless I felt. I thought it was the end of the world. I completely lost my way, until I saw you and your men going after the Darkwing Wolf recklessly. You helped me to find myself, I swore that I'd become a soldier like you. I didn't know how, so I was just imitating you, Zhong Xiaohu wiped off the tears on his face as he was speaking. But, no matter how hard I was trying to imitate you, no matter how much time I was with you, I realized that I could never become someone like you. Some people are meant to take on the fight alone. It is their destiny, which is why you invited Brother Fan to join the army instead of me. I have to say, your judgment was spot on. Brother Fan is very impressive indeed. He's just as courageous as you. I was trying so hard to imitate you, but I never learned the most important thing. Meanwhile, he always acted like he disdained you, he did not even consider accepting your invitation, but in the end, he's doing the same things that you did. You always introduced me to your old friends as the best student you had, but I know that Brother Fan was the most brilliant student in your heart. He told me that the one thing he regretted the most is not telling you in person that you are the man he respected the most. Zhong Xiaohu stopped caring about the tears that were running down his cheeks. He approached the empty black armor, as if it did not hear a single word that Zhong Xiaohu had said. However, Zhong Xiaohu could feel that the man was there. He could feel the man watching him. We've tried so hard to become stronger. We've done everything to prevent the calamity of Bo City from happening, but when the Undead Army and the Great Pyramid of Giza came, we felt so helpless and tiny. Brother Fan is still fighting with everything he has, just like you, regardless of how many enemies there are, but I couldn't do anything other than running to you. Zhong Xiaohu was as clueless as he was when he escaped to the safe zone in Bo City. He could only place his hope in the man before him. The man that had shown him the way back in the days. I know he won't run away even if he is overrun by the creatures of the underworld. He will fight until his last breath. I beg you to save his life. Zhong Xiaohu knelt heavily in front of the empty armor. He slammed his head heavily onto the sturdy ground. Zhong Xiaohu dug his head deep into the ground. He had always wanted to express his gratitude, but his chief military instructor never gave him the chance to do it and say goodbye. The black armor remained still. It did not show the slightest presence of life when Zhong Xiaohu was talking or kneeling on the ground. It felt like the man could not hear him, or he was never there, or maybe he did hear and see Zhong Xiaohu, but unfortunately, he was not Shen Kong. The king of the undead could not care less about the life and death of others. The black armor remained still for a long time. Zhong Xiaohu was already feeling a little numb from kneeling for too long. He slowly lifted his head and stared at the black armor that had sat on the throne silently for ages. Zhong Xiaohu's eyes flickered with a hint of despair, but he did not give up. Chief military instructor, there's an old friend of yours. Everyone told her that you're already dead, but she never believed it. She said that she saw you, the day when she was freed from the ice. She strongly believes that you are still alive, just like us, Zhong Xiaohu said after taking a deep breath. She said that she'll be waiting for your return. Brother Fan and I are waiting for your return too, but I'm afraid it will only be me and her after today. Zhong Xiaohu let out a wry smile. He saluted after finishing his sentence, and dragged his weary body toward the exit. Chapter 1409. I never taught you to cry in a Figh. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Dense and dark lightning claws were imprinted in the dim sky, huge and brimming with destructive force. They easily blasted the creatures of the underworld into pieces. Lots of undead perished amid the rapid lightning strikes descending from the sky. However, even if each of the sky lightning claws scattered across the sky could eliminate 10,000 underworld creatures, the sum was still negligible compared to the size of the undead army. It was similar to tossing the strongest forbidden spell into the vast ocean. Despite the splash and tide it would stir up, the ocean would soon regain its initial appearance. The sense of helplessness and fatigue gradually grew stronger, but Mo Fan's demon blood was still burning passionately. Flames circled in the sky while lightning spread across the ground. They leapt from the debris of the Great Wall to the fortress, then spread in the direction of Yulin City. The deserted city eventually turned into dust, scattering in the air as the powerful spells clashed with the creatures of the underworld. The Sphinx was hugely infuriated. His pride as Egypt's god of death was being shattered by the human before him. The longer the fight went on, the stronger the other underworld creatures would doubt his power. Mo Fan stood in the debris of the city and yelled furiously, "Lightning explosion!" All of the lightning magic within a few hundred kilometers gathered in the area within a meter of him. Lightning magic was wild in nature. When such a remarkable amount of energy filled up the space, when external force was no longer able to compress the energy any longer, the reaction produced would bring utter destruction. Lightning arcs soared into the sky and exploded. Lightning forks surged wildly forth. The Sphinx had just set his foot on the ground when he was knocked flying by the explosions, just like the rest of the underworld creatures. The whole place was now covered in dust. The lightning explosions had turned the underworld creatures, the thick mountains, the rocks, and everything else into dust. Not many creatures of the undead army had managed to survive the blasts. They had all died silently. Mo Fan's lightning destruction was so wild that it felt like he had detonated his own body. Arcs of lightning were still crackling here and there across the land. Every time Mo Fan panted heavily, the remaining lightning would flicker, preventing the underworld creatures from coming closer. The Sphinx was covered in injuries now. He climbed to his feet among the underworld creatures that had frozen in place from fear. No matter how angry he was, the human remained standing before them, stopping their invasion. A deafening voice suddenly echoed above the square trek plain, "I am Osiris, the Lord of the Underworld, and you are my people. What are you afraid of?" The light that the Great Pyramid of Giza was emitting sharpened slightly. The light rays turned into spears of the underworld, flying at Mo Fan from dozens of kilometers away. The Sphinx lifted his gaze, a terrified look passing his face as soon as he saw the deathlight spears. He quickly dug his head into the ground and lowered his body, like a servant dog receiving a scolding from his master. Mo Fan looked into the distance from where he was standing in the debris. The Great Pyramid of Giza was such a great distance away, yet the deathlight spears had appeared within the blink of an eye. Such unbelievable power! The deathlight spears poured down, each with enough overwhelming force to destroy the whole city. The deathlight spears landed on Mo Fan accurately. He tried to resist them with everything he had, yet the deathlight spears did not seem to be losing momentum even after traveling a few dozen kilometers. Each of the spears was as powerful as the Sphinx's full-strength attack. The ground was unharmed, the city was not damaged, but every deathlight spear the Great Pyramid of Giza had fired dealt a critical blow to Mo Fan. He could no longer control his body. His vitality was being drained rapidly. His soul was heavily damaged. Mo Fan was struggling to stand on his feet. Not only did the deathlight spears inflict serious damage on him, their enormous pressure was also forcing him to surrender to the pyramid. It felt like his legs were tied to a golden mountain. Its weight was dragging his knees toward the ground. Mo Fan's left knee slammed heavily into the ground after he was overwhelmed by fatigue. He almost fell into a chasm when the ground cracked open. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. He would not let his other knee fall to the ground, regardless of how overwhelming the power of the deathlight spears was. Sweat was pouring down like rain. His skin was cracking rapidly. The more he resisted, the stronger the pressure the deathlight spears were applying to him. Osiris. So this is how strong Osiris is? Mo Fan had heard the same voice at the Great Pyramid of Giza, and now, the voice was unleashing its wrath on him. Mo Fan was struggling to comprehend what kind of existence the Lord of the Underworld residing in the luxurious golden pyramid really was. Was his power truly comparable to a real god? Even the power of his demon element had to submit to him? The more he resisted, the greater the pressure grew. The undead army resumed their marching after receiving the order from the voice from the pyramid. Not only were the undead coming through the broken wall in front of Northgard Fortress, the entire line of defense, around 50 kilometers long, was collapsing now. The underworld creatures had been totally unleashed. They were pouring into the North Valley from different mountains and valleys, going straight after the smell of the living. The Northgard Fortress that Mo Fan had tried to defend with his life was just a little stream in the entire lake. His efforts were meaningless when the entire lake was rolling in his direction. The enormous pressure had almost broken his knees. It felt like he was carrying a heavy pyramid on his back. The deathlight spears only had vague outlines, yet their power was overwhelming. Mo Fan could not move at all. His body was getting worn out. He was almost at his limit. He could not stand up, no matter how hard he struggled. He was surrounded by the cries of the undead. He knew it was the end. He had already told himself to weigh his capabilities and act accordingly. He would not feel dissatisfied or be troubled with guilt, since he had already done his best, but why was he feeling so discontent in his heart when the time came? Damn it! Damn it! Mo Fan was not willing to surrender, yet he did not even have the strength to rise to his feet. He had yet to buy half a day's time for the people. His strength was nowhere near enough. Even double his strength was not enough to stop the enemy. Damn it! Mo Fan was already trembling, but he continued to endure the pressure. If he could not change the outcome, the least he could do was not to submit to the tyrant ruler who was hiding inside his pyramid. The discontent in his heart eventually turned into tears bursting out of his eyes. The tears scattered in the air as the strong wind blew. The demon runes on him slowly disappeared, returning Mo Fan his original appearance. His eyes were full of tears, hollow and soulless. What was the purpose of him cultivating so hard if there was nothing he could change? What was the meaning of being respected and admired as a mage by the world? His vision was filled with darkness like the vast galaxy. The loud rumble around him was replaced with dead silence. Mo Fan was slowly sinking into the dark abyss he had constructed for himself, like a lifeless statue. He had lost his direction and will. It felt like the spiritual world had taught him that the world was engulfed in endless darkness since the very first day he awakened his magic. The faint lights that the stars were emitting represented petty humans living in their cities. Even if they turned into a nebula, a galaxy, or a universe, the majority of the spiritual world was still covered in darkness, the same darkness that engulfed and ruled over magic. A person would always be a little star. It might sweep across the sky like a meteorite. It might stay dark forever. The night sky would remain dark and cold, regardless of what it did. An unusual voice appeared in Mo Fan's spiritual cage. He had already filtered out the cries and stomps of the undead army, yet he could hear clear footsteps approaching him. The footsteps came to a stop behind Mo Fan. It had the iciest presence he ever felt, and brought Mo Fan, who had lost himself in the spiritual cage, back to his senses slightly. Who is it? How did that person show up behind him? Wasn't the whole place overrun by the undead army? How was a person able to walk up to him so calmly? Was he imagining it? A heavy hand pressed down on Mo Fan's shoulder in the middle of his troubled thoughts. The hand was just as cold as the person's presence, holding Mo Fan's shoulder firmly. The force it contained should have pressed Mo Fan to the ground, but for some reason, the pressure that the pyramid was applying to him had vanished. The spiritual cage that was entrapping him collapsed too. Mo Fan's vision recovered. It was filled up by the army of undead, so massive that he could no longer see the horizon. The deafening cries of the undead returned. His ears were hurting slightly from the loud noise. The corners of his eyes and his face were hurting a little when his dried tears cracked. There were still some tears in his eyes. Mo Fan felt like a long time had passed while he was stuck in the spiritual cage, but it had only been a brief moment, so brief that even the tears in his eyes had yet to burst out from them. "I don't think I ever taught you to cry in a fight." The voice behind him was familiar yet strange, utterly cold and imperious. Mo Fan's heart shuddered. He remembered the final words he had spoken to a person. They were in front of a blood-red altar. He had sincerely uttered to a black armor sitting on a throne, "Thank you for teaching me many things." However, Mo Fan did not receive a response, even after he left. He saw a cold face covered in clear lines. He saw a firm figure wearing a black mantle and armor, standing like an enormous mountain. "I don't think I ever taught you to cry in a fight." Mo Fan completely lost it all when he heard the words. He tried to wipe away the tears bursting endlessly out of his eyes. Chief Military Instructor!" Mo Fan screamed, sobbing. Chapter 14:10. Kill Without Mercy. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan rose to his feet. When he finally stood up, with someone holding his shoulder, he realized that the pressure from the pyramid was not as heavy as he thought. It was just that he had lost his will and strength. He looked around. He was still in the debris of the fortress. The undead army did not disappear like scattering ashes, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. The pyramid was still emitting its deathlight in the distance. Its army was trampling everywhere the deathlight could reach. Behind him was a range of mountains. Feihuang City was within reach once the army crossed the mountains. "Undead from Egypt?" the king of the undead asked. "That's the Great Pyramid of Giza, Khufu's mausoleum." "Khufu is still alive, he's the lord of the Underworld now," Mo Fan confirmed. The king of undead turned around and looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan had no idea what he had said wrong to make the man glare at him so. "He dares to call himself the lord of Underworld with such nonsense," the king of undead snapped disdainfully. Mo Fan's face went blank. He had no clue how the rulers of the undead divided up their territories. Bang! The king of undead stomped the ground heavily. A black wave surged forward in a cone, heading straight for the magnificent pyramid. The pyramid's deathlight suddenly became unstable. There were now holes the deathlight was no longer shining upon. The undead from Egypt could only move within the deathlight. When the holes appeared, the undead within them evaporated in just a breath or two. The undead ripple the ancient king had produced was a direct provocation to the pyramid. It had severely restrained the pyramid's death light. "Who dares disrupt my sacred light?" the thunderous voice in the pyramid demanded. Mo Fan shivered every time he heard the voice. He was sure that the person that was talking had greatly surpassed the strongest level he was aware of. He felt a distinct urge to drop to his knees and end his own life under its enormous pressure. "You have half a day to move your grave and your undead out of my land," the king of undead responded in a similarly powerful voice. It echoed across the land. The voices were talking in two different languages, but the language used did not really matter in their conversation, it was the idea that mattered. "Sphinx, tell him whose territory this land is going to be." Osiris' voice came from the pyramid once again. The Sphinx was lying on the ground, and finally rose to his feet. His enormous body moved forward like a formidable mountain. His eyes, now engulfed by ghastly flames, were staring at Mo Fan and the king of undead. The Sphinx started running. He was even quicker than before. His strength had improved significantly after he was supported by Osiris. He was emitting a golden light as he charged ferociously at his enemy. The king of undead did not even bother looking at the Sphinx. He was staring at the pyramid, as if he could see the person inside it. Khufu, an ancient existence, who was also the earliest ancestor of the undead. The Sphinx dashed forward, even the sky and the ground were trembling before his formidable power. A strange but powerful roar came from under the ground. A mountain suddenly emerged and soared into the sky. It reached out its huge arm and slammed it into the Sphinx that was charging so ferociously. A strong presence of death lingered in the air. How could Mo Fan not recognize the mountain that had appeared out of nowhere? It was none other than the creature that had covered the entire ancient capital in fear, the mountain zombie. The mountain zombie rose from the ground, even more impressive in size than the Sphinx. The mountain zombie took a few steps back when the Sphinx rammed into his hand, before lifting the Sphinx up into the air. The Sphinx did not expect such a terrifying creature to rise from the ground out of nowhere. With shocking might, the mountain zombie hurled the Sphinx into the distance before he could react. The Sphinx slammed heavily to the ground and slid a long distance, crushing countless creatures of the underworld beneath him, leaving a carpet of pulp and bones behind. The mountain zombie clearly held a strong grudge against the Sphinx that had dared to disrespect the ancient king. He dashed forward, trampling the tiny underworld creatures under his feet, and threw a huge punch at the Sphinx's face. The Sphinx's face cracked slightly as he was knocked flying once again. The 2 hits in a row had left him lightheaded. Several underworld monarch frogs nearby curled up into meatballs in terror when they saw their commander being beaten up. The mountain zombie happened to be searching for any usable weapons. He kicked one of the underworld monarch frogs and fired it at the Sphinx like a cannonball. The Sphinx might have obdurate skin and flesh, but that clearly did not apply to the underworld monarch frog. Even though they were both ruler-level creatures, the underworld monarch frog did not have the slightest chance to endure the overwhelming strength of the blow. Its body bent out of shape from the kick. The yoke that were bound to it died a gruesome death with it, splattering onto the underworld monarch frog like mosquitoes that had been slapped to death. "Who are you?" The voice in the Great Pyramid of Giza sounded surprised. "Kill anyone that dares to disrupt the peace of my land without mercy," the King of Undead ordered. The King of Undead stomped the ground once again. A greater black ripple surged across the mountains, valleys, and lerces. The sky covered in the deathlight was shrouded by darkness as a great storm arose. "Kill without mercy! Kill without mercy! Kill without mercy!" Chants like chimes from hell echoed across the North Valley. Deathly figures rose from the ground between Yulin City and Feihuang City. Mo Fan was unable to see what the black and red figures were from the distance. He only saw the figures spreading rapidly across the mountains, the stone mounds and sands, the rocky hills to the north, and the valleys. The army of the Egyptian underworld was mainly black, glowing an eerie cold blue under the deathlight. The army that appeared after the King of Undead stomped the ground was mostly grey and red. Their auras of death lingered in the air. The glowing eyes of the army of the ancient capital's undead were as dense as the stars in the night sky. Even the sun and the moon had lost their brilliance. Chapter 14:11. The 8 Undead Rulers, Part 1. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by a huge body made of grey bones, with a pair of skeletal wings, shrouding the dark clouds. Their edges were clearly visible when they were fully extended. The Nether Bone Dragon. Mo Fan recognized the creature. It was the creature responsible for destroying the outer wall of the ancient capital. Mo Fan clearly remembered the great shock the creature gave him when it flew across the sky above the ancient capital. The captain of the Imperial Mags was supposed to have taken the Nether Bone Ruler with him into the Dark Abyss. To Mo Fan's surprise, the creature had come back to life again. It turned out that the undead would not perish so easily, especially the higher-level ones. The Nether Bone Dragon beat its wings and soared into the sky. Its shadow loomed over an army of skeletons waving their bloody weapons around. The skeletons were like a flowing white river streaming down from the mountains. Their numbers were so insane that it was impossible to distinguish between the sky and the ground. The ground continued to crack apart. The Nether Bone Dragon was the commander of the army of skeletons, while the mountain zombie was the commander of the army of zombies. Corpses emerged from the ground. This army was mostly made up of rotting zombies that were the lowest level species among the army. They immediately filled the areas that the undead from Egypt had left vacant. The army of true zombies was still massive, even if one was to exclude the countless rotten zombies. Their size made them stand out among the rotten zombies. There were corpse generals and corpse officials, too. The corpse officials were even more eye-catching, their massive figures standing out. Almost every zombie troop had a corpse official leading them. The majority of the corpse officials were the flesh mound corpse officials. They remained close to the mountain zombie. The flesh mound corpse officials opened their mouths and devoured the zombies nearby like they were drinking water. The vacant space inside their bodies was far bigger than their actual size. Their stomachs did not bloat even after swallowing thousands of zombies. The mountain zombie's strength was remarkable, and he needed something he could hurl at the enemy. He had acted like a catapult during the battle at the ancient capital. He was capable of rapidly destroying the interior of a city. The mountain zombie waited until the flesh mound corpse officials were done reloading. He grabbed the corpse officials and pitched them in the direction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, one by one. The enormous corpse officials flew under the clouds like missiles, smashing a huge bunch of underworld creatures into pieces wherever they landed. The enslaved, the yoked, and the mummies were under heavy fire. The vicinity of the Great Pyramid of Giza was soon covered in blood and bones. One of the flesh mound corpse officials that the mountain zombie pitched out with greater force slammed heavily into the glowing Great Pyramid of Giza. The pyramid remained firm, but the deathlight it was emitting flickered and weakened slightly. The flesh mound corpse official was embedded on the stairs of the pyramid. The rotten zombies poured out of its mouth like a rapid stream. The flesh mound corpse official was carrying over 2,000 undead, including some warrior-level undead. Their sudden appearance on the Great Pyramid of Giza was a great humiliation to Osiris. The undead were soon crawling on the Great Pyramid of Giza and worrying at it. 10 aloof dark sword masters were guarding the entrance of the pyramid. Their eyes burst into green flames, and these guardians that were standing like statues reacted quickly. They jumped onto the magnificent pyramid and flung their swords of darkness at the undead crawling all over the pyramid. The Dark Sword Masters were insanely strong. The flesh mound corpse official and the thousands of undead were no match for them. The undead on the Great Pyramid of Giza were all slain in no time. The undead had died very quickly, but the loss was negligible to the ancient capital's kingdom of undead. A few more flesh mound corpse officials were soon pitched onto the Great Pyramid of Giza again. Once again, it did not take the Dark Sword Masters much time to kill the undead, but the pyramid was now stained with gore and filth. The deathlight it was emitting dimmed significantly, too. In addition to the flesh mound corpse officials that landed on the Great Pyramid of Giza, the number of flesh mound corpse officials that landed in the vicinity of the pyramid was quite shocking, too. The mountain zombie had tossed more than 30 flesh mound corpse officials at the pyramid. 30 flesh mound corpse officials, each carrying nearly 3,000 undead with them. In other words, more than 50,000 undead had landed in the vicinity of the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Dark Sword Masters might be strong, since they were ruler-level creatures, but they would still struggle to kill 50,000 undead in a short period of time. The entire army of the Underworld had moved out, leaving only the Dark Sword Masters and a few powerful mummies to defend the pyramid. Osiris immediately panicked when the undead of the ancient capital suddenly showed up around the pyramid. He immediately ordered his army to retreat and defend the pyramid. The army of the Underworld that had just arrived at the Square Trek Plain had no choice but to return to the Great Pyramid of Giza to eliminate the undead that the flesh mound corpse officials had delivered. The vanguard troops of the Underworld army had no choice but to hold their positions, knowing the pyramid's defense had been compromised. Piercing shrieks were heard as one hate-filled face with deadly claws after another appeared from the mist of the dead. It was the phantoms from the kingdom of undead. The army of phantoms did not engage the humans during the calamity of the ancient capital. Otherwise, if the phantoms had joined hands with the zombies, the inner city of the ancient capital would have been in great danger. Most of the phantoms could fly, and did not have a fixed form. They were able to weave through the battlefield freely while the Underworld army was clashing with the undead of the ancient capital. They swept past like black gusts of wind and targeted the key entities among the enemy. A phantom commander that Mo Fan had never seen before was guiding the army of phantoms. Even now, he still could not see its true appearance. The phantom commander's rank was only second to the mountain zombie in the undead army. The phantom tyrant emperor that a few super mags tried so hard to kill during the battle at the ancient capital was just the phantom commander's subordinate. Mo Fan lifted his gaze. He could barely see a pair of icy green eyes in the clouds. The phantoms were targeting the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents and his brutal sword death servants. The brutal sword death servants were standing in formations, bracing themselves for the army of phantoms. Not many creatures of the underworld were able to fly, hence the phantoms were free to target any creature of the underworld based on the phantom commander's decision. The phantom commander was obviously setting its eyes on the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents. Mo Fan had already killed some of his brutal sword death servants, but most of them were still alive since Mo Fan had struggled against their formations. However, these formless phantoms were similar to vengeful spirits and immune to physical attacks. Even the strongest sword technique could not inflict any damage on them. The phantoms penetrated the brutal sword death servants and possessed them. They forcibly tore the souls of the brutal sword death servants to pieces. Black swords and armor fell, scattering across the ground. All that was left of the brutal sword death servants were empty shells and piles of junk when their souls perished. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents had granted them armor and taught them how to use a sword, yet they could not withstand even a single blow from the army of phantoms. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents was infuriated. He roared furiously into the sky, demanding a showdown with the phantom general hovering in the sky. The phantom commander only revealed a pair of green eyes flickering with disdain at the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents from up in the grey clouds. The phantom commander shrieked, and did not bother revealing itself. It ordered the army of phantoms to pounce at the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents fiercely engaged the formless phantoms surrounding it. The phantoms could not do anything to the formidable mummy. They turned into scattering ashes whenever they were struck by the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents' powerful moves. The phantom commander did not bother showing itself, regardless of the number of phantoms that died to the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents. It was cunning, vicious, and unusually calm. It could not care less about the death of its servants. It could easily gather as many phantoms as it wished. The one thing that no one could escape from was death. The dead would not necessarily turn into skeletons or zombies, but their souls would certainly contain a hint of discontent, grudges, and hatred. They would eventually show up before it and become its people. How many phantoms could the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents kill? If the phantom commander was to ask the phantoms to stand in a line without leaving any gaps between them and let the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents kill them without resisting for a whole day, the casualties would be less than a tenth of their numbers. The army of phantoms might be less terrifying on the surface when compared to the sea of zombies and skeletons, but that was not because their numbers were lower, it was because the phantoms were formless and could even stack on top of one another. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents was enraged. He grabbed the piles of junk on the ground and tossed them into the air. The Dark Pharaoh of Serpents could sense the presence of the Phantom Commander, but no matter how he was provoking the Phantom Commander or how brutally he was killing the Phantoms, the Phantom Commander was unwilling to show itself. It merely hovered in the midst of the dead while observing the battle. It was laughing at how idiotic the underworld creatures were. It was everywhere, it was untrackable. The underworld creatures began to retreat. The Great Pyramid of Giza was under heavy attack from the flesh-mound corpse officials and the undead. The white skeletons pursued the enemy along the mountains, leaving countless remains of the underworld creatures across the land. The underworld army was at a loss. The king of undead remained where he had appeared. He did not even have to do anything, apart from the stomp right at the beginning. The powerful kingdom of the undead was laid out stunningly in front of Mo Fan, like a huge painting. Chapter 14:12. The 8 Undead Rulers, Part 2. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. In addition to the Phantom Commander, 3 other undead rulers had shown up. The mountain zombie was obviously the strongest among them. He was currently heading toward the Great Pyramid of Giza with great strides. The mountain zombie was obviously clearing a path for the King of Undead. He would toss a flesh-mound corpse official at the Great Pyramid of Giza every few steps to keep applying pressure to it. The Phantom Commander was a formidable enemy for the creatures of the underworld. Even the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents was forced to retreat with his remaining troops. Meanwhile, the army of skeletons led by the Nether Bone Dragon was the vanguard of the kingdom of Undead. There was no enemy that the army of skeletons could not devour. The white wriggling ocean could even convert the underworld creatures into a part of them. The kingdom of Undead soon revealed its full power. The other 5 undead rulers had appeared too. None were too far from the king of Undead. The whole army had formed an undead whirlpool, with the king of Undead in the center. The undead whirlpool would advance every time the king of Undead took a step forward. It immediately devoured any underworld creatures that dared to block the king of Undead's path. Within the underworld army, a demon ruler resembling a goat plied its golden staff at the skeletons. Their bones scattered in the air like the splashes of a wave. The ferocious creature was clearly a reliable warrior that the Sphinx had summoned. Every time it waved its golden staff around, it would knock a bunch of skeletons into pieces and smash their bones into white sand. The king of Undead glanced at the goat-headed ruler. He did not even have to give an order. The carnelian zombie ruler, one of the 8 undead rulers, immediately stepped forward. The army of skeletons and zombies quickly cleared a path for it. The carnelian zombie ruler was similar to the flesh-mound corpse officials in size. One could even say that the carnelian zombie ruler was the strongest existence among the flesh-mound corpse officials. Its body was hung about with heads, each with a pair of eyes and a mouth. It was a ghastly creature that one could only imagine would appear in nightmares. Anyone would feel their scalp turning numb just by looking at it. The carnelian corpse ruler rushed up to the goat-headed ruler, and the 2 enormous undead began brawling with one another. The carnelian corpse ruler stomped the goat-headed ruler's staff to pieces. The goat-headed ruler blew half of the carnelian corpse ruler's head off. The goat-headed ruler was obviously the commander of the twin-bodied demon cows, as it was surrounded by them. Some of the twin-bodied demon cows were over 30 meters tall. They continued to stand out amid the chaotic battle. The twin-bodied demon cows charged at the enemy at the goat-headed ruler's command, crushing the skeletons that were leading the way to pieces. The carnelian corpse ruler was utterly infuriated. It summoned the troop of hatchet corpse generals to brutally dissect the twin-bodied demon cows. The hatchet corpse generals were incredibly strong, too. Mo Fan had witnessed their strength personally. They were a bunch of great warrior-level creatures. The muscular twin-bodied demon cows struggled to fend the hatchet corpse generals off as they were charging forward like a group of meat-mincing chariots. The hatchet corpse generals were completely unstoppable as they cleared a path through the underworld army. Only the brutal sword death servants were able to take the hatchet corpse generals on. Unfortunately, the Phantom Commander had already taken most of them out, allowing the hatchet corpse generals to forcibly tear through the underworld army and split the underworld forces in half. The goat-headed ruler was not as strong as the carnelian corpse ruler. The carnelian corpse ruler was one of the 8 undead rulers. It was at the same level as the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents and the Scorpion Lord Medusa. When the goat-headed ruler was defeated, its twin-bodied demon cows were crushed by the sea of skeletons. The number of the flesh-mound corpse officials was the highest among the ruler-level undead. Not only were they good at attacking enemy territories, they were also producing more skeletons. Following the defeat of the twin-bodied demon cows, the flesh-mound corpse officials devoured their remains under the lead of the carnelian corpse ruler. They swiftly digested the twin-bodied demon cow's flesh and used their bones to form new commander-level skeletons. They either used the bones to strengthen the existing commander-level skeletons or produce new skeletons who would take orders from the Nether Bone Dragon. As such, even though the army of skeletons was suffering great casualties as the vanguard of the kingdom of Undead, they could easily replenish their numbers by winning the battle. The pharaohs never expected their people to be slowly converted into the servants of the ancient capital's kingdom of Undead. The remaining 3 undead rulers did not engage the enemy. They were following behind the king of Undead, waiting for the Great Pyramid of Giza to send out worthy opponents. The 8 undead rulers did not think the underworld monarch frogs commanding the yoked were worthy of their attention. Their subordinates would gladly take care of the underworld monarch frogs instead. Mo Fan turned around to examine at the other 3 undead rulers. They were the Red Skeleton ruler, the Phantom Tyrant Emperor, and the Queen of Netherworld. The Red Skeleton ruler's appearance was no different than human bones. It did not have a single thing symbolizing its strength of a ruler-level creature. it was merely a dark red skeleton standing around 5 steps behind the King of Undead like a loyal servant. If it was not standing side by side with the other undead rulers, Mo Fan would even think it was just an ordinary warrior-level skeleton. He would not expect it to be one of the 8 undead rulers. It did not show up during the calamity of the ancient capital. He could not tell if it was slumbering still, or maybe everyone had simply overlooked it. The Phantom Tyrant Emperor was extremely huge. It was like a mountain shrouded by a black mist, standing firmly behind the King of Undead. It looked like a black mantle hanging between heaven and earth. The Phantom Tyrant Emperor's presence was stronger than the one killed at the outer wall of the ancient capital. Mo Fan had not expected there to be 2 Phantom Tyrant Emperors. The one that was killed during the calamity of the ancient capital wasn't even one of the 8 undead rulers, but the one standing behind the King of Undead was the strongest Phantom Tyrant Emperor. The Queen of Netherworld was also a powerful great ruler-level creature that Mo Fan had not seen before. She was the commander of the Spectres. The Spectres had the lowest numbers within the Kingdom of Undead, but they were the trickiest to deal with. Apart from the light element and elements like Psychic and Curse, all elemental magic was useless against them. The Queen of Netherworld resembled a human, too. As a matter of fact, she looked like a gorgeous woman. She was surprisingly emanating a unique scent, instead of the rotting odor like the zombies. Her eyes glittered when she saw Mo Fan looking at her. Mo Fan immediately felt his hair standing on end when he saw the Queen of Netherworld inspecting him carefully. Her eyes were able to see through a person's mind and soul, just like the Scorpion Lord Medusa's eyes. Mo Fan had only exchanged a quick glance with her, but he already saw images of an ancient palace covered in blood and infants dying in horrible ways. He also saw a glamorous woman who ended her own life by slicing her own throat, and eyes that were filled with discontent. The eyes were exactly the same as the Queen of Netherworld's eyes. They were pitch black and seductive, like the eyes of a cat. The King of Undead turned around and looked at the Queen of Netherworld while Mo Fan's mind was filled with the images that she had projected. The Queen of Netherworld immediately realized how bold she was to use her magic on her king's student, especially when he was in such a weak state. Such a pity, I could have treated your wounds if I'm still alive. No one could possibly match my healing abilities, the Queen of Netherworld smiled after her attitude toward him shifted. Mo Fan slowly regained consciousness. He almost broke out in a cold sweat. His mind had always been his weakness, so the Queen of Netherworld could easily become a huge threat to him. Her power could easily match that of the Scorpion Lord Medusa. Speaking of which, she could still speak like a human. It was quite rare among the undead. The remains of the underworld creatures piled up across the land. The sea of skeletons eventually pushed the underworld army beyond the collapsed Great Wall. The square trek plain lay to the north of the wall, and was where the main force of the underworld army had gathered. They no longer had the inclination to chase after the scent of living humans after they were brutally massacred by the Kingdom of Undead. They began to regroup and form up, with the Great Pyramid of Giza as their base of operations and the square trek plain as the battlefield. The King of Undead halted briefly at the debris of the Great Wall. He looked to the west and saw the end of the wall, before looking at the Shenmue Keep in the east, which served as the other end of the wall. The ancient line of defense had been trampled to the ground by the enemy. What a waste of my masterpiece, the King of Undead grumbled. The ancient king seemed to be complaining about how they had failed to utilize the ancient wall properly. He did not stay at the debris for too long. He continued to move toward the Great Pyramid of Giza. Mo Fan was a little confused. He did not understand what the ancient king was implying. Could it be that the Great Wall had other uses? On the other hand, he had just claimed the Great Wall as his masterpiece. He could not help but wonder if the man inside the armor was the ancient king or his chief military instructor. He was struggling to find an answer to the question. Or maybe he was both the ancient king and the chief military instructor. Maybe Zhong Kong did not die after putting on the ancient king's robe, or maybe his soul had merged with the ancient king's soul, sharing their memories and beliefs. A black fly, part of the fiendish night, flew toward Mo Fan while he was trying to figure out the answer. Mo Fan was startled. His eyes soon erupted into passionate flames. The Cold Prince. The culprit was not far away from their position. Even though Mo Fan was covered in wounds and bruises, even though he was already overwhelmed by fatigue, he could not afford to let the Red Cardinal escape. Chapter 14:13. Perfectly Unharmed. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ganyu Mountain was located in the Huangsha mountain range. The sentry tower for Feihuang City was on top of Ganyu Mountain. It had been around for a long time, keeping an eye on the Beijiang desolate beasts. Bin Wei, the Prophet, Zhao Manyang, Zhong Xiaohu, Lingling, Yi Hong, and the defenders of the Great Wall had all gathered here. The three commanders in charge of Feihuang City were watching from the tower, too. The three commanders panicked when they saw the army of the Underworld rolling toward them like a dark cloud from the mountains in the distance. There was no way a city could possibly withstand an army of the scale of the Underworld's. However, an unbelievable scene soon took place. They saw an army of skeletons and zombies appear out of nowhere and charge at the Underworld creatures ferociously. They gaped as they watched the undead of the ancient capital driving the Underworld army back. "Can anyone tell me what's going on here?" General Zhu Li of Feihuang City asked in disbelief. The undead of the ancient capital had appeared like heavenly soldiers and driven the Underworld army back. They were utterly confused about why the undead of the ancient capital had suddenly sided with the living. Didn't they almost destroy the ancient capital not long ago? Zhong Xiaohu was trembling in excitement. He did not expect the chief military instructor to listen to him. Mo Fan was going to live. Feihuang City and the North Valley were going to survive. Is this the only power that can match the Great Pyramid of Giza that you mentioned before? Zhao Manyang stared at Zhong Xiaohu with a blank face. Zhao Manyang would never have believed it if he did not witness it in person. The reinforcements that Zhong Xiaohu requested were the ancient king and his massive kingdom of undead, who had almost overrun the ancient capital. The kingdom of undead was the death-sworn army of ancient China. The invasion of Egypt's undead had clearly infuriated them. The battle between the two armies of undead was nothing like the living could imagine. Somehow, all the epic battles that had once taken place in North Valley were like children playing compared to the clash between the two undead kingdoms. A real battle against a kingdom of demon creatures would not have the scale of the battle they were currently witnessing, covering several hundred kilometers, a mountain range, extending beyond 4 valleys and 3 cities. Words could no longer describe how epic it was. Even when they were observing the battle from a great height, the intense battle covering the whole valley before them was in fact just the tip of an iceberg. "Does this mean that Zhong Kong is still alive?" the prophet blurted out after a long time. It was difficult to tell the truth. Perhaps the king of undead was infuriated when the Great Pyramid of Giza invaded his territory. The Great Pyramid of Giza had made a serious mistake, choosing China as its first target. Either way, we are done with the evacuation. General Bin Wei was not observing the battle. She was looking at the last group of civilians being escorted into the city. These people were from Luqing, the furthest city from Feihuang City. When the people saw the gates of Feihuang City were still open for them even after such a long time, they burst into tears of joy and relief. They were aware of the trouble they had given the army for taking so long to be evacuated to Feihuang City. They almost gave up halfway, but they still made it to Feihuang City. They immediately thanked the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers immediately felt awkward. They had yet to do anything. They were just holding their positions. They knew that the evacuees should be thanking the people who had fought to their deaths at Northgard Fortress and the Great Wall to hold the Underworld army back. They were the real heroes in the battle, but not all of them had returned in one piece. "Is everyone evacuated to the city?" General Zhu Li asked. We've asked the Hunter Union to take care of the people of the remote villages. They have also forcibly evacuated the old folks who are unwilling to leave their villages. We have yet to hear of any civilians being attacked by the underworld creatures, General Bin Wei said confidently. "I don't believe it," General Zhu Li murmured. "Yeah, I'm still having a hard time believing that the Great Pyramid of Giza has shown up in our land with such a massive army of undead," Yi Hong said. No, I was referring to you people." General Zhu Li stared at the terrifying underworld creatures in the distance and added, "It was supposed to turn into an unforgettable tragedy after seeing how massive the army of undead is. Countless people were going to die, leaving the whole country in sorrow and grief, but a small army in Northgard Fortress, a few groups of people from the Preventive Committee and the Enforcement Union managed to buy us 2 whole days to evacuate 7 cities, more than 40 towns, and a few hundred villages in the North Valley without suffering any casualties. I was amazed by your achievements, it's just unbelievable. I thank you on behalf of the people of the North Valley. General Zhu Li knew how much of a disaster it was when a horde of demon creatures invaded the North Valley, let alone a massive undead army brought by the Great Pyramid of Giza. On top of that, the scum of the Black Vatican were pulling the strings behind. It felt impossible to put a stop to the tragedy, and yet they had done it. The hearts of the defenders were pounding heavily after hearing his words. Even they were struggling to believe that they had actually stopped the invading Great Pyramid of Giza's army. The person we should be thanking is Mo Fan. He had the strongest resolve among us, right from the beginning when he found out the Black Vatican was up to something. He even infiltrated the Black Vatican alone after alerting us about their conspiracy. He helped us retreat from Northgard Fortress and stayed back to hold the army of undead back alone until the undead of the ancient capital showed up, the prophet replied, staring at the battle in the distance. For some reason, the prophet could sense that Mo Fan was still fighting. The inextinguishable flame was still burning in a corner of the battlefield. It was his flames that kept them going, not giving up on defending their land. He was only a petty young man desperately trying to survive during the calamity of Bo City. He had no choice but to step forward during the calamity of the ancient capital, but now, he was standing firmly in the front line. He had inherited the true spirit of the Great Wall. He would not yield, fall, or be extinguished. The prophet had watched Mo Fan grow. He had witnessed the birth of a reliable soon-to-be supreme mage. Most importantly, he was still so young. He had unlimited potential. The debris of the Great Wall at Square Trek Plain. I'll take care of the dead, but you'll have to deal with the living yourself, the king of undead said before Mo Fan could speak, as if he could read Mo Fan's mind. Sure. Mo Fan nodded. The effects of the demon element were slowly wearing off, but luckily, Mo Fan was still able to control it. Even though the power of the demon element had weakened significantly, Mo Fan was still a capable fighter, and his energy was preserved. The Cold Prince could no longer transform into the demon-horned god, and the Cold Prince might even be in a worse condition than him. Mo Fan moved along the fallen wall. He did not have a problem tracking down the Cold Prince among the army of undead using the fiendish knight. Mo Fan soon found the blood-covered culprit on an underworld monarch frog, the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, the Cold Prince. Mo Fan had changed his mind. He had decided to capture the Cold Prince alive. It would be a waste to kill the Cold Prince, dead men told no tales. Capturing the Cold Prince alive would be a serious blow to the Black Vatican. The world would be able to see the true nature of the Red Cardinal and how filthy his heart was. They would witness the Red Cardinal being sentenced to death and executed amid loud cheers. Chapter 14:14. Capturing the Cold Prince alive. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Why is this happening? Impossible. This is impossible. How did it end up like this? What the hell are these things? Ash asterisk asterisk asterisk. What the hell are they? Die you piece of shit asterisk asterisk. Useless pricks, trash, Egypt's kingdom of undead? How could you lose to the undead of such a lowly country? Osiris is nothing but a piece of trash. The Cold Prince yelled like a madman from atop the underworld monarch frog. Perhaps the Red Cardinal was the one who had suffered the greatest blow out of everyone. He had put in so much effort to acquire the triangle-dimensional mirror. He had spent 10 years finding a way to communicate with the underworld. He had finally made the preparations to hold an apotheosis ceremony for himself, so he could surpass Salon and become the Red Cardinal with the greatest influence in the world. He had even sacrificed all his men to achieve his goal, since he believed a lot more people were going to fall to their knees and worship him in no time. However, the outcome was not what he had expected. The Underworld's army was driven back to the Square Trek Plain. The massacre he had planned for the living humans of the cities in the North Valley had turned into a battle between two armies of undead. What benefit would a battle between two armies of undead bring him? Idiots, they were all idiots. No one was bleeding, no foul odor of rotting corpses lingering in the air, no one was worshipping him, he was nothing but a laughing stock. He had given his everything to plan the conspiracy, including his own beliefs, but he ended up all alone, in such a miserable state. He hated the sturdy rocks of Northgard Fortress. He hated why those petty humans bothered standing up against the Underworld army, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He hated the ancient wall that had appeared out of nowhere, delaying the advance of the Underworld army. He hated the young man who was so full of himself. He would have become a god by now if the young man had not interfered with his plan. "Ahhhhhhh," the Cold Prince yelled furiously. Blood poured from his wounds as he gathered all his might. The Cold Prince was beyond frustrated after realizing that his plan had failed. He was starting to feel dizzy. The intelligent Underworld monarch frog beneath him was aware that the Cold Prince was being disrespectful to Osiris. It shuddered and shook the Cold Prince off its back. The Cold Prince was on the verge of losing consciousness. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he slammed heavily to the ground. He was no different than the remains of the undead scattered around him. He glared at the Underworld monarch frog that was fleeing for its life and screamed furiously, "Even you dare to look down on me!" The Underworld monarch frog simply ignored the Cold Prince. The sea of skeletons was going to devour it if it stayed any longer. The nether bone dragon sweeping across the sky had been watching it for a long time. It might end up being scooped up and torn to pieces in the sky. You're so petty that even the undead are treating you with disdain, and yet you were hoping to be worshipped by the world? What a joke! A shadow suddenly appeared beside the Cold Prince. The Cold Prince turned around and saw the man he hated the most. Mo-Fan. It was all this Mo-Fan's fault. He would have become a god by now if it wasn't for this Mo-Fan. No one could possibly surpass his achievements. The Cold Prince hated Mo-Fan's guts. "I'm going to kill you," the Cold Prince uttered, clenching his teeth like a vicious monster. Mo-Fan was covered in wounds and bruises, too, and soaked in blood. It seemed like he was too weak to even stand up to the wind, yet his eyes were glittering with excitement. The Cold Prince was a mage, too. He was casting curse magic. The more he lost control of himself, the greater the power of the curse element. Demon Torture. The Cold Prince cast the spell at an insane speed. He swiftly set up the spiritual torture rack and summoned a devil with horns to devour Mo-Fan's soul. Mo-Fan remained still. He did not show any intention of dodging the attack. His eyes turned pitch black. Meanwhile, a ghastly shadow manipulated by the fiendish knight appeared behind the Cold Prince. The Cold Prince was completely unaware that his own shadow had betrayed him while he was busy casting demon torture. The shadow was holding a strange dagger, and stabbed it into Cold Prince's leg with great strength. Ah! The Cold Prince was taken by surprise. The blow had landed on his knee, but it also inflicted an overwhelming pain on his heart. The demon torture that he had to fully focus to maintain dissipated like scattering ashes. "Break limb!" Mo-Fan took a step forward while controlling the Cold Prince's shadow. The shadow moved to the other leg and stabbed its dagger in. The wilting power spread rapidly. The Cold Prince quickly lost control of his legs, which turned as stiff as a zombie's. The Cold Prince cried out in agony, but Mo-Fan remained as cold as an executioner. It would be a crime to be merciful to a man like the Cold Prince. The Cold Prince's shadow started moving again, stabbing at the Cold Prince's arms this time. He rapidly lost control of his arms. They simply dangled beside him. The Cold Prince's eyes were filled with pain and discontent. His mouth was filled with his own blood. Wasn't this ability to manipulate shadow the same as Bai Jiang's? Even he was intimidated by Bai Jiang's power when he hired the man to assassinate Lung Qing. The Cold Prince had not expected Mo-Fan to obtain Bai Jiang's eerily powerful ability. The Cold Prince was already at his limit. Mo-Fan did not persist in killing the Cold Prince when he was in demon form, but that did not necessarily mean he had spared the Cold Prince's life. He had long ago injected the dark material into the Cold Prince to keep an eye on his condition and location. The Cold Prince realized there was no chance he could run away. He was not willing to be humiliated any further. He immediately bit his tongue, trying to end his life. Since he was a Red Cardinal, he was not carrying a deadly poison with him at all times, like the other members of the Black Vatican. Such a method was not meant for the leaders of the Black Vatican, so he could only end his life using the very old method. Unfortunately, it was not Mo Fan's first time dealing with the Black Vatican. He had already gotten used to the members of the Black Vatican ending their lives when they were left with no choice. Mo Fan tossed a giant shadow spike at the Cold Prince before he opened his mouth. It paralyzed the Cold Prince's throat, preventing him from killing himself. Death was clearly not the end for the Cold Prince. He believed he would turn into a vengeful spirit, and he could easily rise again and even challenge Osiris to replace him. However, Mo Fan did not even give him the chance to kill himself. The Cold Prince eventually fainted from overwhelming anger. "Humph, scum!" Mo Fan gave the Cold Prince a great slap to the face and spat on the unconscious man. A Red Cardinal, captured alive? He bet the Cold Prince was the first Red Cardinal to be captured alive. It also meant that Mo Fan was the only mage that had managed to capture a Red Cardinal alive. Chapter 14-15. The Battle Between Emperors. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Who? "You're risking your life just to catch this guy," an alluring voice inquired from behind Mo Fan. Mo Fan was shocked. He turned around and saw a beautiful but pale face just 3 centimeters away. Her face was shrouded by a dark illusionary green mist. It felt like she was not really there, even when her face was within Mo Fan's reach. "The king has asked me to keep an eye on you, to make sure there are no accidents," the Queen of Netherworld smiled. Her outline was very faint, and the parts below her waist were shrouded by the same green mist. Most intriguingly, Mo Fan could pick up a pleasant scent every time she spoke. "You have my thanks." Mo Fan dragged the Cold Prince away with him. He did not expect one of the 8 undead rulers to be escorting him personally. Mo Fan was currently close to the edge of the Underworld army, figuring out a way to leave the place. His stamina and energy were almost depleted. To his surprise, the Queen of Netherworld had been watching him all along. "Come with me, it's time to enjoy watching a real battle," the Queen of the Netherworld said. "What do you mean?" Mo Fan was a little confused. There aren't many people in this world who are worthy to be the king's opponent, but the guy in the pyramid is one of them. "Don't you want to witness a battle between emperors?" the Queen of Netherworld asked. "A battle between emperors?" Mo Fan was shocked. Emperors? Was the Lord of the Underworld inside the Great Pyramid of Giza really an emperor-level existence? Was that why he could not withstand the pressure, even in his demon form? Mo Fan followed the Queen of Netherworld to the battlefield, and she brought him up to the mountain zombie's shoulder. It felt like they were standing on top of a mountain. They were able to see the entire chaotic battlefield. The wind blew past him strongly. The mist of the dead hovering above the battlefield was within hand's reach. Mo Fan could easily see the sacred golden pyramid from his current height. It was still emitting the death light, but was no longer as bright. The Flesh Mound Corps officials must have inflicted some damage on the Great Pyramid of Giza. The King of Undead was standing on the mountain zombie's shoulder, too. He was alone on the mountain zombie's right shoulder, while the Queen of Netherworld, the Red Skeleton ruler, and Mo Fan were on the mountain zombie's left shoulder. The King of Undead was staring right at the pyramid. His overwhelming aura extended across the square trek plane and was directed straight at the Lord of the Underworld inside the pyramid. 10 Dark Swordmasters were lined up inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. They were now mere servants hauling a levitating golden chariot. The Dark Swordmasters were moving in the air, walking above the Underworld army. A man wearing a shining white pharaoh robe stood on the golden chariot. He was holding a pharaoh's staff, and glowing with a dark blue deathlight. From the distance, he looked like a saint that had transcended the mundane world. "That's Khufu." Mo Fan was astounded. The being whose voice had echoed across the North Valley, whose light was able to drive him to the ground and command the Underworld army, whom even a creature like the Sphinx would submit to, was none other than Pharaoh Khufu. The king of Undead kept applying pressure to the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was quite obvious that Khufu could not afford to stay put anymore. One was the greatest emperor of China, who had invented the undead element and attained eternal life. The other was the pharaoh of ancient Egypt, building massive mausoleums to make him the lord of the underworld. It was black against white, they were both rulers of the undead. It felt like this battle had been destined to happen for thousands of years. The ancient king and Pharaoh Khufu seemed to reach an agreement. Their duel did not occur on the battlefield. Their overwhelming power would easily bring massive destruction to their people. The black and white emperors disappeared at the same time. They soared into the clouds in an instant. Mo Fan could not tell if the fight had already begun. He could only see huge whirlpools appearing in the thick clouds. Inside the whirlpools was a world of chaos and void, where two figures, the ancient king and the pharaoh, stood on opposite sides. Two beams of light crashed into one another before spreading wildly like sparkles. Mo Fan raised his eyes. What he was seeing was power that he had never encountered before, nor understood. The two emperors seemed to have opened up a confined space for their battle, forming the huge whirlpool in the sky. The people on the ground could see it despite the great distance between them. However, it prevented the destructive energy from leaking out. "Can you see it clearly?" the Queen of Netherworld asked with a smile, and a hint of mockery, when she saw how focused Mo Fan was while watching the battle. "Not really, but I can feel it," Mo Fan answered. The emperors were extremely quick. They had gone back and forth multiple times, or even more than Mo Fan had thought within the blink of an eye. He was struggling to make the call. He could not tell how many elements were being used, nor could he tell how powerful the energy surging within the whirlpool was, as it was beyond his understanding. He was utterly dazzled by the sight of it, but he knew one thing for sure: even if he was in his demon form, he would be crushed to ashes within minutes if he was caught in the battle. The level of the battle was beyond the ruler level. It was also Mo Fan's first time witnessing a battle beyond the ruler level. He never imagined what it would look like. The two emperors were so strong that they could freely weave between planes while utilizing the true ultimate of dimensional magic. Shocking cracks suddenly appeared in the sky after a great blast. The cracks were so obvious that those watching could not help but wonder if their world was actually a mirror. Otherwise, why would there be cracks scattered over 5,000 kilometers? The dimensional whirlpool highest in the sky was shrinking. It seemed like the fight had been relocated back to their plane from the world of void and chaos. That plane was on the verge of collapsing due to the overwhelming energy from the battle. "Watch out for those cracks, they are deadly," the Netherworld Queen reminded them. A crack suddenly split open, coming down from the sky and catching a troop of skeletons and underworld executioners who were fighting one another. Both the skeletons and the underworld executioners disappeared in an instant, as if they never existed. The deadly cracks were everywhere in the sky. If the battle had taken place on the ground, who knew how many creatures would perish because of it? Even the cracks randomly falling from the sky were causing the two armies of undead great fear. Chapter 14:16. There can be only one king in the underworld. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The whirlpool kept expanding continuously, resulting in unrecoverable damage to the other world. The two emperors in the whirlpool disappeared for a moment as they relocated the fight to somewhere else. Meanwhile, the Red Skeleton ruler was commanding the undead army on behalf of the King of Undead. The Carnelian Corpse ruler, the Netherbone Dragon, and the Misty Phantom commander, under the lead of the Mountain Zombie, began to push forward, too, driving the Underworld army back to the heavily damaged Square Trek plain. A strong presence of death lingered in the area from the thick mist of the dead looming over the land. The undead army's strength mounted up as the battle progressed. The leaders of the Underworld army, including the Sphinx, the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents, and Scorpion Lord Medusa, were at a clear disadvantage. The Sphinx had fought Mo Fan for a long time. The Scorpion Lord Medusa was severely injured by Mo Fan. As a result, the undead army had an absolute advantage when the Mountain Zombie, Netherbone Dragon, and the Misty Phantom commander took over, not to mention that the sea of zombies, skeletons, and phantoms were stronger than the creatures of the underworld on average. The deathlight of the Great Pyramid of Giza was shrinking gradually, now restricted to an area of 30 kilometers across on the square trek plain. The ravines, chasms, gaps, and valleys were piled up with remains, most of them belonging to the underworld creatures. The mountain zombie finally utilized his full strength. He lifted the Sphinx high up in the air and slammed it down at the pyramid with all his might. The Sphinx could not control himself. He was hurled a great distance and was only able to come to a stop after slamming heavily into the base of the pyramid. His fighting capacity had been reduced greatly by his injuries, so he was struggling to take on the mountain zombie. The Sphinx rose to his feet and roared at Mofan furiously. There was no way he would be losing so easily if he had not wasted so much energy on Mofan. The rulers of the Underworld army had almost reached their limits. The only one that was still fighting on the side of the Underworld army was their leader, Osiris. They would not retreat if Osiris was still around. The Sphinx might be the commander of the army, but Osiris was their conviction. They were supposed to construct a beautiful desert from the remains and ashes of their enemy, but the outcome was completely the opposite of their desires. Even the Sphinx and the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents had not expected they would be tasting defeat instead of conquering this land in the east, after they finally found a way to invade it. Black dragon-like gusts burst out of the giant growing whirlpool. The energy of unknown elements had taken the form of hundreds of dragons coiling in the sky. They were circling the king of undead like servants. They would suddenly transform into savage beasts, pouncing fiercely at the white pharaoh. The black dragon winds were extremely powerful. One of them accidentally ended up in the square trek plain, and immediately eliminated a huge troop of underworld creatures. The unstoppable dragon wind lingered in the area for quite some time after eliminating the underworld creatures. The rest of the underworld army froze like statues. They had completely lost the will to fight any further. More than 100 black dragon gusts had accumulated in the whirlpool above. They were chasing after the pharaoh. The pharaoh used his staff of office to nullify the terrifying gusts while dodging them continuously. The black dragon winds had obviously expended a huge amount of the king of undead's energy. After releasing the dragon gusts, the king of undead remained still to recover his energy. The pharaoh finally nullified the dragon winds, giving him an opportunity to counterattack the king of undead. However, the pharaoh did not retaliate. He instead glanced at the underworld army that had been forced to withdraw to an area within 20 kilometers of the pyramid. His underworld army was already losing. His staff had begun to crack while he was nullifying the dragon winds. Most importantly, he was not sure whether his opponent was putting up an act as bait, or his opponent was actually recovering his energy and giving him a chance to counterattack. Khufu could see the confidence in the king of undead's eyes, being someone who had lived for thousands of years. He had also seen the king of undead's outstanding magic. He did not believe that the king of undead was standing still because he was trying to catch his breath. However, his army was obviously at a disadvantage. If he did not defeat the ancient ruler of China, his army was only going to be crushed even more. Damn it, how dare that stupid human tell him that China was weak and vulnerable? How dare he say that the underworld army could easily invade their land? To think that he was actually going up against an ancient civilization bold enough to challenge his kingdom, and it resulted in such a great loss to his forces. Even Osiris began to feel distressed about the loss of strength. Another 20 kilometers, and his mausoleum would be under attack. An undead was able to live for so long mainly because of their mausoleum. The pharaoh believed the king of undead had a magnificent palace for himself, too. If he could claim the king of undead's palace, he might become the true god of the underworld and have total control over the world of the dead. He might even be able to challenge the god of darkness. There can be only one king in the underworld, Khufu said to the king of undead in a cold voice. The ancient king knew Khufu was not referring to his kingdom of undead when he mentioned the underworld. The entire world of the undead could be referred to as the underworld. The pharaoh was in charge of Egypt's underworld, while the ancient king ruled China's underworld. Other countries had their underworlds too, but they were not really worth mentioning. Either one of them could easily dominate those other underworlds with ease. The ancient king had long lost interest in invading and dominating other underworlds. It had been thousands of years since he had entered his mausoleum. His ambition to rule the world had died with his flesh. The living world no longer belonged to him. Therefore, even when he had the chance to reclaim his capital city, he chose to turn around and stay under the ground alone. However, even if creatures that were born to fight had lost their flesh, when the cries of battle and the war drums rolled, they would still pick up their weapons and fight as long as they still had their souls. They might have lost the ambition to compete with the living, but the underworld did need a true ruler to keep an eye on the dead who were roaming in the living world, unwilling to die. There are still a lot of people like us, so I'll need them all to submit to me, the pharaoh declared. It was necessary to unite the underworld. Otherwise, they would never stand a chance against existences like the god of darkness, nor could they compete with the lord of the ocean. The king of Undead did not respond. Khufu needed more people to worship him. He was in need of greater power, but the ancient king had already achieved that long ago. He was an emperor of the entire nation when he was still alive, an incomparable king. His magic was so strong that no one could possibly match his strength. He was the inventor of the undead element and the strongest user of the earth element. Even the strongest totem beasts were in deep slumber in his territory. What else could he conquer? Nothing. There was nothing in the world that was worth his attention. However, Khufu was right about one thing. The underworld needed a ruler, and the underworld could only have one king. He had no intention of competing with the living, but it was indeed necessary to dominate the world of the dead. So, are you going to fight, or run away? The king of Undead asked. Khufu's face twisted. Egypt's corpse-preserving technique was clearly the top of the world. He looked no different than when he was alive. The king of Undead was quite interested in it. He did not like his current face, which was covered in the wrinkles of the dead. He wanted to look just like when he was still alive, so the king of Undead was very interested in Khufu's technique. Khufu had the urge to fight back. Once he succeeded and defeated the ancient king, the underworld army would be able to defeat the undead army, too. The tables would be turned, but it did not really matter anymore, since it was not the goal he had in mind. I'm relieved to learn that another old monster like me is still alive. This mysterious land in the east, I'm glad that I didn't waste my time coming here, Khufu proclaimed. So you've chosen to run away, the king of Undead retorted coldly. He was so straightforward that Khufu almost had the urge to pick up his broken staff and hurl it at him. War always takes time. This fertile land, this land full of heroic spirits, will eventually belong to me, Khufu. Khufu proclaimed. The king of Undead was unmoved, grinning disdainfully. He initially thought this Khufu was a brave leader who had decided to have a final showdown with him after sharing his ideas and beliefs, but it turned out that he was planning to retreat instead. Khufu summoned his golden chariot and returned to the pyramid. He purposely turned around and watched the king of Undead. He wanted to see if he was making the right choice. He wanted to see if the king of Undead was actually in a pinch. He wanted to know if he would actually win the battle if he chose to fight back. However, he noticed the king of Undead stopped recovering his energy as soon as he left. Khufu immediately felt a great chill running down his spine. The cunning jerk was indeed baiting him. He was lucky that he did not take the bait. Retreating was indeed the wiser decision. The golden chariot went to the top of the pyramid. The deathlight dimmed a lot after the pharaoh decided to retreat. Khufu would never admit to his people that he had taken the initiative to retreat. He was convincing his people that they would return one day. The underworld army began to withdraw. They had surged out from the pyramid like a tide, and went back into it the same way. The outline of the magnificent pyramid gradually faded away, before disappearing completely. Chapter 14:17. Return the Favor. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was like waking up from a dream. A nightmarish scene that was sending chills down one's spine was immediately replaced by familiar surroundings. Everything in the mind had suddenly vanished. The Great Pyramid of Giza had disappeared. The square trek plane had returned to normal, well, not exactly normal, since it was ravaged beyond recognition. The undead of the ancient capital were slowly retreating. They had obtained an outstanding victory. They did not have to celebrate it here in the living world. They could celebrate as long as they wished after returning to their territory. The king of undead returned to the mountain zombie shoulder. The mountain zombie seemed unsatisfied. He kept roaring in the direction the pyramid had disappeared in, like he was calling the Sphinx a cowardly dog. The Sphinx was most likely about to explode in rage. If he had not wasted too much time and energy fighting Demon Mo Fan, how could he possibly lose to the clumsy mountain zombie? My king, everyone has been waiting for too long. If they could satisfy their lust through battle, I believe many of the violent ones will be willing to stay put for some time, the Netherworld Queen said to the King of Undead in human language. Violent ones? Mo Fan asked, confused. The Netherworld Queen rolled her eyes. She was as seductive as a living human, or even more alluring. She said, the world of the dead is bigger than you could ever imagine. Not every ruler of the undead is willing to swear loyalty to our king. Some of the undead rulers who enjoy slaughtering the humans are already complaining. The truth is, it is unacceptable that the undead are forbidden from entering the living world. The dead cannot satisfy their desires for food and other things like humans. If they can't even satisfy their lust to kill, it will be no different than erasing their nature. The King of Undead turned around and stared at the Netherworld Queen. The Netherworld Queen realized she had said something wrong. She quickly dropped to her knees and lowered her head. Keep going, I'm listening, the King of Undead. I don't dare to. Say it, the King of Undead snapped coldly. The Netherworld Queen hesitated for a moment. She waited for her king to calm down a little before saying, the different tribes of undead have been fighting one another since they are forbidden to invade the living world. However, if all they are killing are just other undead, they will eventually doubt the purpose of being forbidden to invade the human world. Killing is the undead's only purpose to exist. If my king has granted the land to the living humans and decided not to interfere with their lives, we have to find a way to satisfy our people's desire to kill, like this battle. I believe you have felt it too, the respect and glory that your people have given you after claiming the victory. The King of Undead did not respond, but one could easily tell the answer from his emotion. They are like your children, they respect you and treat you as their father, but it's hard not to hold a grudge if you are forcing them to act against their nature. It will allow the enemy to provoke them to rebel against you. They might move to another underworld where they can satisfy their lust to kill. Therefore, isn't it better for us to find a way to satisfy their lust instead? If my king doesn't want to slaughter the living, we can declare war against the entire underworld. The underworld only needs one king, and I believe you are the only one worthy of the role, the Netherworld Queen finished. Khufu was already on the move. His army was massacring humans mainly to strengthen his kingdom. Killing had always been the most effective way for the undead to obtain more power. The two strongest kingdoms of undead in the world were in China and Egypt. Regardless of how the Wheel of Fortune was spinning, the two kingdoms would eventually have to fight one another, and the Battle of Square Trek Plain had served as the fuse. The Red Skeleton ruler stood to the side. He also desired to go to war, just like the Queen of the Netherworld. He wanted to kill. Even though he did not participate in the battle this time, the smell of blood lingering in the air was like fresh air energizing him. Do you think I'm the kind of person that is satisfied just by giving invaders a single slap to the face and calling it a day? The King of Undead said. The Netherworld Queen gasped in disbelief. Only the ancient king would describe killing hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the enemy's army as a slap to the face. It seems that my king has already planned to return the favor. Pardon me for talking too much, the Netherworld Queen smiled. Kill them all, the mountain zombie roared with excitement and utter stubbornness. Mo Fan was left speechless for some time. Return the favor? It was something that Mo Fan never thought of. It was already a miracle that they were able to drive the enemy away from the Square Trek Plain. We need rifts that will bring us to their underworld. The King of Undead turned and looked at Mo Fan. You're asking me to open the rifts? Mo Fan pointed at himself. You can choose not to, the King of Undead said calmly. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh. To think that he would be triggering a war between two underworlds, Mo Fan strongly believed he was not fit for the job. It would mean he had to infiltrate a few of the famous pyramids in Egypt. The problem was, even some of the forbidden mags would not dare to do such a thing, let alone an advanced mage like him. Wouldn't he be courting his death? To his relief, the king of Undead was understanding. He did not force him to do it. However, Mo Fan heard the second half of the reply before he could relax. I will withdraw the rule stopping the Undead from invading human territories. I have to take care of my people either way. Mo Fan was left speechless. Such bait! The chief military instructor had already become like this, yet his personality of entrapping people was still the same. Mo Fan almost believed that the chief military instructor had shown up with his army to save his life, but it turned out that he was still too young and naive. It's not like I can demonize anytime I want. I'm just a petty advanced mage without the demon element's power. I will die if I try to enter a pyramid, Mo Fan said. I thought you weren't afraid of dying. Don't worry, I'll lend you a hand. Besides, we never said that we were going to do it right now. We'll have to make some preparations and choose the lucky day, the Netherworld Queen said. The lucky day, Mo Fan was lost for words. Mo Fan suddenly felt like there was no way he could run away. Not long ago, he was despising the Black Vatican for betraying their own kind by opening the gates for the underworld creatures. Little did he know, he would soon be a gate opener, too. Luckily, he was opening the gates to Egypt's underworld instead. It was China's Undead declaring war against Egypt's Undead, getting their revenge from the invader. It was a tough job, yet Mo Fan had no choice but to accept it. The ancient capital had yet to recover from the Great Calamity. The land desperately needed the peace provided by the rule forbidding the Undead from entering it. Judging from the Netherworld Queen's words, the ancient king's decision had infuriated lots of the Undead rulers. If they were not allowed to vent their frustrations on the living, the only way left was by declaring war against another underworld. Egypt was constantly being invaded by Undead too, mainly because the underworld had gradually become stronger, and they needed a way to satisfy their lust for battle. It seemed like Mo Fan would have to speak with Egypt's authorities. The two Undead emperors had decided to have a showdown with one another, and he would be the one pulling the strings. Chapter 14:18. Sit on my lap and move yourself. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The long-awaited sunlight penetrated through the dull clouds that were slowly dissipating, and shone upon the land. The remains of the Undead immediately turned to ashes as soon as they made contact with the sunlight. When the sunlight completely shone down, ashes glowing slightly with heat drifted in the air. It looked like some kind of spectacular ritual was being held in the North Valley. The ashes eventually fell back to the ground, to serve as nutrients to the soil. The land would be brimming with life once again in no time. The square trek plain could easily reclaim its original appearance with the help of plant and earth mags. The world had always been a cycle, destruction and regeneration, death and reproduction, fallen leaves returning to the roots. Humans had long adapted to it. Otherwise, why had they not gone extinct yet? The authorities had decided to settle the victims of the destroyed cities in Feihuang City. They were planning to develop Feihuang City into a metropolis, a foundation for the people in the north, similar to the ancient capital's role in China's central plain. Whenever a disaster occurred, the cities, towns, and villages scattered across the North Valley would have to seek shelter from bigger cities. The same thing had repeated numerous times throughout history, so the new changes were necessary to ensure their survival. However, it also meant the safe zone would be shrinking. The space available would be reduced, limiting the resources available to them. As a result, the mags would have to carry a heavier burden on their shoulders. As a matter of fact, apart from the North Valley, the cities along the coastline for over 20,000 kilometers were undergoing the same plan of merging with other cities to form metropolises. The safe zone had already shrunk significantly while Mo Fan and the others were busy in the North Valley. Even Mo Fan was quite surprised when he heard the news. Everything was turned on its head in just less than a month, literally. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. They had no idea what was happening in the east while they were in the North Valley. They only received the news a few days after the battle with the Underworld creatures, while Feihuang City was being transformed into one of the main headquarter cities of their country. I bet Mo Fan still has no clue what's happening. There are side effects to using the demon element. We sent him to the Parthenon Temple right away. We have no choice but to rely on the Parthenon Temple, since we can't really treat his injuries, Lingling told him. The Parthenon Temple purposely sent someone over to pick up Mo Fan. Lingling knew the person was Xinxia's trusted subordinate, so she gladly handed Mo Fan over. The rest of the group were close to full recovery after resting for more than 10 days, but Mo Fan would most likely have to stay at the Parthenon Temple for a few months. First, he had to cultivate in seclusion, since his cultivation had declined after using the demon element. Second, the wounds on his face and the unbelievable injuries he got from the battle would take a long time to heal, even with the Parthenon Temple's help. It's a relief that Xinxia is there. Otherwise, Mo Fan would really be going to join the undead, Zhao Manyang observed. Zhao Manyang went to Greece when he left Basha to claim his blessing of the God Seal. Zhao Manyang knew it would improve his strength significantly, so he could not afford to miss out on the great opportunity. Normally, the Parthenon Temple would not give anyone the blessing of the God Seal after they had missed it, but Zhao Manyang was able to claim it with Xinxia's help. Mo Fan did not find out Zhao Manyang was coming back with his sixth sense. He actually heard it from Xinxia, so he knew where to wait until Zhao Manyang showed up. Even my troops have been relocated to the east. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, Zhong Xiaohu spoke up. Yeah, something so serious is happening in the east while we were busy with the battle here. To be honest, I still feel like I'm going to suffocate whenever I think about it. I wonder what Mo Fan will think when he sees everything has changed after he comes back, Zhao Manyang agreed. Luckily, Chairman Xiao Zheng insisted on carrying out the threat elimination strategy despite the disapproval from the other authorities. Otherwise, it's impossible to imagine what's going to happen, Lingling said. Yeah, it explains why Chairman Xiaozheng is searching for the totem beasts. I'm afraid our country isn't strong enough to face a calamity on such a scale, Zhao Manyang nodded. Either way, let's do our best, Zhong Xiaohu said. Speaking of which, Feihuang City has also become a new headquarters, with Fanxue Mountain as a part of it, Lingling observed, a bit surprised, after taking a look at the distribution of the headquarter cities. Let me have a look. Zhao Manyang moved to see. Feihuang City had indeed become an important headquarters facing the South China Sea. Fanxue Mountain was to the north of Feihuang City, with mountains in the west and the ocean in the east. Hangzhou headquarters city was located to the north of Fanxue Mountain. It seems like Fanxue Mountain is going to change dramatically soon, too, Zhao Manyang mused. I wonder if Sister Ningxue can deal with the pressure. Those in power will try everything to seize control of Fanxue Mountain, including the renowned clans. They will do anything to claim Fanxue Mountain as theirs, Lingling said. Greece, the Parthenon Temple. Mount Shima was to the south of the Mountain of the Goddess, the best place to enjoy the spectacular view of the ocean. It was normally used as a recovery place for important personnel of the Parthenon Temple. Many young and beautiful women were proud of serving on Mount Shima. The Mountain of the Goddess mostly consisted of women, it was many men's dream to stay on Mount Shima. In a delicate mansion surrounded by a few flying flower trees, beautiful sparrows were enjoying the desserts left on the coffee table in a glass corridor. The soothing sunlight warmly lit up the surroundings. The rocks were shimmering like the waves on the sea. A few young women were giggling while chatting softly. It was like paradise. Imagine waking up in a place like this, where happiness and soothing sea breeze would hit one in the face. The curtains drifted elegantly as one was enjoying the spectacular view of the sky and the ocean merging with one another in the horizon, and the pleasant scent emanating from the flying flower trees. Is that so? The Mr. Living here is the one that captured a red cardinal alive? But he looks so young, one of the women whispered. Why would I lie to you? It's real. He's so impressive, no one has ever captured a red cardinal alive before. That's strange, he kept saying lewd things to us. He doesn't look like someone impressive, one of the women blushed. Ah, it's the Saintess. She's here again. Quick, we have to greet her. Mo Fan suddenly heard the women uttering respectfully in Greek. He did not understand them. However, they were chit-chatting in English just a moment ago. Mo Fan slouched on the bench as he waited. You don't have to follow me, a soothing voice said, followed by a series of footsteps. They sounded like heels tapping rhythmically on the floor. Mo Fan could imagine the elegant legs wearing them. Massage my shoulders, Mo Fan said, without turning around. A pair of soft hands landed on Mo Fan's shoulder. He squinted while enjoying it. Why did he even bother trying to be a hero? Wasn't it better to just enjoy his life here? Besides, Xinsha could easily support him. It was not bad to live off a woman. My legs are a little sore too, give them a little hammering, Mo Fan ordered. Mo Fan soon felt a warm hand touching his thigh on a sensitive spot. A surge of electricity went up his thigh. Mo Fan almost lost control of himself and pounced on the little sheep he had long been interested in like a starving wolf. Are you tired of having this thing? An alluring voice suddenly asked coolly. Mo Fan immediately realized he had pounced on the wrong person. He quickly rose to his feet and looked at the woman with an awkward face. I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding, I thought you were Xinsha. Mo Fan lowered his head and looked at little Mo Fan. He could feel a chill surging through it, as if a warm hand would pinch his manly part into pieces in any second. He believed Asheruya was the kind of person that would do something like that. Does your Xinsha even wear heels? Do you really think I'm unaware of what your perverted brain is thinking? I'll feed it to the dogs if you do that again next time. Asheruya blatantly flicked little Mo Fan with her finger. Mo Fan cried out in pain, but for some reason, the little guy was even stiffer when the woman's finger made contact with it. Aren't you going to tell the truth yet? Asheruya sat down and blinked her eyes in a seductive manner. Didn't I already tell you? I sneaked into the Black Vatican and saw the Cold Prince alone, so I knocked him out and abducted him. It was as simple as that. Mo Fan said. Are you treating me as a 3-year-old, or are you treating the Cold Prince as a 3-year-old? Asheruya clearly did not believe Mo Fan's bullshit. However, she was extremely curious about how Mo Fan had managed to capture the Red Cardinal alive. The whole world was shocked when China's enforcement union announced that they had captured a Red Cardinal alive. It could easily be called a historical moment. It was definitely a serious blow to the Black Vatican. It also served as a great inspiration for those that were standing up against the Black Vatican. After all, no one had ever captured a Red Cardinal before, allowing the Black Vatican to grow and act recklessly. I've already told you everything. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. By the way, this is such a good place to cultivate. My cultivation has already recovered, and I can even feel a breakthrough coming. I've decided to cultivate in seclusion here for some time to improve my strength, Mo Fan said. Humph, do you think you can just stay here as you please? Yi Xinsha has given up some of her benefits to earn you the spot. I bet you still have no idea what's happening in the outside world, don't you? Asheruya said. Well, Mo Fan indeed had no idea. He did not have a phone with him, and the place did not Wi-Fi either, since it was used for cultivating in seclusion and recovering from injuries. It was secluded from the rest of the world, so Mo Fan had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Let's trade, tell me what I want, and I'll tell you what's happening out there, Asheruya said. That won't be necessary. I will know what's happening once I'm done here. What do you want then? Sit on my lap and move yourself. I am honest when I'm gratified, Mo Fan said shamelessly, while looking up and down at Asheruya's alluring body. Chapter 14-19 Convalesce and Cultivate. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Asheruya's eyes widened. Her pale face blushed alluringly. Mo Fan was a little surprised by her reaction. Was she really considering his request? Should he tell her the truth if she really sat on his lap and twerked? Brother Mo Fan, should I come back later? A voice said behind Mo Fan. Mo Fan's expression shifted right away. He turned around in disbelief. Xinxia had arrived without him knowing. The woman called Fiona was pushing her wheelchair, glaring at him with utter contempt. On the other hand, Xinxia's face was gradually becoming prettier while remaining expressionless. Hee, Sister Xinxia, I told you letting him stay is showing the wolf into the house. Look at how outrageous and bold he is. He's been acting so shamelessly to me, let alone the maids that wouldn't dare resist him. They too have good looks and outstanding physiques. Asheruia giggled like a little fox when she saw Mo Fan's face freezing. Asheruia rose to her feet and left after finishing the sentence. Her seductive giggle was still echoing in the room. Mo Fan immediately felt his balls hurting. He did not expect Xinxia to show up while he was fooling around with Asheruia. What was he supposed to do now? Xinxia, I was telling her to treat herself at home, Mo Fan explained with an awkward smile. Xinxia was no 3-year-old. She was well aware of what Mo Fan meant, especially after she had known him for so long. Humph, such a shameless man you are. Fiona pushed Xinxia to Mo Fan's side with a curse before taking her leave. Mo Fan did not know how to explain himself. He looked at Xinxia's face. Even though the girl usually wore a gentle and quiet look, Mo Fan knew her cheeks would swell slightly whenever she was mad. It was so adorable when she was still young, Mo Fan would sneakily kiss her on the cheeks. However, Mo Fan believed he would most likely be rejected if he was to kiss her now. He might have to wait for quite some time before he could touch her again. Xinxia, your earrings are so pretty. Look at their shine, it's perfectly setting off the redness on your cheeks and the perfect shape of your face. Mo Fan believed he had to say something. He quickly came up with the compliments. Don't you dare switch the topic. Xinxia snapped. All right, I'm sorry, I promise you I won't flirt randomly with other girls again, Mo Fan said in a serious manner. So you will still flirt with girls that you think are suitable and impressive as long as you are serious and have made up your mind. Xinxia persisted. Since when are you so clever and eloquent? How did you know what I'm thinking? TSK, you've indeed learned a lot since you became a saintess. You are smart enough to know if people are trying to take advantage of you. Mo Fan complimented her shamelessly. I'm still angry. Xinxia fumed. What is there to be angry about? I'm just fooling around, since I'm too bored. You do know there's no Wi-Fi here. I don't even have friends to bullshit with here. It's normal for men to have lewd thoughts when they are bored. I didn't even know what I was talking about, but I can promise you that I wasn't thinking of doing anything. Mo Fan swore. Does she come here often? Xinxia asked. Who? Asheruia? Yeah, she comes here quite often. Why do I feel like she has too much free time? Mo Fan said. The Parthenon Temple is split into 3 factions now. 1, consisting of mostly aged authorities, is following Azisha. Another faction has sworn loyalty to Asheruia, and the last one is supporting me. The 3 candidates are on equal footing now. I believe it will stay the same until the next election, Xinxia said. She's not an enemy, but she isn't a friend either, you do have to watch out for her still, Mo Fan warned. Xinxia nodded. Asheruia was far more capable than Xinxia had expected, having managed to gather a lot of support after what happened to Azisha. Xinxia was still considered a newcomer, so Asheruia ended up gaining a lot of support. Xinxia initially thought Azisha was her only competitor, yet it suddenly turned into a 3-way competition. That being said, it was not necessarily unfavorable to her. She knew it was impossible for her to challenge Azisha with her current influence and wisdom. Asheruia's intervention had given her some time to catch her breath and prepare herself. She had taken some of the burdens on Xinxia's shoulders away, giving her time to equip herself with knowledge and gather resources and connections. How is senior sister Lingqing? Mo Fan asked. Lingling was very worried about her sister Lingqing. The Cold Prince had been arrested. He would be executed after he was pronounced guilty, according to the official procedures. Lingqing was the one who had sacrificed the most in the series of incidents. Mo Fan really hoped she was fine. Her condition is now stable. She should be able to recover in half a year, but it will take a long time for her cultivation to fully recover, Xinxia said. That's good to know, Mo Fan sighed in relief. Xinxia pouted when she saw Mo Fan's reaction. It turned out that staying at the Parthenon Temple was the right choice for her. Otherwise, there was nothing she could do apart from wait on her wheelchair if she was to return to the Magic City. She did not mind waiting, but she would prefer to be able to help instead. Didn't you always mention Wang Xiaojun from Hangzhou to me? His situation is similar to Senior Sister Lang Qing's situation. You can bring him to me after I'm done with Senior Sister Lang Qing. I should be able to wake him up, Xinxia said. Really? That's great. Mo Fan was overjoyed. The vicious councilman Luo Mian had devoured young Wang Xiaojuan's soul, turning him into an empty soulless shell. His body was currently preserved by the Research Union of Hangzhou's Magic Association. Mo Fan had always kept him in his thoughts. He would visit him every time he went to Hangzhou. It would be the best if Xinxia could wake him up. That way, his heavenly eagle's sacrifice would not be in vain. Mo Fan saw Xinxia sitting quietly beside him after he recovered from his joy. She seemed perfectly normal, but Mo Fan could still see a hint of fatigue from her eyes. He immediately felt sorry for her. He said, "Isn't it too harsh for you?" Xinxia shook her head and said, "It's actually very fulfilling to be able to do your best. It might be tiring to prepare for the election, but it can be very meaningful, too. I'll come visit you more often," Mo Fan promised. I'll be very happy, as long as you aren't dying every time you visit me," Xinxia replied. Mo Fan awkwardly scratched his head. The side effects of using the demon element were quite serious. Even though Mo Fan had collected enough soul essences to pay off the debt, his body and soul still suffered serious injuries from using the demon element too frequently. Luckily, the Parthenon Temple was like his private garden. He could enjoy the best medicine, blessing, and healing magic as he wished. Otherwise, his cultivation would have declined more than just a level. The strain to his body and soul for using the demon element was just unbearable. He had to refrain from using the demon element for a year or two, even if he managed to fill the essence orb. Mo Fan would have to be more cautious if the demon element was not available. The Heresy Judgment Court was still waiting to put him on trial. If they ended up declaring his existence a heresy, he would have no chance of defending himself. Mo Fan had recovered swiftly with the help of Xinxia's blessing element. Since his cultivation was still too weak, he decided to cultivate in seclusion after he had recovered from his injuries. Mount Shimmer of the Parthenon Temple was a remarkable place to cultivate at. It felt like the place had gathered the essence of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Any mage would benefit a lot from cultivating here, regardless of their cultivation level. Mo Fan was already in a rush to hunt down the Black Vatican after Little Loach had just evolved recently. He did not have the time to cultivate with a peaceful mind. Therefore, he had decided to utilize the perfect environment of the Parthenon Temple to improve his elements. Even with Little Loach's help, he still needed quite some time, due to the number of elements he had. Little Loach's recent upgrade multiplied Mo Fan's rate of cultivation fivefold. Mo Fan realized his rate of cultivation had slowed down after he achieved the advanced level. It was reasonable, since he would need a lot more resources as his cultivation progressed further. The underground holy spring was no longer able to satisfy the needs of his galaxies. If Little Loach had not absorbed the totem power of the moon moth phoenix, Mo Fan had no idea how long it would have taken for his cultivation to improve again. Mo Fan was planning to stay at the Parthenon Temple for some time. It would be the best if he could improve all 5 of his elements to the 3rd tier of the advanced level. In the past, it would take Mo Fan a long time to improve all 5 of his elements to the 3rd tier of the advanced level, but was now possible now. His rate of cultivation was 8 times faster with the sacred light of the Parthenon Temple and Little Loach's help. He would have needed at least a few years for all 5 of his elements to reach the 3rd tier, but he might be able to do it in less than half a year now. Once his fire element reached the 3rd tier, he would be able to merge with Little Flame Bell again. Little Flame Bell was now at the peak of the commander level. Her strength would further increase after merging with him, especially if he could find a perfect soul-grade seed. He could not wait to see how strong his third soul-grade seed would be. The lightning element was still Mo Fan's strongest element. The blessing of the God Seal had doubled its base damage. Used together with the lightning Tyrant, lightning spells that were amplified 12-fold could kill a commander level in an instant. He might even be able to invent a move comparable to a super-level spell after conducting the lightning through his own body. Chapter 1420. Viscera Hunters. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's shadow element had improved significantly after he acquired the Fiendish Knight. Mo Fan believed he could easily defeat most advanced mags when he recalled Beijiang's Dark Swamp domain and his ability to summon numerous shadows to flank his foes. His summoning element had huge room for improvement, but it was not something he could achieve just by cultivating diligently. Lingling mentioned that a summoner was able to sign a second contract. They could also summon a real horde of beasts with the summoning gate. He could take on 100 enemies on his own if he could afford to spend lots of time and resources on improving his summoning element. The space element had unlimited potential, too. Mo Fan was unsure if he could achieve the third tier of the advanced level of his space element within the time he had. The space element relied heavily on his mental strength, so he still had a long way to go. The path of cultivation had always been an extremely boring process, a self-torture that required great discipline. During the first few days, every mage had a strong urge to give up, but after they were immersed in the process, they would fully blend into their spiritual world. Time would flow a lot quicker, and they would slowly experience the joy of exploring their spiritual world. Luckily, Mo Fan had long gotten used to the process. He was able to enter the right mental state quicker than most people. He was extremely patient and knew how to think outside of the box, too. He slowly peeled away the layers of the barrier. It felt like he was able to see further across the universe with every layer he stripped away. He was able to obtain more energy and different powers from the stars, too. Mo Fan had learned something after reaching the advanced level. The orbits, patterns, constellations, and palaces used to align the stars were only the basics to casting spells. When a mage's control over the element was strong enough to create a domain and accumulate the energy particles of the respective element, the mage would be able to alter the form of the magic to achieve entirely different results. It was referred to as the derivation of spells. Normally, deriving a new spell relied heavily on the combination of soul-grade seeds and domains, and how familiar the mage was with their stars. When a mage could easily construct a fire constellation mentally, they could easily manipulate the fire spell, too. A mage that did not know how to invent their own magic was not worthy to be called a strong advanced mage. The more adept they were at aligning the stars and drawing the star orbits, star patterns, and star constellations, the greater their control over the element, allowing them to manipulate the element and invent their own magic. It all came down to how good they were at controlling their stars. A star constellation consisted of 343 stars, which intertwined to form 49 star orbits, and further combined into 7 brilliant star patterns. However, a mage had to figure out the quickest way to construct it themselves. Where should they start? Where should they end? Should they construct the star patterns simultaneously, or should they construct them consecutively? Different mags had their own ways of doing it, their own habits, and their own preferences. Mo Fan was able to cast basic spells instantaneously after he was able to construct star orbits with a single thought. He now had a new challenge, constructing a star pattern with a single thought. Once he was able to construct a star pattern with a single thought, he would be able to cast an intermediate spell in an instant. Mo Fan had upgraded many of his intermediate spells to the 5th tier. Once he was able to cast Fiery Fist, 9 Serpents and Thunderbolt, lightning chains with a single thought, his strength would surely improve significantly. To the east of Feignao City, the Pacific Ocean. The reefs that were visible every time the tide fell were no longer around. Sailors would use the reefs as reference points for their navigation. They would refer to the reefs if their navigation devices were not working properly. The sea level is still slowly rising, an old mage said helplessly. Xiaoyu was on the ship's deck. She was wearing a tight outfit which perfectly displayed her alluring curves. The straight hair reaching her shoulders was perfectly set off by her icy yet beautiful face. It must be around here. We can only follow our instincts now, a water mage replied. Look, there are things floating over there. Steer the ship to it. The ship quickly headed for the area with the floating objects. Several Heavila-fested corpses were swaying in the waves. It seemed like something had dug out all the organs inside the bodies, causing them to float on the surface instead of sinking to the bottom of the ocean. It must be the Viscera hunters. Damn it, they've killed all the scouts we've sent out, the old mage grumbled furiously. Yeah, we obviously lacked intel on the sea monsters. We don't know how big their army is, what species they have, nor do we know when they are going to attack. We should leave at once. If the Viscera hunters are roaming in this area, we might end up as their prey, too. The ship began to make its way back. There were strange movements on the surface of the ocean. Layou frowned when she heard something. She told the captain, "Pick up the pace, something is coming." The captain immediately ordered the crew to sail at full speed without any hesitation. The heavy pressure slowly dissipated as the ship bore away at full speed. The ship eventually returned to Figh City. Figh City was still being transformed into a headquarters city. Construction was happening everywhere. Both the structures on the ocean and the appearance of the city indicated that the city was only making slow progress. A commander quickly came up to the ship and asked, "How is the situation out there?" "The Viscera hunters found us. I feel like they already know we are planning to turn the city into a headquarters city. They are slowly gathering toward the city," the old mage reported. "Don't tell me they are planning to invade the entire coastline. It's too sudden. We would struggle to ensure the safety of the city with our current numbers, not to mention that the sea monsters are obviously under the lead of a ruler. They are going to focus on the areas where we are building the defenses. We have already lost a few thousand kilometers of the coastline over the past few months. At this rate, every city in the east is going to end up part of the ocean." Commander Huang Kuan cursed. The rising sea level has allowed the sea monsters to move freely. Who would have expected the sea monsters to invade so suddenly? Chairman Xiao Zheng made the right call when he insisted on carrying out the threat elimination strategy, yet the threat doesn't cover just 5,000 kilometers of the coastline, but the entire coastline in the east, from Liaodong to Hainan. We must eliminate the Viscera hunters. Otherwise, they are going to lead a huge army of sea monsters to us while we are building the headquarters city, Layou deduced. The ocean is their territory. Most of the people that are allocated here, including Commander Huang Kuan, are land troopers. They are not good at fighting in the ocean. It won't be easy to eliminate the Viscera hunters, the old mage sighed. I think we should let Fanshui Mountain handle it. Wasn't Fanshui Mountain reluctant to be incorporated into the military? If you insist on having your own say in Figh headquarters city, you'll have to do something impressive to convince us. Li Ting of the Dali clan broke in with a cold harumph. Chapter 1421. Pudong Sea. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport. Mo Fan was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The young man who considered himself a handsome role model for the country was putting up a facade. He was worried that some teenage girls who were his fans would recognize him, bringing him some unwanted attention. "Sir, we've verified your identity. You are not the wanted criminal we are looking for. You may leave now." The guard saluted him and gave Mo Fan his passport back. Mo Fan's expression was extremely dark. He began to wonder if he was living in ancient times. Why did no one recognize him, after he had done so many shocking things? It had been the worst day for Mo Fan. He initially planned to enjoy some time with Xinsha in the morning, but that old woman Tata had to come and disturb their private time. Furthermore, not only was he late for the flight, he was brought straight into a room to be interrogated after being mistaken for a criminal. Seriously, have they ever seen such a handsome criminal? Mo Fan was too lazy to waste his time with the guards. Speaking of which, doesn't the flight always go to Pudong? Why is it landing in Hongqiao now? The airport is so crowded, Mo Fan grumbled as he headed for the exit. Are you referring to Pudong International Airport? The guard asked. Yeah, Mo Fan said. How long have you been away? The guard looked at Mo Fan like he was an alien. Less than half a year. Why? Did they relocate Pudong International Airport? Mo Fan asked. That area has already turned into Pudong Sea. Even the biggest plane in the world wouldn't dare to land in the area where Pudong International Airport was, the guard informed him. What do you mean by that? Mo Fan asked, confused. It looks like you really have no idea. The coastline is soon going to fall to the sea monsters. The cities will be devoured by the ocean, too, the guard went on. Is it really that serious? I'm telling you, I'm not a fool, don't you try to trick me. Mo Fan blurted out. The guard was amused when he saw how reluctant Mo Fan was to believe him. He did not argue any further, merely saying, feel free to go take a look yourself. Mo Fan was utterly confused as he made his way to the basement parking lot. Zhao Manyang had been waiting there for some time. He had a cigarette between his lips, had dyed his hair golden just like old times and wore ear piercings. He was well dressed and attracted a lot of attention when he stood beside his luxurious car. Look at you, aren't you worried that someone from your clan is going to recognize you? Mo Fan jibed. Which is why I have to go even more overboard. Get in, check my new ride out. Enjoy its beastly roar as it traverses the city, Zhao Manyang replied, revving up the engine. I could enjoy a ride, let's go to Pudong, Mo Fan suggested. Pudong. Zhao Manyang was stunned. What is it? Is the area off limits? Mo Fan asked. I'll need a speedboat if you want to visit Pudong, Zhao Manyang answered. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Have you been secluded from the world for half a year? I don't believe you are the kind of person that doesn't surf the internet, read the news, or listen to rumors, Zhao Manyang shook his head. That actually sums up how I've spent my time for half a year. I've only been cultivating. The Parthenon Temple doesn't even have Wi-Fi, and mobile signals are blocked, too. I was living the life of a caveman, Mo Fan replied. I won't be able to explain it in a few words. I'll bring you there if you really want to go. Let's hope you're ready for it. Zhao Manyang rolled down the windows and slammed on the gas. He drove out of the car park recklessly, triggering a series of angry horns. Zhao Manyang got on the highway and drove at an insane speed. Mo Fan felt refreshed when he saw the Magic City and its modernity after so long, especially after he had spent such a long time living on a mountain. Humans could not afford to live in nature for too long. The greenness, fresh air, and pleasant scent of nature were not as relaxing as the haze of the Magic City. Is this the way to Pudong? Mo Fan asked when he felt something was wrong. We're going to Baoshan, it's safer there, Zhao Manyang said. Safer? Mo Fan's thoughts were full of question marks. When they arrived at Baoshan district, Mo Fan could already see the ocean in the distance from the highway. Something felt extremely odd to him. Something keeps bothering me, Mo Fan said. It must be the ocean, Zhao Manyang said. Exactly, I don't recall seeing the ocean from here before. Why does it feel like the sea is suddenly so close to the city? Mo Fan wondered aloud. It's because the sea level has risen, Zhao Manyang said. He quickly shifted gears and overtook a car that was speeding, too. He raised his middle finger in the air, and since the roof was open, the other car could clearly see his action. The sea level has risen? Why would that even matter? Mo Fan asked. Are you seriously that uneducated? The rise in sea level is a serious problem. A single meter is enough to submerge many islands across the world. If it rises by 10 meters, do you know how much our territory is going to shrink? Do you know how easily the sea monsters could invade us now that they can move freely? Zhao Manyang asked. Oh, that sounds reasonable. So how many meters did the sea level rise? Mo Fan asked. He sounded like he still had no idea how serious the situation was. Do you know why I'm not driving all the way to Pudong? Zhao Manyang replied. How would I know? Maybe there's a huge storm there. We do need a boat if there's a storm. Holy crap, are you telling me that Pudong is drowned too? Mo Fan suddenly realized what was going on after recalling what the guard told him. We have arrived. Take a look yourself. Zhao Manyang drove into Baoshan Fortress. Baoshan had already turned into a fortress dam over 20 meters tall. Mo Fan initially thought the walls were tall buildings that had joined together. He abruptly realized that they were the walls of a dam instead. The dam was separating the city and the ocean, with many alert battle mages patrolling on the walls, as if they were expecting an attack. The dam went along the coastline of Baoshan District and extended onto Yangpu District. It even connected with Hongkou District and Jing'an District. The Huangpu River, which ran through the Magic City, had now turned into Huangpu Sea, connected with the East China Sea. Chapter 1422. A New Layou. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Magic City was split into Puxi and Pudong, with the Huangpu River as the boundary. Puxi was the historic center of the Magic City, but Pudong had been developing rapidly over the years, and had become an important part of the modern city. It was like a new generator helping the city to develop at an insane rate. Baoshan District was located at the estuary of the Huangpu River to the north of the Magic City, Shanghai. When Mo Fan looked down from the wall, he discovered that the other half of the land split by the Huangpu River, the land of Pudong, had completely disappeared. It was replaced by the grey-blue water of the ocean. An entire landscape of remarkable size had disappeared just like that. Mo Fan would never have believed it if he did not see it with his own eyes. Now do you realize how terrifying the rising sea level is? Zhao Manyang inquired bluntly. Mo Fan nodded with a blank face. Mo Fan initially thought the sea level had only risen by a little, so it was nothing worth mentioning. However, the truth was that every meter that the sea level rose was already quite terrifying. Most lands consisted of gradual slopes that slowly slid down into the ocean. If the sea level rose by a meter, a few hundred meters, or even thousands of meters of land could be submerged. Countless islands would vanish, while peninsulas would end up becoming new seas and coasts. What happened? How did it end up like this all of a sudden? Mo Fan blurted out. It felt like he was in the middle of a dream. Half of the Magic City had been submerged just like that. What exactly had happened in the past half a year? It was already happening when we were in the North Valley. It's the reason why a part of the army was allocated elsewhere. The sea level has risen significantly, submerging the former coastline along the east. Almost every city was drowned, expanding the area that the sea monsters can be active in. If the land is submerged, we just needed to evacuate the people further inland. It's inevitable, but the sea monsters are our biggest threat now. The coastline is no longer safe. We've allocated almost every land force to the coastline and are barely holding our ground, Zhao Manyang said. But if the sea level wouldn't just rise for no reason, right? Mo Fan was still struggling to accept the truth. Some experts say that something serious and unknown has happened in the Antarctic and the Arctic, causing the sea level to rise crazily. However, the Antarctic is a forbidden area to us humans. Even super mags will most likely die there. We have yet to find out what exactly happened there, but we just heard that a forbidden mage from England has died, Zhao Manyang said. But how? Mo Fan was astounded. Someone at the level of a forbidden mage had died. He died in Antarctica when he was searching for the truth. As a matter of fact, the Antarctic, Sahara Desert, and Bermuda Triangle are 3 forbidden areas we humans could go. Even the strongest mage will have trouble coming back from them alive. It's likely that the forbidden mage from England knew he had almost reached the end of his life, so he decided to go and seek the truth, but he still died in the end, Zhao Manyang told him. Mo Fan fell silent. He had heard about Antarctica from Panglai before. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's impressive lineage was said to have originated from Antarctica, but Mo Fan did not expect such a distant land to be the cause of the great disaster. It was too sudden and too unacceptable. I had the same reaction as you when I first saw it, but I can't help it. Despite how much I was struggling to believe it, despite how ridiculous it sounded, our territory has indeed been drowned by the seawater. The cities have become a part of the ocean. It's not just happening in our country, other countries along the coastline suffered the same fate. Our country is already quite fortunate. Chairman Xiaozheng spent a long time preparing for the disaster to minimize the loss, but the threat elimination strategy that he came up with only covered 5,000 kilometers of the coastline. Even he did not expect we'd be losing almost 20,000 kilometers of the coastline, Zhao Manyang murmured. Mo Fan sat down on a rock. He needed some time to digest the information. It was already happening in the east when they were fighting the Black Vatican and the Pyramid in the North Valley. It was serious enough to leave anyone helpless. I guess I'll try to accept it. Mo Fan leaned against the rock and glanced at the vast ocean. By the way, how is your cultivation going? How many of your elements have reached the saturation stage of the advanced level? Zhao Manyang asked. My cultivation is as insignificant as a fart compared to the matter on hand. Mo Fan grumbled. Don't be so dispirited. Every forbidden mage at the top of the world has gone through our current stage, too, Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fan always dreamt of saving the world when he was young. He was still proud of stopping the invasion of the Great Pyramid of Giza and capturing a red cardinal alive. He believed his contributions were enough for his name to be recorded in history. To his surprise, Mother Nature immediately gave Mo Fan a slap to the face. The layout of the entire world had changed when they were fighting the pyramid and while he was convalescing at the Parthenon temple. He felt he was about to suffocate when he realized how unfamiliar the world was to him. Even those that were enjoying their power peacefully in the cities are no longer able to rest easy. We don't even know how many years this war between humans and sea monsters is going to last, Zhao Manyang said. To be honest, I'm missing Mars. Earth is too dangerous, Mo Fan replied with a wry smile. Mo Fan lit a cigarette. It was strange how he was able to relax after taking a deep breath of the tobacco after learning the unbearable truth. Zhao Manyang was planning to talk to Mo Fan about Feignao City. He believed Mo Fan was still unaware of the plans to turn it into a headquarters city. He believed it was necessary to explain things to the brainless Mo Fan, since it was going to multiply Funxue Mountain's value at least 100-fold. He was about to speak when he saw several men and women in streetwear approaching them. The man leading them was wearing a headscarf. His arms were exposed, revealing the tattoos on them. The man walked up to Zhao Manyang and yelled fiercely, "Kid, aren't you the one that gave me the middle finger?" The others behind him immediately gloated. Everyone in Baoshan knew their brother Chio's temper. He would even berate someone from the military if they dared to step on his tail. Mo Fan was smoking his cigarette on the side. He realized something when he saw the people hooting at them. It did not matter how the world's layout had changed, these brainless rascals would always be around, and were as reckless as usual. However, he was quite relieved when he realized that the world still felt familiar to him. Chapter 1423. I've never seen anyone so good at bluffing. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The best remedy to the tightness in one's chest is beating the crap out of someone, Mo Fan murmured to himself, rising to his feet. Zhao Manyang smiled. He casually lit a new cigarette while looking at the rather good-looking girl toward the back of the group with a perverted look. He was curious why a girl with an unworldly temperament like her would be hanging out with these lowly rascals. Mo Fan did not use his magic. It was just a little brawl. He gave the man with the headscarf a punch to the face, stepped on the foot of the young man with a perm, and slapped a guy wearing spectacles in the face. Mo Fan took them all out in just a few rounds. He felt a lot better. He had to admit, if they had not shown up, he might have felt troubled and depressed for quite some time. Their appearance helped Mo Fan totally forget about the rising sea level temporarily. He was utterly grateful to them. They had reminded him that no matter how the world had changed, there were still a lot of idiots waiting to be trampled. There was still a lot of trash that he had to take care of, and a lot of girls waiting to be conquered. Life was never better. You dare hurt me? Do you know who I am? Do you know I can ask someone to come and shove your car into the sea right now? Headscarf Man yelled. He was clearly not done yet. He even threatened to call for backup to deal with Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan went close to the ledge and threw a punch at the seawater. A fiery fist gradually enlarged and roared with fury along in its path. It left an enormous hole on the surface of the ocean, evaporating the water instantly. The flames spread a few hundred meters further out, dyeing the sea blazing red. The street racers were dumbfounded. Mo Fan's punch could easily destroy a tank, let alone them, who were not even mags. Brother, it's been a misunderstanding. I was in the wrong first. Everyone in Baoshan calls me Brother Haizan, Seafood. I am the founder of Seafood Street. Please allow me to treat you the most expensive seafood here as a way to apologize. The man's attitude shifted immediately. Sounds good. I haven't eaten anything since I landed. Mo Fan nodded. He did not reject the offer. It's my honor to treat a powerful mage like you to a meal. It's my honor, a Headscarf Man said with a forced smile. Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan were pretty laid back. They did not bother rejecting Brother Haishin's offer. It was in fact the best way for the street racers to resolve the conflict, as they were wondering where they should go to enjoy some delicacies. The man's suggestion had solved their problem. As a matter of fact, they did not have to worry too much about the situation, since the only thing they could do was to accept it. As for the fate of mankind, it was something the forbidden mags and the leaders of the country had to worry about. After drinking some alcohol, Brother Haishin, who was named Lu Kai, had befriended Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. Lu Kai was the typical kind of guy that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Mo Fan was not too fussy about what Lu Kai had done. He was quite satisfied with the meal that Lu Kai had treated them to. After Mo Fan ate his fill, he received a message on his phone. It was from Chairman Xiao Zhang's secretary. Chairman Xiao Zhang had probably learned that he was back in the country. He promised Chairman Xiao Zhang to look for totem beasts to resolve the danger along the coastline. To his surprise, the danger had arrived so quickly, before he found the totem beasts. Even Chairman Xiao Zhang was taken by surprise. It was a relief that the country had such a reliable leader. Otherwise, it was difficult to imagine how much worse the situation would be. I'm done here. Chairman Xiao Zhang is asking me to meet him. I'll be going. Mo Fan rose to his feet and rejected Lu Kai's offer for more drinks. Zhao Manyang, as expected, was conversing with the good-looking girl. He had no choice but to leave with Mo Fan too. Are you seriously going to drink and drive? Just come with me, Mo Fan chided him. Where is the chairman? The Pearl Institute. The two rode the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and left in no time. The speed racers did not see Mo Fan summon the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. They were just surprised to see that Zhao Manyang had left his luxurious car behind. The good-looking girl was in shock, too. She was holding a car key in her hand. Zhao Manyang had asked her to drive the car back for him before he left. He did not even wait for a response from her. She had no idea what to do. Her heart was pounding heavily, looking at the luxurious car. Brother Kai, I've indeed learned a lot today, the man with spectacles said. Likewise, I've never seen anyone so good at bluffing. Fighting an enormous tree demon, catching a red cardinal alive, did they even say Chairman Xiao Zhang was asking for them? We might not be mags, but that doesn't mean we are idiots. Mo Fan arrived at the Pearl Institute. He was rather surprised when he found out that Chairman Xiao Zhang had actually chosen to meet him at his place. Mo Fan opened the door and took off his shoes. He immediately saw Mui Nujiao sitting on the couch, in a perfectly upright posture. She would normally have an elegant and noble temperament, yet she was clearly very nervous now. She had surprisingly ordered food delivery, as she was too tired to cook herself. When she opened the door, she was shocked to see Chairman Xiao Zhang with the takeaway food she had ordered. The chairman told her he stumbled into the delivery boy when he arrived, so he conveniently brought the food with him. Mui Nujiao's mind went blank for some time. She was utterly lost. She quickly invited the chairman inside and brewed a pot of tea for the leader of their country. Mo Fan went in and realized Chairman Xiaojing did not bring his secretary along. He had come alone. I actually graduated from here, too. Chairman Xiaojing smiled, as if he knew what Mo Fan was thinking. So you are our senior, then? Mo Fan sat opposite Chairman Xiaozheng. He gulped down the pot of expensive tea that Mui Nujiao had just brewed, as he was feeling a little thirsty. Mui Nujiao glared at Mo Fan helplessly. You've seen it? Xiaozheng asked. I just did. I'm very shocked, Mo Fan admitted. I miscalculated still, Xiaozheng let out a sigh. You've already done a great job minimizing the losses. I doubt anyone from the Asia Magic Association will doubt you again. I bet your political enemy Sulu is in a lot of trouble now. Mo Fan pointed out. Perhaps without Xiaozheng's preventive measures, he might not have stumbled into the street races today, nor would he have been able to enjoy takeaway food peacefully in his comfortable home. When everyone's life was in danger, they would no longer differentiate between one another, since everyone shared the same goal of trying to survive. We could have prevented a lot of things if Sulu hadn't intervened. That prick. Chairman Xiaozheng was angered as soon as Sulu's name was mentioned. He had the urge to tear the ash **** to pieces. It happened so quick, I wasn't able to find the totem beasts in time, Mo Fan sighed. You've already done a lot. The Prophet has told me about the Great Pyramid of Giza. I really don't know how I can pay you back. Chairman Xiaozheng replied. Chapter 1424. Have some fun being a councilman. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mui Nujiao was listening to the conversation, but soon realized she had no idea what they were talking about. The Great Pyramid of Giza? Weren't the pyramids in Egypt? Why did they sound like the Great Pyramid of Giza had appeared in their country instead? The incident related to the Great Pyramid of Giza had not been disclosed to the public. The evacuation of the people of the North Valley was described as an operation to relocate the people to the headquarters city instead. The people were already quite anxious after everything that happened. If they knew the northwest of their country was not safe either, the whole country would start to panic. They had already driven the Great Pyramid of Giza back, so the North Valley was now safe. However, they were worried that someone with malicious intent might be spreading rumors to disrupt the order of society. The authorities would struggle even further with preventive measures if the people were unwilling to cooperate. Therefore, Chairman Xiaozheng had come to express his gratitude to Mo Fan in person. He was already struggling to handle the danger along the eastern coastline. If a great disaster erupted inland too, where could the people be evacuated to? Even though the situation is currently under control after we sealed off the news, I'm afraid that people would lose all their hope if the invasion of the Underworld army was disclosed to the public. Can you please forgive me for not telling the public about it for now? Chairman Xiaozheng sounded like he was pleading. It's your call, it doesn't bother me at all, Mo Fan replied loftily. Han Ji had revealed the truth about the calamity of the ancient capital institute during the World College tournament, yet the people of their country still could not recognize Mo Fan. He was already utterly disappointed in them. The king of Undead was controlling the undead of the ancient capital. The Underworld army was unlikely to return. Mo Fan was worried that the people that had gone through the calamity of the ancient capital would lose their minds if the battle in the North Valley was disclosed. They were most likely going to suffer a mental breakdown if they knew two armies of undead were fighting one another in the North Valley, regardless of where they were from. We'll disclose the truth about the Great Pyramid of Giza together with Egypt after we're done setting up the headquarters cities, Chairman Xiaozheng said. Sure, Mo Fan nodded. By the way, you are the one that captured the Cold Prince alive. Do you want to interrogate him? We'll be handing him to the International Court of Justice tomorrow. The Holy Judgment Court will be putting him on trial, Chairman Xiaozheng said. Why would I bother interrogating scum like him? Just let the Holy Judgment Court hold on to him for some time and list all his crimes. Let's use him to send the Black Vatican a message and execute him on a fine day, Mo Fan said. It was necessary to punish an individual as an example to others. The members of the Black Vatican had been following the Red Cardinals blindly. They had even worshipped them, since their attempts to topple the world always went unpunished. Therefore, it was time to show the scum of the Black Vatican the fate of their beloved Red Cardinals when justice was being served. So you agree to hand him over to the Holy Judgment Court? Chairman Xiaozheng asked. I guess so. They are the professionals, after all. Mo Fan replied. I thought you would hold a grudge against them. I'll let them know that you've personally agreed to hand the Cold Prince over, so they will owe you a favor. That way, they won't trouble you again, Chairman Xiaozheng said. The Holy Judgment Court and the Heresy Judgment Court were constantly keeping an eye on Mo Fan, since they were weary of the demon element's power. The Heresy Judgment Court wanted to put Mo Fan on trial. They might end up forbidding the demon element. After all, someone had to be accountable for the tragedy at the Parthenon Temple. Mo Fan and the Black Totem Snake had killed a lot of people, too. Even though it had come to an end after they concluded it was a conspiracy by Mel Laura and the clergyman she had colluded with, Mo Fan was still guilty of his crimes. After Mo Fan captured the Cold Prince alive, Chairman Xiaozheng believed it was necessary to hand the Cold Prince over to the Holy Judgment Court, since he knew Mo Fan was still awaiting trial. The Holy Judgment Court could use him to keep the Black Vatican at bay, and it could also get rid of the world's doubts on the Holy Judgment Court's capabilities. Most importantly, the Holy Judgment Court would turn a blind eye to what Mo Fan had done at the Parthenon Temple too. The magic associations of the 5 continents would no longer hold the Black Totem Snake responsible for the tragedy of the Parthenon Temple, either. Mo Fan was not afraid of the Holy Judgment Court, but the Black Totem Snake's existence had just been accepted by the world. Things would be troublesome if the Parthenon Temple or the magic associations of the 5 continents took him away. The magic associations of the 5 continents even had forbidden mags. There's one more thing, Chairman Xiaozheng said. Chairman, why don't you just appoint me a councilman? I'm just a representative of the national team, Mo Fan grumbled. Ha ha ha, it's actually not a bad idea if you really want to be a councilman. You have earned the support of a lot of people. Besides, I don't think you will have any trouble becoming a super mage, either. If you could rule over a city, you would be ticking all the boxes. Should I just nominate you? Chairman Xiaozheng burst out laughing. Please don't, I've already gotten used to being a free man. Besides, didn't you already assign me the important mission of searching for the ancient totem beasts? Mo Fan waved his hand hastily. Mo Fan had never wanted to be a councilman. He just wanted to be a mage that could come and go as he pleased. He would not mind lending a hand within his capabilities when the country needed him. I do think you're close to meeting all the requirements. Do you have any idea how valuable your Figh mountain is right now? Chairman Xiaozheng smiled like a cunning fox. It was not a bad idea to appoint Mo Fan as a councilman. A lot of the councilmen were less impressive than Mo Fan. He might be clueless about politics and how to manage and rule an area, but he could easily delegate these responsibilities to some other officials. The councilman was just a symbol of office. Each councilman could be responsible for different things. What about Figh Mountain? Mo Fan asked with a confused face. Mu Ningxue had always been in charge of Figh Mountain, so Mo Fan was utterly clueless about its current situation. I believe you've heard a thing or two about the headquarters cities. Chairman Xiaozheng. Sort of, isn't it just merging the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and every town and village nearby, and placing them under some of the main cities? Mo Fan said. That's more or less the gist of it. The area that the sea monsters can move in has significantly expanded. The safe zone along the coastline has shrunk rapidly. A headquarters city is a new layout that we are implementing for the cities along the coastline. The politics, economy, transportation, and military of these cities will be heavily impacted, but it will also multiply the worth of real estate within these headquarters cities 100 or even 1,000 times. Your Figh Mountain is a part of Feignao headquarters city. The land there is spacious, with favorable terrain for defensive purposes. I believe a lot of people from the Tier 2 and 3 cities, and the towns and villages nearby, will be moving to the land of New Moon of your Figh Mountain, Chairman Xiaozheng told him. So you're saying that I'm going to make a fortune? Mo Fan said. If you can manage your Fanshui Mountain well, considering your reputation at the ancient capital and your contributions after winning the World College Tournament and the damage you've dealt to the Black Vatican, you definitely have a great chance at becoming a councilman, Chairman Xiaozheng smiled. Chapter 1425. Bosom Friend. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm really not interested in it, Mo Fan shook his head. If he became a councilman, he would have to worry about the well-being of the country and the people. Most importantly, if he made the slightest mistake, it would be magnified and spread wildly. He would have to look after his image at all times and be a role model to others. Frankly speaking, Mo Fan was not that kind of a person. He was the kind that enjoyed teasing young women in broad daylight. I won't force you if it's against your wishes. I just don't know how I can possibly repay what you've done for the country. Chairman Xiaozheng did not press the issue. He felt apologetic if he could not offer Mo Fan something in return after everything that he had done. I didn't do them because I wanted to get something in return, Mo Fan stated. Stopping the invasion of the Great Pyramid of Giza was proof that it was indeed possible for him to prevent a bitter and hateful tragedy from happening. I knew you would say that. A person that hopes to get something in return would never have determination like yours. Either way, I still owe you one. Feel free to contact me if you need anything, Chairman Xiaozheng said. Sure, I shall gladly accept the chairman's offer, Mo Fan nodded. Despite that, he was most likely not going to ask for anything. His hometown, the cities he lived in, and his Fanshui Mountain were all along the coastline. Chairman Xiaozheng had done everything he could to guarantee their safety. His stopping the Great Pyramid of Giza suddenly felt insignificant compared to what the chairman had done. How could he possibly ask the chairman for anything further? He was truly a chairman that deserved admiration. If there's nothing else, I shall not disturb the reunion between you and your little girlfriend. Chairman Xiaozheng rose to his feet. He gave Mui Nujiao, who was brewing more tea, a polite smile and headed for the door. We aren't, Mui Nujiao smiled and tried to explain their relationship. Oh, I understand, bosom friends, the younger generations are quite open-minded nowadays, unlike us in the old times. We have been thinking too much. The truth is, it's all about mutual benefits. I won't be disturbing you guys anymore, Chairman Xiaozheng said with a serious voice. Mui Nujiao was lost for words. Even Mo Fan was completely dumbfounded. As expected of the chairman, he was well aware of how the society was now. He even used the term bosom friends to describe it. How impressive. Ah, right, about the totem beasts. I'm asking you for a favor, before I could even repay your kindness. I'm so sorry about that, the chairman remembered as he reached the door. I'll continue searching for the totem beasts. They are my hope for achieving the super level as soon as possible, too. It's part of my own interests, anyway. Mo Fan walked the chairman to the door. Sure, I have high hopes in you, as always. Go inside, and safety first. The chairman closed the door himself. He did not give Mo Fan a chance to walk him out of Pearl Institute. He was planning to take a stroll around the school and enjoy its night view. Mui Nujiao completely blushed. What the heck? Why couldn't he act like a decent and proper chairman? The door closed, leaving Mo Fan and Mui Nujiao in the room. Ari Tutu had gone out for the night with her classmates. Mui Nujiao recalled the term bosom friend that the chairman mentioned. She felt extremely uneasy after looking Mo Fan in the eyes. I have something to tell you. Ari Tutu and I will be moving away. Are you going to stay here? Mui Nujiao asked while cleaning up the cups. You decided? Mo Fan asked seriously. I think it's inappropriate for us to stay together. Besides, we've already graduated, Mui Nujiao explained. It's the typical scene where people break up after they graduate. Mo Fan exclaimed. What break up? It's not like there's anything between us, it's just living apart. Mui Nujiao was left speechless again. Why did she feel like Mo Fan was able to take advantage of her the more she spoke? As a matter of fact, Mui Nujiao did feel at home when she was here. She came from a huge clan, it had bigger houses and lands and more family members, but the bigger a clan was, the more disappointing it was to witness the infighting for power within it. Mui Nujiao felt at ease staying here. She never felt lonely with Tutu by her side. Mo Fan would come back at times, too. He had always been a great motivator to her, and most importantly, she was happy whenever he was here. Tutu liked fooling around. Even though Mui Nujiao had to clean up her messes at times, she was still able to relax here. Mo Fan was an interesting and reliable person, too. They were not really that close, yet they did not feel distant either, and Mui Nujiao wanted to keep it that way. However, time was passing gradually, and everyone was heading in different directions. Some paths were eventually going to crumble, and once they did, it would mark the end of their days of living together as students. "You don't have to move," Mo Fan said. Mui Nujiao did not expect Mo Fan would want her to stay. "Just treat it as an extra place to stay. You can come whenever you feel like having some fun or relaxation time, or when you miss us. You know that I'm not around all the time, so someone still has to live here," Mo Fan told her. Mo Fan did not tell Mui Nujiao that he had bought the unit. If she knew, she would insist on leaving to avoid rumors going around. How could Mo Fan not feel it to be a pity for his plan of keeping two mistresses in a splendid abode to be ruined? He would not mind just watching them, even if he was not allowed to touch them. Perhaps he might decide to be a scumbag one day, and he would need some targets to prey on too. Besides, the unit had great soundproofing, thus it did not matter how loud the girl screamed, cough cough. "I still think it's better to move out of here," Mui Nujiao said. "Don't, I'm going to miss you too," Mo Fan blurted out. He would not let his two gorgeous flatmates run away. "Move out? Who's moving? Demon King, are you finally moving? Awesome, you are finally going to move out of here. I have been waiting for this day all along. I won't have to worry about you peeking on us anymore, you didn't even give us money after taking advantage of us. It's such a great loss for Sister Mui and I." Tutu came in through the door. Her voice immediately filled the whole unit. "Tutu, what the heck are you even talking about? What do you mean he's not giving us money?" Mui Nujiao blurted out in embarrassment. Tutu was the only one who would wear revealing sleepwear in the living room. Mui Nujiao would rarely wear anything like that. She might wear some thin sleepwear, since it was comfortable to sleep in it, but she would only do so when Mo Fan was not around. Mo Fan might have seen her in them a couple of times when he came back suddenly, but she would go change right away. It was clearly not her problem. "Demon King, you've occupied us for so long. We would have kicked you out of here if you weren't paying the rent. Do you know how many men would want to stay with us?" Tutu went on. "Miss Tutu, can you please talk after you've understood the situation? It's your sister Mui that wants to move away, not me," Mo Fan said. "Ah? Jiao, why are you moving away? Did this pervert bully you? Did he go into your room and set up hidden cameras? Or did he cross the line even further and did something to you when I'm not around? You son of a b*******, ch, Mo Fan, how could you do this? Why did you target her first instead of me? Don't I have the hotter body?" Tutu started screaming. Mui Nujiao almost dropped the cup in her hand when she heard those words. Mo Fan had his jaw drop, too. It took him some time to collect his thoughts. "Tutu, what the heck are you talking about? It's not what you're thinking. Besides, why are you even competing for something like that?" Mui Nujiao was completely lost for words. "I just thought it wasn't fair, I'm a girl too, yet why do the perverts always target you even when my size is bigger than yours?" Tutu protested. Mui Nujiao felt like she was about to faint. Did Tutu not realize Mo Fan was still around? It was fine if they were discussing this in private, but how shameless was she to say it right in front of someone else? Mui Nujiao was afraid that Tutu would say something that embarrassed her even more. She quickly dragged the buffoon into her room. At this rate, she would have no chance of redeeming herself. Sister Nui, there's no need to try avoiding rumors anyway. Everyone is already talking about how we are the Demon King's concubines. If you move away, they might think the Demon King has driven us away because we are no longer as attractive. No man is going to be interested in us anymore. Tutu's voice echoed in the room. Mo Fan was utterly impressed by Tutu. She had spoken everything he had in mind. TSK, setting up hidden cameras in Mui Nujiao's room. That did sound like a great idea. Some time later, Mui Nujiao came back down to the living room. She saw Mo Fan sitting on the couch, enjoying some tea. She hesitated for a moment before brewing a new pot of tea and bringing some snacks to the couch. Mo Fan was immersed in his thoughts. His heart was filled with warmth when he noticed Mui Nujiao's actions. He could not help but think how lucky the man that married such a gorgeous, elegant, and understanding woman would be. Should he just be a scumbag now? Why would he give such a nice woman away? I think she's drunk. She's asleep now, Mui Nujiao sighed. If she really did move away, she would have to go separate ways from Tutu. After all, she was going back to her clan. It was unlikely that Tutu would be able to stay with her. Mui Nujiao was like Tutu's sister and mother most of the time. Didn't she choose to stay at school? Mo Fan asked. I was offered a job by the school, too. Dean Xiao is hoping that you, me, and Zhao Manyang will take a position in the school. We can come and give the new students some lectures whenever we are back. The schools and institutes are playing an important role in raising reliable mags under these circumstances. It's time for me to think about the path I want to take, too. I'm hoping to visit more institutes and schools, and use my clan's connection to build more magic schools in the headquarters cities, Mui Nujiao said. You are thinking of taking the education path? Mo Fan asked, curious. I can use the reputation I've earned from the World College Tournament. My clan is helping me to take hold of the opportunity one have, too. I'm not that good at doing business, either. I'm a mage, not a businessman. I've thought it through recently, and it also happens that my clan has some connections in the education field. Mui Nujiao poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. It was the path she had chosen, and she wanted to hear Mo Fan's thoughts about it. Chapter 1426. So what if I'm being shameless? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I think it's a great idea too. Mo Fan was actually quite surprised. He initially thought Mui Nujiao would choose the same path as Mu Ningxue, taking on the role of managing her clan and helping it grow, yet she decided to focus on education instead. Magic schools. Didn't he graduate from a magic school? There were many schools in the country. If the education system continued to improve, if there were more resources available, and if they could focus more on discovering new talents, it would help the ones with great talent stand out more. Having an additional forbidden mage was game-changing for an entire country. Mui Nujiao would have the chance to keep improving her cultivation while helping other mags with great potential to grow, too. They were most likely people with greater talents and more hardworking than them waiting to be discovered. Even one or two of them might be crucial in this era of turmoil. The risen sea level had made the sea monsters the greatest threat to the survival of mankind. They would have to compromise their lands and territories for a long time, but if more powerful mags kept joining them, they might be able to hold on until the storm finally calmed down. As for the natural disasters that the next generation would be facing, there would be new heroes rising when the time came. All they had to do was to protect the next generation. No matter how fierce the storm was, no matter how deadly the invasion of demon creatures were, they had to provide a safe environment for the young ones to grow at all costs, until the feathers of their wings were fully grown. There were a lot of calamities in history that were referred to as apocalypses, yet the human race had still managed to survive until now. As long as they did not go extinct, the day that the headquarters cities would be relieved of their roles would eventually come. They would be able to live in any land as they pleased. The entire world would be included in the safe zone. What's wrong? Nui Nujiao looked at Mo Fan. She was unsure what Mo Fan was thinking about. Mo Fan had only given a brief response, but did not share any of his opinions. Nui Nujiao was feeling a little uneasy. She was eager to hear what Mo Fan had to say, and would seriously consider his opinions. Nothing, it just reminded me of something. The truth is, I actually graduated from a magic school. I'm really grateful for the people who invested in Qianlan Magic High. Learning magic is no longer just a privilege for disciples of the renowned clans. Even a povo like me had a chance to become a mage. Even though I have no idea who the people that invested in Qianlan Magic High were, I do believe many people will be grateful for you just as I am. They might not know who you are, but you will always be considered their benefactor, Mo Fan said sincerely. Qianlan Magic High had been a public school. There were quite a number of public schools across the country, but many of them were abandoned during the act of establishing the headquarters cities. They could live with less infrastructure, but they could not afford to have fewer schools. Nui Nujiao's decision made Mo Fan realize that the people that could change the world were not mags like him, who only focused on improving their own cultivation. No matter how outstanding their cultivation was, they would still find themselves helpless against natural disasters, even if they had become a forbidden mage. But the path that Nui Nujiao chose was different. Perhaps no one would know who she was, yet the things she did would change a lot of things. Is that so? I'm very happy if you really mean that. The things that I've done at school over the years have only earned some reputation for my clan, but I didn't really think they were meaningful. It was only after I became a mentor of the graduates with you that I realized a door was opening for me, and the world behind it is quite appealing to me, too. Nui Nujiao seemed overjoyed. She was smiling broadly too, revealing her perfect white teeth. It was rare to see Nui Nujiao smiling like that. Normally, she would have high hopes in herself, knowing what her clan was asking from her. So it turns out that I'm actually the one that pointed you in the right direction. Dean Nui, do remember to mention my name when you're being interviewed in the future, so I may bask in the light too. Mo Fan burst out laughing. Seriously? Your reputation has already exceeded some of the councilmen. I think I might even need to borrow your identity as the strongest participant in the World College Tournament instead. You will be a great role model for the students, Nui Nujiao said. My pleasure. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan stared at Nui Nujiao. He realized how charming her smile was when she was talking about her plans. She was displaying a unique charm he had never seen before. Even the pleasant scent she had was a lot more alluring. A person would become a lot more attractive when their eyes were brimming with a glow that belonged only to them. In the past, Nui Nujiao had been strictly following rules and the perfect model that she had imagined herself to be, based on the clan's hopes for her. However, she had found her destiny, her own role. She had figured out her own strengths and flaws. She was still obeying her clan, while fulfilling the call of her destiny. Thank you, Nui Nujiao said after a slight hesitation. What for? I didn't do anything, Mo Fan raised his brows. Your approval is the best support I could ask for, Nui Nujiao said firmly. It seems like there are people that aren't fond of your decision. Mo Fan asked slowly. There always will be, but now that I've made up my mind, I'll try my best to convince them, Nui Nujiao replied. So you're still going to move away? If this is the path you've chosen, you will be coming to Pearl Institute quite often. It's the best place to start. Otherwise, the reputation you've built in Pearl Institute is going to be wasted, Mo Fan told her. Actually, I'm already inspecting some other units, Nui Nujiao said softly. Then just stay here instead, why make it a hassle for yourself? Who cares what the others say? You just need to focus on your work. You might actually make a difference to the current situation we are in, the others can just gossip as they please. Mo Fan roughly understood why Nui Nujiao was thinking of moving away. Screw it, they were only in their 20s. Most people were already having abortions and messed up affairs at their age. He had been contributing so much to the country, so what if he was being selfish and shameless for once? It was not like he was going around stealing their rice or flirting with their wives. Mui Nujiao answered. She lifted her gaze and looked at Mo Fan's cup. She asked, "You want some more?" "Sure, it definitely feels more comfortable to be lying at home." Mo Fan slouched in the couch and let out a relieved sigh. Mui Nujiao still had no idea what Mo Fan had been through recently, but the fact that the chairman had come to visit him in person and their conversation clearly indicated that Mo Fan had done something very impressive. Mui Nujiao did not ask, Mo Fan would tell her if he felt like it. Why would she bother making him recall the tough times while he was enjoying himself some peaceful moments? However, Mui Nujiao noticed that Mo Fan's temperament had changed significantly, something that she had only felt from people like Chairman Xiao Zhang. Chapter 1427. Tyrant Flame Cave. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was just about to discuss Mui Nujiao's plan when he heard an adorable sound coming from her stomach. It was extremely soft, yet Mo Fan's hearing was impressive enough to pick it up. Mo Fan looked at the takeaway food that had already gone cold before glancing at Mui Nujiao, who was blushing a little. He burst out laughing and said, "Come, let's grab some supper. You should look after yourself too, it's not good eating takeaway food all the time. You can leave it for Ari Tutu, I bet she's going to be starving when she's sober and wakes up in the middle of the night. Let's go grab something nice." Sure, Mui Nujiao was in a good mood, giving her a great appetite. She rarely ate supper, but after Chairman Xiao Zheng came over to talk with Mo Fan and she spent some time taking care of Ari Tutu, the clock had already struck 10. However, since she was in a great mood, she would not mind grabbing some delicacies from the night market. The two did not hail a ride. There were a lot of great food places around Pearl Institute. They could easily head toward the city center on foot. There were quite a few places serving delicacies along the streets. Even though Mo Fan did not consider himself a foodie, no one would ever say no to nice food. Little Flame Bell was already asleep, but she suddenly came out on her own when she heard the plan to grab some nice supper. She happily hung around Mo Fan's neck and signaled Mo Fan that his little princess was thinking of having some delicious spicy crawfish. Everything was the same when they arrived at the night market. It was as lively and bustling as usual, with the pleasant aromas from many foods lingering in the air. They went to a diner that had been around for quite some time. Mo Fan ordered a few dishes and a few skewers of chicken wings. He started wolfing down the food while enjoying the unique aroma of grilled cumin from the diner. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang often came here when they were still in school. The chicken wings here were some of the best. It was Mui Nujiao's first time eating at the diner. It was easy to put on weight eating oily and spicy food. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should order something lighter. "Try it, you are going to fall in love with the chicken wings here," Mo Fan informed her. Sure, Mui Nujiao waited for the food to cool down a little before eating at a slow pace. Unlike Mo Fan, who was wolfing down the food, Mui Nujiao slowly separated the meat from the bone before eating it. It was difficult for her to forego her demeanor of a virtuous lady. Such a pity, Pudong is drowned now. There was a place with very nice crawfish there. Lingling introduced it to me, we would always have a feast there whenever we were done with a job, Mo Fan sighed. "So that's what you're pitying about," Mui Nujiao giggled. She initially thought Mo Fan was going to express his compassion for Pudong, yet he was only bemoaning the fact that he could no longer eat the crawfish there. Humans don't really take pity on a place, but the pleasant memories that they had in the place. "Little Flame Bell, I'm going to smack your little ass if you dare eat my chicken wings while I'm talking again," Mo Fan warned her. Little Flame Bell cried unpleasantly. She grabbed the meatiest chicken wing and sat in a corner angrily with her back facing Mo Fan. Mui Nujiao could not stop laughing. She immediately gave the meat that she had finished scraping off the bones to Little Flame Bell in pampering love. Little Flame Bell immediately betrayed her master and sat closer to Mui Nujiao. "Little Flame Bell, why are you stacking up the bones?" Mui Nujiao asked with a confused face. Ling, Little Flame Bell waved her hands around and even grinned fiercely to reveal her teeth on purpose. Mui Nujiao was an expert in the beast language. She actually understood Little Flame Bell's way of communicating. Little Flame Bell was a very sensible little cutie. She had eaten the delicious meat off the chicken wings and left the bones for Uncle Wolf. She knew her Uncle Wolf liked to gnaw at bones. Mo Fan's expression darkened. His pet wolf was a Flying Creek snow wolf that possessed a noble lineage from Antarctica. He was not a dog. Besides, these bones were not even enough for the old wolf to fill the gaps between his fangs. He could easily eat a whole cow instead. Mui Nujiao could not stop giggling again. The men nearby subconsciously peeked at her secretly. Mo Fan was left speechless by Little Flame Bell too. He could not imagine how the wolf would react when Little Flame Bell happily gave him a pile of bones. If he dared to reject Little Flame Bell's offer, she might even get angry. Stop drinking if you are already at your limit. It's time to go back, you're just embarrassing yourself here, a well-dressed man scolded another drunk young man. The man helped the drunk young man up and dragged him out of the diner. He handed the young man to a few others who were with him. They happened to walk past Mo Fan and Mui Nujiao's table. The man came to a stop and frowned when he saw Mui Nujiao. "Xiao Jiao, why are you here eating this junk?" the man exclaimed sternly. "And who is this guy? How many times did I tell you to come back to the clan and not waste your time with shady people like him?" "Brother, he's my schoolmate. Please take back your words." Mui Nujiao retorted angrily. "So what if he's your schoolmate? Do you think I don't know what people like him are thinking? Do they seriously think they can really establish connections with our clan through you? Forget it, why do I even bother wasting my time here? I still have to bring this **** back." The man seemed to be in quite a bad mood. He grabbed the drunk young man and left. Mui Nujiao had an apologetic look. She did not expect to see her eldest brother here. "I'm sorry, my brother has always been an arrogant person," Mui Nujiao apologized. "It's fine. He's not wrong either, I'm indeed quite shady, ha ha ha," Mo Fan burst out laughing. As if. Mo Fan went back to enjoy a comfortable sleep after he had his fill. He still had to pay a visit to Fanxue Mountain. He was initially planning to go there right away after coming back to the country, but Liu Yu told him that Mui Ningxue was away, so he was not in a rush to go back. Mo Fan had never treated Fanxue Mountain as his home. He was already used to living in the Magic City, and always felt something was missing in Fanxue Mountain. Besides, he had more resources and connections in the Magic City. Mui Ningxue was also busy managing her clan at Fanxue Mountain, so it was unnecessary for him to interfere with her business. Mo Fan had yet to find himself a new soul-grade fire seed. He believed he had a higher chance of finding it in the Magic City. He planned to visit Fanxue Mountain sometime later. Zhao Manyang could not afford to show himself at an auction, so Mo Fan had no choice but to go alone. It would have been easy for him to bid for a high-quality soul-grade fire seed with Zhao Manyang's help. None of them really got my attention, yet their prices are marked up to around 800 million yuan. They aren't even comparable to the Lightning Tyrant, Mo Fan sighed when he left the auction. There were indeed soul-grade fire seeds being auctioned off in the Magic City's marketplace, but they either did not have a domain, because they were refined with fundamental crystals, or their domains were nothing impressive. They would not give Mo Fan any help, since he could easily utilize Little Flame Bell's domain. Mo Fan was looking for a special soul-grade fire seed that would work perfectly with his fire element, but it was extremely difficult to find a suitable soul-grade fire seed. With 20,000 kilometers of coastline being invaded, the price of every spirit-grade seed and soul-grade seed has risen significantly. Every city, faction, and renowned clan is crazily recruiting capable mags to fend off the sea monsters. The market is short on resources, Zhao Manyang explained. The one called Dunhuang Jade Fire wasn't too bad. Its flames are pure and powerful. It's 5 times stronger than a normal fire, and it also has a domain that can set the area nearby on fire when the flames form a certain pattern in the air, inflicting extra damage on the enemy, Lingling noticed. It's quite special, but it feels redundant in my case. I already have the Calamity Fire and the Ardent Sunset. Both of these flames are brute force types that maximize the damage of my fire element, including the Rose Flame I have been using for so long. It also amplifies my fire element by 2.5 times. It's pretty straightforward, Mo Fan said. Well, that's just how your fighting style is, Zhao Manyang observed. Not really, I just think the Dunhuang Jade Fire isn't as impressive, yet it's worth 11 billion, Mo Fan said. You can just be honest and say that you don't have the money for it, Zhao Manyang said. The prices of soul-grade seeds were too insane. Mo Fan was a little regretful that he did not look for a soul-grade fire seed back when it was still affordable. It was also harder to earn money now. Most of the jobs with high rewards were given out by the government and military, while private jobs would only pay around 10 million each. How hard would he have to work to earn $1 billion if each job would only pay him 10 million? Mo Fan was seriously short on funds. As a man with 6 elements, he would never have enough money to satisfy his needs. Speaking of fire seeds, it does remind me of something, Zhao Manyang said. I believe you have heard of the Dongfang clan, right? Yeah, a clan known for their expertise in the fire element, Mo Fan nodded. Their clan has a land of heritage called the Tyrant Flame Cave. Every disciple of the clan will be put to trial in the Tyrant Flame Cave when they reach a certain level of cultivation. Many of the disciples have obtained extremely rare fire seeds from it. Mo Fan, your fire element is pretty strong, and since you can't afford the soul-grade seeds on the market, I think you should try your luck in the Tyrant Flame Cave. Perhaps you can find yourself a suitable soul-grade fire seed. Zhao Manyang proposed. Does a place like that really exist? Mo Fan exclaimed. Many old renowned clans have their own lands of heritage, especially those that are known for their expertise in certain elements. Why do you think their disciples are always better at using certain elements than the others? Do you seriously think it's pure genetics? Zhao Manyang asked. Let's talk to Dongfang Lai then, I'm his schoolmate after all, Mo Fan said. That's fine, but normally, it's unlikely for these renowned clans to allow outsiders to enter their land of heritage. You can try paying the Dongfang clan a visit and subdue any girl with a huge bust, round bottom, and slim waist that pleases your eye straight away. I believe the Dongfang clan will happily let you enter their land of heritage. Am I that kind of a person? Mo Fan responded in an unpleasant tone. She has to have a pretty face, soothing voice, slender figure, and good, Lingling. This conversation isn't really appropriate for kids. You should enjoy your milk tea somewhere else for now. Chapter 1428. Pleasantly getting shot while lying down. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Dongfang Lai happened to be in the Magic City. To Mo Fan's surprise, he was currently visiting the MUI clan, and even mentioned that he was proposing a marriage. Mo Fan was completely dumbfounded. Did Dongfang Lai just say he was proposing a marriage to a member of the MUI clan? MUI Nujiao never mentioned anything like that to him. Mo Fan was not shameless enough to ask Dongfang Lai to pay him a visit after hearing that he was proposing a marriage to the MUI clan. He decided to visit the MUI clan. Dongfang Lai asked him to come over, too. Mo Fan only realized MUI Nujiao had a pretty younger cousin when he arrived at the Mu clan. It sounded like Dongfang Lai and her cousin were already in love with one another. Dongfang Lai was offering to marry her. It actually gave Mo Fan quite a huge scare. Surely MUI Nujiao would have told him about it, even if Dongfang Lai wanted to marry her. She would not agree to stay in his unit anymore. Dongfang Lai clearly knew MUI Nujiao was his flatmate. You are seriously good for nothing, look at how messed up you are now for the sake of a woman, a familiar voice came from the garden. Mo Fan halted in his tracks and looked into the garden. He saw the same stern-looking man he had stumbled into last night scolding the younger man. The young man was lowering his head like he was nursing a great grievance. Brother MUI Hua, I came to the MUI clan because of MUI Nushin. Didn't you and the clan master also give me your promise, so I was willing to work like a slave here? But in the end, you betrothed her to Dongfang Lai, just because he's a substitute for the national team. How could you treat me like this? The young man said anxiously. Mo Fan took a closer look and recognized him as the young man who was absolutely drunk last night. MUI Nujiao had told him that the man's name was Qi Shan, a great talent from the Imperial College. He used to be comparable to MUI Ningxue, and was nominated to join the national team too, but he was not selected in the end. His strength was most likely quite impressive. Mo Fan could sense an unusual aura from him. If MUI Hua's presence was not so overwhelming, the young man would clearly stand out. MUI Nujiao had roughly talked about his background yesterday. MUI Nujiao found him quite impressive. He had graduated from a normal magic high school just like Mo Fan, and had worked his way to the capital. His capabilities and wisdom completely stood out, even after he came to the MUI clan. He had greatly admired MUI Nushin, who was just as pretty as MUI Nujiao. The two of them were referred to as the two gorgeous daughters of the MUI clan. Mu Nushin was not a mage, yet she was brilliant at managing the clan. She had recruited a lot of talents to aid the Mu clan's growth. If Dongfang Lai has come to propose to MUI Nushin in such an official manner, it clearly indicates that the elders of both sides have agreed to it. MUI Nushin doesn't seem to oppose it, either, Zhao Manyang said softly, half disguised in a pair of sunglasses. Zhao Manyang had to keep a low profile around renowned clans to avoid being recognized by the disciples. It was still not the right time to have an acrimonious falling out with Zhao Yuqian. Yes, we did promise you, but you failed to win Nushin's heart over. What can we do? MUI Hua answered. What? Qi Shan looked shaken. Bullshit, you and the clan master must be forcing Nushin to marry him so the clan can establish a close relationship with the Dongfang clan. Nushin always puts the clan first, of course she would agree to it even if it's against her wishes. MUI Hua chuckled after hearing the words. He said, MUI Nujiao might be putting the interests of the clan first if she was in MUI Nushin's shoes, but you are well aware of MUI Nushin's temper and capabilities. No one except the clan master could possibly change her mind. So many people in the clan are under her command. She can easily decide her own marriage. Impossible, that's impossible, you have no clue about how it is between MUI Nushin and me, that's impossible, I'll ask her in person. Qi Shan seemed a little lost, but the look in his eyes implied that he did not believe a single word from MUI Hua. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang exchanged glances with one another in disbelief. They were completely lost for words. Qi Shan walked past a few courtyards and arrived at MUI Nushin's place. The structures in the MUI clan were quite retro. MUI Nushin's room had a pond planted with water lilies in front of it. Qi Shan looked at the pond with a wry face before picking up his pace as he entered the room. The elders of both the Dongfang clan and Mu clan were having a meeting in the main hall. Dongfang Lai was waiting patiently in the hall. Meanwhile, the other main protagonist, MUI Nushin, had to shun the meeting, according to ancient tradition. Qi Shan went upstairs and saw MUI Nushin in an old-style long dress embroidered with flowery patterns. It did not have any extra decorations, being simple yet otherworldly elegant. Qi Shan stared at MUI Nushin. The anger and doubts in his mind completely vanished, as all his emotions would just scatter like dispersing smoke whenever he was in front of MUI Nushin, including his doubts toward her. Tell me, what can I do to change the clan master's mind? I won't let them betroth you to the Dongfang Lai. I can't let you marry Dongfang Lai, Qi Shan sounded helpless. You should think about it yourself, MUI Nushin answered calmly. But I really don't know what to do. Everything I did since I came to the MUI clan was to achieve my goal of marrying you, but it somehow ended up like this, Qi Shan said. Then I guess you'll have to learn to accept it, MUI Nushin replied. The two heard footsteps downstairs in the middle of the conversation. MUI Nushin looked at Qi Shan and said, you should leave now, just drink until you are drunk like you've been doing for the past few days. Just forget about it, and forget about me. The truth is, you can fly even higher if you can forget me. Qi Shan stood there frozen. Mui Nushin's attitude was completely outside his expectations. He expected her to be going through the same pain he was, yet he did not see the slightest hint of doubt in her eyes or her expression. She was acting so indifferently, as if she had been long aware of the marriage proposal. Nushin, didn't you always ask me to introduce you to my friends from school? He happened to drop by today, Mui Nujiao spoke up. Mui Nujiao led Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang upstairs. They happened to see Qi Shan standing there with a blank expression. Mui Nujiao froze in the middle of her words. We'll come back later, Mui Nujiao said apologetically. She could roughly tell what was going on here. Sister, it's fine. You must be the eldest son of the Bai clan, Bai Hongfei. I've long waited for a chance to meet you in person, Mui Nushin said. Mui Nushin looked at Mo Fan with a gentle smile. Mo Fan was utterly dazzled by the alluring yet conservative look in her eyes. He could not agree more with the nickname the two gorgeous daughters of the Mu clan. Mui Nushin was a great beauty too, and her charm was completely different from Mui Nujiao's. Oh, he's not Bai, Mui Nujiao was just about to explain. Qi Shan suddenly took a step closer to Mu Nushin and glanced at Mo Fan coldly. He said, you don't even bother talking to me just because he's the son of the Bai clan. Or perhaps everyone in this clan is treating me like a dog that you can order around as you please and dismiss by tossing a bone to it. Bai Hongfei, Dongfang Lai? Humph, to me, these guys that only manage to come so far with the resources provided by their clans aren't even worth mentioning. They are no match for me, even if they were to fight me with all their strength. Mui Nujiao and Mui Nushin were shocked. They did not expect Qi Shan to say such words. He was usually quite well behaved. Mo Fan stood on the side quietly. Qi Shan's situation was similar to his, but he had chosen his own path, while this man had chosen to join a renowned clan to marry the beautiful and rich daughter of the clan. He had actually done quite a good job. He had managed to stand out among the disciples of the clan. You've overthought it. I can decide my own marriage. Mui Nushin's tone turned a little cold. So your decision is to choose someone with a better background? Or maybe you never considered someone like me at all. The affection you've shown, the things you did to look after me, the long and sincere conversations we had turned out to be my own wishful thinking. Qi Shan replied furiously. If talking bad about me and describing me as a B****ch will make you feel better, you can keep going. I'm listening, and I won't deny it. I have my own standard when choosing my spouse. For me, a person's charm only plays a minor role. I find a man's achievements and possessions more admiring. I actually quite admire you, you were more attractive to me than the others, but that alone isn't enough, Mui Nushin replied blatantly, even when there were outsiders around. So you're saying that even if it wasn't Dongfang Lai, who's a substitute for the national team, proposing to you today, but someone with a higher reputation, you would agree too? Qi Shan asked in disbelief. Exactly. If you could be like Mo Fan, who was the strongest participant in the World College Tournament, and said you wanted to marry me, I'd go to the hall right now and tell the elders that I have a better option than Dongfang Lai. Mui Nushin replied. Mui Nujiao gasped when she heard that. She subconsciously glanced at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was a little shocked, too. Holy crap, how was he getting shot while he was already lying dead on the ground? Then again, why did it feel so pleasant to be shot? Zhao Manyang tried his best not to laugh under the circumstances, but he just could not control himself. He immediately let out a few coughs. Nushin, please don't say that, Mui Nujiao blurted out. She was already feeling a little embarrassed. I'm serious. I just want to help Mr. Qi Shan here, who's obstinate and self-centered, understand that if he has the right to fall in love with a girl like me, who was raised like a princess, I also have the right to choose a better and more impressive man. If that sounds disgusting to you, I would rather be a disgusting woman. Mui Nushin continued. Chapter 1429. Kunlun Fire Mountain Range. Translated by Zed. Edited by Aelrianth. The words were clearly a deadly blow to Qi Shan. He believed he no longer had a chance of redeeming himself, regardless of how reluctant he was to believe it. He went downstairs in low spirits. Mo Fan observed Qi Shan's back. He could not help but think how similarly he would react if he was still a young man. As a matter of fact, Mu Ningxue was just like Mui Nushin. A person's charm was not necessarily the most attractive thing to them, considering the environment they had grown up in. They had to think about the person's background, achievements, and the opportunities the man could bring to them. If being with the man was no different than being alone, what was the meaning of doing so? They had to think about their clan. How could they possibly forsake their close ones for a useless man? That being said, the thing about Mui Ningxue that Mo Fan liked was how she did not give anyone false hope with her iciness. Mui Nushin was the complete opposite. She was used to showing signals to those she admired. Her way of showing her admiration with her eyes when she misunderstood Mo Fan to be Bai Hongfei was completely different from Mui Nujiao's sincere and polite demeanor at all times. Women were indeed a very complicated species. "I'm sorry this is happening," Mui Nushin said to Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang in an apologetic tone. "Don't worry about it, we are just dropping by anyway." "By the way, I am," Mo Fan said with a smile. Mo Fan was just about to reintroduce himself when Mui Nujiao suddenly pinched him in the waist. The pain forced him to swallow his words. Mo Fan was utterly dumbfounded. He turned around and saw Mui Nujiao glaring at him. She muttered with a voice that only Mo Fan could hear, "You are Bai Hongfei now." Mo Fan smiled wryly. Why did he have to be that idiot now? "I'm Zhao Shaoqian, I'm Bai Hongfei's friend, Dong Fanglai's schoolmate. We came to look for him, but he invited us over to witness this wonderful marriage." Zhao Manyang was well aware of the situation, and introduced himself calmly. Mui Nujiao giggled when she saw how Zhao Manyang was able to take on his role so quickly, as expected of Mo Fan's friend with bad influence. "You're absolutely welcome here. The elders are in the main hall. Feel free to chat with sister and me here. We'll head over after they're done. Would you like some coffee or tea?" Mu Nushin asked. "Coffee. Tea." Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang exchanged glances with one another, with no intention of compromising. Mui Nushin laughed lightly in a soothing voice. She rose to her feet and said, "I'll fix both of them." "Thanks." Mui Nushin went to the other room, leaving Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mui Nujiao behind. A moment later, Zhao Manyang suddenly burst out laughing while slamming his hand on the coffee table. It felt like he was going to roll under the table laughing at any second. "I found myself a wife by just coming here. Jiao, I should have paid a visit to your clan earlier." Mo Fan raised his brows with a smirk. "She's just using it as an example, stop taking it so seriously." Mui Nujiao rolled her eyes. "It doesn't seem that way. Mo Fan, why don't you spill the bean when she comes back later? I can't wait to see how mad Dong Fanglai is going to be." Zhao Manyang was laughing so hard that he was panting heavily, trying to catch his breath. "Don't you dare!" Mui Nujiao warned fiercely. "I'm not really interested in Mui Nushin, but I wonder what the other gorgeous daughter of the Mui clan thinks. If it's the same for her, I don't mind telling the truth," Mo Fan said with a smile. "Someone is going to drive you out of the house." Mui Nujiao warned him. "Seriously, why am I forced to witness the public displays of affection between you two?" Zhao Manyang slapped his forehead with a displeased look. Mui Nujiao did not dare to continue the topic. She felt a little unnatural. Luckily, Mui Nushin had returned. She had gladly brewed both coffee and tea for Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. "How has your sister been?" Mui Nushin asked. "Oh, she's doing great," Mo Fan said indifferently. Zhao Manyang had already warned Mo Fan that Bai Hongfei's sister was Bai Tingting. She had gone overseas for a long time. It had been years since Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang last saw her. Mo Fan had just learned that Bai Hongfei was Bai Tingting's brother. By the way, Mo. Bai Hongfei has been trying to look for a suitable soul-grade fire seed. Nushin, I heard that Li Shi and the others have found a fire mountain range in Kunlun Mountain Sun Ridge recently. Are there any soul-grade fire seeds that the clan is thinking of selling? Mui Nujiao asked as she recalled something. Mui Nushin was in charge of the clan's business. Things like this would normally require her approval. Kunlun Mountain, your clan's business extends pretty far. Mo Fan exclaimed. The Mu clan, Mu Ningshua's old clan, and the Zhao family have monopolized almost every valuable and rare resource in the east, thus other renowned clans like us have no choice but to find another way to secure more resources from dangerous places. The fire vein in Kunlun Mountain Sun Ridge is not necessarily a secret anymore. It does belong to our Mu clan, but we haven't really started mining it, Mui Nushin told them. We haven't started? Isn't now the time that spirit-grade seeds and soul-grade seeds are needed the most? We are supposed to be mining the fire vein in Sun Ridge already, why haven't we made any progress after so long? Mui Nujiao asked, confused. The Kunlun Mountain Sun Ridge was the best chance for their Mui clan to improve its financial status. Mui Nujiao might not interfere with the clan's business, but she would still hear a thing or two about the clan's situation. They had lost a lot of businesses in Haiyan County because of the rising sea. Many renowned clans in the country were currently in a pinch. There were quite a few that had gone bankrupt, too. The Mui clan had been trying its best to find a new source of income. The fire vein in Kunlun Mountain Sun Ridge was obviously the best chance for them. The Mui clan was working together with the military. If their clan could provide the military with abundant resources of the fire element, it would allow the Mui clan to resolve the financial crisis earlier than the other renowned clans, potentially allowing them to become the most dominant clan in the country. As such, Mui Nujiao found it difficult to believe that they had yet to make any progress. Have you encountered some problems? She asked. The only explanation she could think of was the sun ridge of Kunlun Mountain was harder to excavate than the clan had first imagined. Yes, Mui Nushin nodded. Mui Nujiao fell into deep thought. She looked in the direction of the main hall and suddenly realized something. She said softly, so that's the reason you've chosen the Dongfang clan. Sister! Mui Nushin blurted out. Mui Nujiao realized there were outsiders among them. It was inappropriate to discuss it now, especially when Mo Fan was pretending to be Bai Hongfei. The Bai clan was one of their biggest competitors in the Magic City. I don't really mess with my clan's business, so don't worry about me. I'm currently focusing on improving my cultivation. Mo Fan was pretty smart too, taking the initiative to explain himself. Mo Fan had met Bai Hongfei before. He was only interested in becoming stronger. He did not really care about the matters of his clan. I'm feeling fine with Dongfang Lai, he's putting a lot of attention on improving his cultivation too, while I prefer to manage the clan's business. I believe we'll do just fine, Mui Nushin said. I just think his mind doesn't spin that quickly, Mo Fan spoke up. Mui Nushin giggled and replied, isn't that even better? I'm a stubborn person. If he's not a quick thinker, I can make most of the decisions myself. Mo Fan gasped in disbelief. He did not expect Mui Nushin to reveal her intentions so blatantly. She was basically saying that she was planning to use Dongfang Lai to control the Dongfang clan. Can you tell us the problem that's bothering you? Mo Fan asked. A fire vein had been discovered in Kunlun Mountain Sun Ridge. The fire vein could help a magic clan prosper greatly. The fire vein might be a sacred land of fire. He was in need of a soul-grade fire seed, so there was a great chance that he could find a soul-grade fire seed he needed in the natural fire vein that had yet to be excavated. Mo Fan had read a lot when he was at the Parthenon Temple. He learned that some of the soul-grade fire seeds that were serving as the natural sources of fire of a place were like infants. It was possible to carve them to give them certain domains, effects, and powers. It was possible to modify the soul-grade seeds' attributes before they came into contact with the outside environment. These soul-grade seeds that had yet to take shape were called the primitive soul-grade seeds. Mo Fan had been using the rose flame for a long time. It was not because he could not afford a new one or he did not bother spending the time to look for a new soul-grade fire seed, but because the soul-grade seed he needed had to be compatible with Little Flame Bell. First, Little Flame Bell had to be able to accept the soul-grade seed. Mo Fan only had to consider the Calamity Fire's nature, but he had to consider the Ardent Sunset's attributes, too. If the new soul-grade seed turned out to be a B****ch, and the other two soul-grade flames were not too fond of it, how was Mo Fan going to utilize its full potential? Second, the soul-grade fire seed had to be quite impressive. Both the Calamity Fire and Ardent Sunset were above average. If he bought a soul-grade fire seed that was weaker than them, what was the point of getting a new soul-grade seed? Both the Calamity Fire and Ardent Sunset were flames that greatly improved his control over the fire element, allowing his fire spells to take different forms. It was already difficult to find an impressive soul-grade fire seed, not to mention how expensive it was. It was even more difficult to find one if he had to take its compatibility into account. Therefore, Mo Fan had actually thought of looking for a primitive soul-grade seed, but it was only possible to find one in a fire vein. A fire vein was even rarer than a burning mountain in a desert. It was unlikely that he could find one without a lot of connections. To Mo Fan's surprise, he had stumbled into the fellowship between the Mui clan and the Dongfang clan when he came looking for Dongfang Lai, and the two clans were planning to mine a huge fire vein. A fire vein of such scale would most likely have a primitive soul-grade seed. He just needed to merge the primitive soul-grade seed with his soul, and let the Calamity Fire and the Ardent Sunset refine it slowly. He believed it would grant the primitive soul-grade seed the most perfect domain and effects he could hope for. It was the exact soul-grade seed that Mo Fan had been looking for. Chapter 1430. The Talks Between the Clans. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Nushin was just about to explain the details when someone came to invite them to the main hall. Mu Nushin smiled and said, "I believe they are just about to discuss this matter. Mr. Bai, please come with us if you are interested. I believe you will understand." Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang followed Mu Nushin and Mu Nujiao to the main hall. Zhao Manyang dragged Mo Fan a little further to the back and whispered to him, "This Mu Nushin is really something. Most people would be reluctant to share such important information with others. They would never bring someone else to such an important meeting, but she is treating you so sincerely to gain your trust. If you have dealings with her in the future, you will subconsciously choose to trust her. Is that so?" Mo Fan asked curiously. "Brother, the renowned clans are also being restructured in the current circumstances. Any information is confidential. Mu Nujiao knows that we won't bother to peep at their secrets, but Mu Nushin has assumed we are disciples of renowned clans, and yet she still told us everything. She clearly isn't stupid, she just knows how to manipulate us, and how to have dealings with you, the eldest son of the Bai clan." Zhao Manyang said. "I don't really understand all these twists and turns," Mo Fan sighed. When both Mu Nujiao and Mu Nushin arrived at the main hall, their beauty suddenly lit up the place significantly. The eyes of men who were on the verge of falling asleep glittered. They immediately shored up their spirits, and even their voices were richer. "Why are you two? Oh, it doesn't matter, please have a seat," Dongfang Lai said in a surprised tone when he saw Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan. The two renowned clans were discussing important matters in the main hall, so the rest of the guests were expected to be enjoying some tea and dessert somewhere else. Dongfang Lai totally did not expect them to join the meeting. However, Dongfang Lai knew that both Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan were not really considered disciples of renowned clans, so it did not matter if they heard their discussions. "Congratulations, since we used to be schoolmates, I'll recommend you something, it's called Happiness 101. I believe you two are going to be very busy with matters of your respective clans, so I bet you don't have any plans to have children yet. What I'm introducing to you is perfect, it only has a thickness of 0.1 millimeters. It's so thin that it feels invisible, and you will actually realize how wearing it feels better than wearing nothing," Zhao Manyang whispered after moving closer to Dongfang Lai sneakily. Dongfang Lai was a little slow in his reactions. His eyes widened after some time as he said in a serious tone, "Are you serious? Old Zhao, I bet that's what your ancestors must be selling. No wonder your family has such a huge business. You also recommended the same thing to me, Mo Fan added in. Hee hee. While the three were discussing something totally unrelated, the elders with white mustache seemed to be discussing other things with anxious looks. Dongfang Mo was the representative of the Dongfang clan. He looked at Mu Nushin and said, "We are more than willing to go ahead with the marriage. My nephew is very fond of Nushin, and I believe he will fulfill his role as a husband to her. We aren't trying to shirk our commitment, but we did send someone to investigate the fire vein you mentioned. If I go myself, as a super mage, my presence will surely provoke the powerful beast at the Sun Ridge, but anyone below the super level won't have a chance of enduring its overwhelming heat. It's suicide. If it was last year, when the East hadn't drowned yet, we might still have a chance to hire some experts to drive away the powerful beast dominating the Sun Ridge. It's unlikely we will be able to hire some experts now," sighed the clan master of the Mu clan, Mu Shan. "Why don't I go? I'm thinking of giving Mu Nushin a gift too, so we'll think of it as." "Nonsense," an elder of the Dongfang clan snapped. "How could they possibly let the successor of the clan visit such a dangerous place? The temperature at the entrance of the fire vein is comparable to the strength of a super-level spell. Even if someone manages to reach the bottom of its outer area, a mage with a high-quality soul-grade fire seed will still struggle to endure the heat in the outer area. Based on your suggestions, you're asking a few mags with summoned beasts of the fire element to do the job, but unfortunately, a few summoned beasts aren't going to be able to complete the work that has to be done down there. Besides, we've also discovered fire elemental spirits at the bottom of the fire vein. A few summoned beasts can't really take them on. We have to send in a team of advanced mags, at least," Dongfang Mo said. "Then we'll send a summoner and his fire element contracted beast down with space element scrolls to set up a portal. The rest of the team will teleport into the place through the portal and eliminate the fire elemental spirits. Finally, we'll break through the fire shell rocks that are stopping us from digging further down," Mu Hua proposed. "The chance of that working isn't high, either. The summoner's contracted beast is most likely going to die. In addition, space element scrolls have always been scarce. The people that are teleported into the fire vein are going to find themselves in a furnace. The chance of them coming back alive is also very slim. If they fail to break through the fire shell rocks, the whole team is going to die," Mu Nushin stated. "Humans will die for riches, just as birds will for food. We can hire some hunters and mags to do the job. Someone must be willing to do it," Mu Hua said. "I say we should scout the place more. After all, we've only derived our plan theoretically. It's hard to say what's really going to happen down there. We can pay the money, but I'm just worried that the situation down there is a lot more dangerous than we expected. The people we hired are all going to die," Mu Nushin said. "It's still better than doing nothing. How much time have we wasted already? The Zhu clan is getting restless, and the Mu clan is wantonly annexing the smaller clans. Even the Dali clan is soon going to rise above us. At this rate, our clans are going to end up in some remote places, awaiting our destruction when we've run out of resources," Mu Hua said. Both sides suddenly fell silent. The two clans were facing a financial crisis, and the Sun Ridge of Kunlun Mountain was their best chance at resolving it. Fire element resources were always hot sellers in the market. They were not as scarce as the resources for the lightning element, nor were they as abundant as the resources of the earth element and the wind element. The fire element was always in demand. Therefore, the fire vein at Sun Ridge wouldn't just help them resolve the crisis, but it will also help them gain a firm foothold in the current situation. The chance of survival for the people they hired to go into the fire vein was the least of their concerns when the survival of their clans was at stake. They would pay the money and warn them how dangerous the job could be. Whoever was willing to take the risk would accept the job. If no one was willing to go, they would increase the reward. We've already offered a very high reward, but the hunters and mags are not idiots. They aren't willing to take the job no matter how much we are offering, a man in his 30s informed them. How is that possible? Did someone leak the information? Mu Hua asked anxiously. He had purposely hidden some of the details when submitting the job. Many people should have been interested in it. Chapter 1431. Getting a share of the action. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Brother, I asked people to put down the details, too. It's inappropriate to leave out the details for the job. Our clan would be put to shame if the families of the victims came and demanded justice, Mui Nushin said. Why must you always act on your own? Why must you decide everything? Do you really want to see the downfall of our clan? Mui Hua yelled at Mui Nushin angrily. The room fell silent. The people of the Dongfang clan did not say a word. They were all feeling helpless and ashamed. The fire vein was deadlier than they had imagined. Even their clan, known for their expertise in the fire element, was struggling to come up with a plan. They could do a good job of excavating the fire vein and refining the ore, but everything was in vain if they could not find a way to clear the tunnel. If there's no other choice, we can only choose from among the disciples of our clans. Let's consider it carefully and come up with a list of names. Apart from the successors of the clans, every disciple can volunteer for it. To those who are willing to take part in the operation, we'll take care of their family and pay them a handsome sum, regardless of the outcome. If the operation is a success, the disciples will be promoted to a member of the clan, and be treated as an elder, Mui Shan proposed. They had no choice but to give it a try. They could not just wait forever. If they could not hire outsiders to do the job, the only option was to do it themselves. Mui Nushin agreed with the plan, too. I guess that's the only choice we have, Dongfang Mo sighed. Both clans agreed to sacrifice their own clan members, in the end. It was not necessarily sacrificing the clan members, it was voluntary. Their clan members would know how dangerous the situation was. If they were willing to risk their lives to help their clans overcome the troublesome situation, the clans would not mistreat them either. The clans would not force them either, if they were not willing to take the risk. I'll go, a voice arose. The crowd turned to the voice. They were eager to see who the courageous disciple was. The people who were invited to the meeting were mostly disciples that were closely related to the clan, including the successors. Qi Shan. Mui Hua looked at the young man in astonishment. The people of the Mui clan immediately recognized Qi Shan. He was indeed one of the most reliable candidates for the job. The problem was, most mags that had achieved his cultivation level were unlikely to volunteer themselves, considering the great risk involved. Qi Shan, are you sure about it? The old clan master asked seriously. If it's a success, I'll be promoted to an official member of the clan, am I right? Qi Shan asked. Yes. Mui Shan nodded. Everyone in the clan has high anticipation for me, but that's not what I'm looking for. What I want is the right to speak. Qi Shan glanced at Mui Nushin. He was like a completely different person compared to his miserable behavior just a moment ago. Mui Nushin remained silent. She knew her speech had provoked Qi Shan, but she was utterly shocked after hearing Qi Shan's decision. Perhaps Qi Shan could soar even higher into the sky if she was not holding him down. I believe many from the clan will be willing to participate in the operation with you in charge, Mui Shan said in relief. Qi Shan looked at Dongfang Lai, who seemed to know Qi Shan was his rival in love. Dongfang Lai did not look too happy when Qi Shan was appointed as the person in charge of the operation. Can I go too? Mo Fan asked. Humph, we aren't that desperate to let a nobody join, you can wait until you graduate from Pearl Institute. Mui Hua grunted. He had recognized Mo Fan as the shady schoolmate who was hanging out with Mui Nujiao the other day. Brother, maybe you should learn how to treat a guest properly first. Mui Nujiao grumbled. Since when do you have the right to teach me how to behave myself? You're a representative of the national team, yet you aren't willing to do a single thing for the clan. Mui Hua exclaimed harshly. Brother Mui Hua, he's not a nobody. He's Mo Fan, the strongest participant in the World College Tournament. Dongfang Lai informed him. Those words immediately attracted the crowd's attention. Qi Shan stared at Mo Fan in disbelief, along with everybody else. Meanwhile, Mui Nushin gasped. She exchanged glances with Mui Nujiao, who quickly explained by whispering in her ear. She immediately blushed, and no longer dared look Mo Fan in the eyes. Seriously, what a coincidence it was. Mui Nushin was utterly ashamed. She was quite hot-headed before, so she simply used Mo Fan as an example. She never expected him to be present. Mui Nujiao did not make it clear, either. She totally thought their guest was Bai Hongfei. "You're Mo Fan?" Mui Shan and Dongfang Mo asked simultaneously. "Yeah, I only came here to congratulate Dongfang Lai. I didn't expect to stumble into your meeting. My primary element is the fire element, and I happen to be looking for a primitive soul-grade seed. I believe the fire vein you mentioned is likely to have a primitive soul-grade seed, so I'm willing to try my luck," Mo Fan said. Mui Hua apologized to Mo Fan at once. "Be mindful of your words next time," Mui Shan immediately said sternly. Mui Hua was so angry that blue veins were twitching on his face, yet he did not dare disobey Mui Shan's order. He apologized stiffly before glaring at Mui Nujiao, as if he was putting the blame on her. "Either way, Mo Fan is just an outsider. It's our clan's business. We won't allow his Fanshui Mountain to intervene," Mui Hua said after he was done apologizing. "I think you all know what I'm capable of, and I have a flame bell as my contracted beast. If you're willing to let me take part in it, we can discuss the details further. If you don't want me to interfere with your business, I promise I won't mention it to anyone else," Mo Fan answered easily. "What do you mean by that?" "You're asking to get a share of the action." Mui Hua grunted. "Mui Hua, calm yourself." Mui Shan warned him again. Mui Nushin hesitated for a moment before looking at Dongfang Lai, as if she was asking for his opinion. Dongfang Lai was overjoyed. He did not expect his soon-to-be wife would be willing to listen to his words so quickly. Dongfang Lai was the one who had invited Mo Fan over, and was utterly convinced of Mo Fan's capabilities. He said to Dongfang Mo, "Uncle, Mo Fan was my classmate, and we were also teammates during the World College Tournament. I'm very familiar with his strength. I don't think anyone is a more suitable candidate than him. Besides, Fanshui Mountain is about to become a main district of the Feiniao headquarters city. I believe we can consider working with them. That way, we won't have to rely on the military so much." Even Mo Fan was dumbfounded by Dongfang Lai's words. Mo Fan was only planning to take part in the operation himself. He did not want to involve Fanshui Mountain, but Dongfang Lai seemed quite willing to cooperate with Fanshui Mountain. It was quite a surprise for him. "I believe it's necessary to sit down and discuss it," Mui Nushin said. "I didn't mean something so complicated," Mo Fan was about to explain himself when Zhao Manyang stopped him by looking him in the eye. Mo Fan realized what Zhao Manyang was trying to tell him, and immediately shut up. "How about this? Let's focus on the marriage for today, and you can come to Fanshui Mountain as our guest some other day to have a tour around and check the place out. We don't have to come to an agreement right away, but we can still keep in contact with one another. Fanshui Mountain was established quite recently. We might need the help of renowned clans like yours in many areas. Of course, if you aren't willing to share the fire vein, we won't pry into it either, but I believe Fanshui Mountain is capable enough to take on the job," Zhao Manyang said on behalf of Mo Fan. That's reasonable," Mui Nushin nodded. Dongfang Lai nodded in agreement, too. The elders clearly had to discuss the matter further. They exchanged glances with one another and smiled, agreeing to pay a visit to Fanshui Mountain sometime. It's supposed to be a day of celebration. Let's not waste our time on some serious matters. We shall let the young ones go have some fun, and the rest of us will enjoy some tea and have a casual chat here," Mui Shan's wife said. "That will do. Yeah, it's a good day today." Mui Nujiao and Mui Nushin led Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, Qi Shan, and the others to another hall. Back in the main hall, Mui Shan sat down closer to Dongfang Mo. The two obviously had no intention to leave the topic for another day. They immediately started discussing it again. Mui Shan was the first to ask, "Brother Dongfang, what do you think?" Mo Fan has the extremely rare flame bell as his contracted beast. I believe the odds of the operation succeeding are extremely low without the flame bell's help. Most importantly, Mo Fan is very strong, and the fire element is his primary element. He's even stronger than my nephew Dongfang Lai. Also, you know how reputable he is now. He's even comparable to a councilman. It's a wise choice to cooperate with him, Dongfang Mo replied thoughtfully. I think so too, and Fanshue Mountain is a fleshy piece of meat, too, Mui Shan exclaimed. I'm not too familiar with Fanshue Mountain, you will have to explain it to me, Dongfang Mo said. Fanshue Mountain has great potential, and it's a fresh piece of land. It has unlimited opportunities, but they weren't able to find any reliable business partners because of the Mu clan's intervention. The Mu clan has been annexing a lot of the smaller clans to drive renowned clans that aren't willing to submit to them, like us, away. We won't have to be worried about what the Mu clan thinks anymore. Why don't we just cooperate with Fanshue Mountain instead? Mui Shan said. But the Mu clan. Brother, do you really think the Mu clan will give up on the thought of annexing us if we compromise? Mui Shan said. They are a bunch of greedy assholes. They are clearly trying to eradicate every potential threat. Exactly, if we don't find another way under the current circumstances, we are seriously going to find ourselves heading for a downfall. Besides, the Mu clan wouldn't dare do anything reckless, considering how reputable Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue are. They would at most trouble Mu Ningxue a little, but they wouldn't dare touch Mo Fan at all. We are working directly with Mo Fan. I won't believe Mu Gong would bother troubling him if it's going to ruin his reputation. Even the Mu clan's pet dog, the Dali clan, is about to exceed us, it's time to make a decision. Mui Shan said. Dongfang Mo hesitated for quite some time. He finally nodded and said, I won't let our Dongfang clan become the Mu clan's dog. Isn't it the same for our Mui clan, too? Chapter 1432. Shameless Like a Dog. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rear hall was hosting a modern party with a buffet. The alcohol was placed on an ice table. To the side of the hall were a grassy area and an indoor pool, a pleasing combination that perfectly suited the young people. The retro decorations in the previous hall were more suitable for the older folks. Mo Fan, even though you're an arm-flinging shopkeeper who doesn't really involve yourself with Fanshue Mountain's management, you should always keep its well-being in mind, instead of just worrying about feeding yourself. Think about it, their biggest problem is excavating the fire vein, but they can't afford to send a super mage into it because it's going to provoke the formidable beast residing nearby. However, those below the super level are probably going to die if they dare enter the fire vein. You are interested in going because of the primitive soul grade seed, but your identity isn't the same anymore. It's going to be a great loss for you if a primitive soul grade fire seed is all you get from helping them. Zhao Manyang told him sternly. I'm not really an expert when it comes to this. Luckily, the young master of the Zhao family is around to give me some advice, Mo Fan realized unabashedly. Mo Fan was used to being unconstrained, so he believed it was reasonable to help the Mui clan excavate the fire vein as long as he got what he wanted. After all, the fire vein belonged to the Mui clan. However, on second thought, he was indeed asking too little for the favor, knowing that a fire vein could help an entire renowned clan prosper. It's mainly because you haven't realized you are now the leader of Fanshue Mountain. Fanshue Mountain isn't the same as before. Many factions are actually thinking of holding out an olive branch to us. Unfortunately, they are still hesitating, because the Mu clan is constantly watching them. They don't dare make it too obvious. On the other hand, the Dongfang clan and the Mui clan aren't on friendly terms with the Mu clan. It is important for the renowned clans to choose sides and join hands under the current circumstances. Fanshue Mountain is going to become the North Mountain district of Feiniao headquarters city. It's also the closest place to the maritime battlefield in the south. Every inch of its land is going to be as valuable as gold. I can swear on my manhood that those two elders are going to ask Mui Nushin or Dongfanglai to contact you in less than 3 days. It doesn't even matter if they are going to pay Fanxue Mountain a visit. The truth is, they desperately need to cooperate with us. When the time comes, you can easily discuss the split of profit and don't bother agreeing if they aren't giving this much. Zhao Manyang raised 3 of his fingers. Are you serious? 30%? Isn't that asking too much? Mo Fan exclaimed. The fire vein was a huge gold mine. Mo Fan would not believe the Dongfang clan and the Mui clan would be willing to share 30% of its profit for no reason. Forget it, we'll do Mui Nujiao a favor. You can ask Mu Ningxue to ask for 25% of the profit instead. We'll take less, so they will owe us 1. I believe 30% is within their acceptable range. They will agree to it without a doubt, but Fanxue Mountain is still lacking in many aspects. I believe we'll need their help again soon. It's better to go easy on them for now, Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fan relayed Zhao Manyan's message to Mu Zhuiyun. Mu Zhuiyun initially answered the call with a displeased voice when he realized it was from Mo Fan. It was difficult for a man to have a good impression of a man who was going to take his daughter away, not to mention the conflicts they had shared in the past. However, when Mu Zhuiyun heard Mo Fan mention the Mui clan and the Dongfang clan were interested in cooperating with them, his attitude changed entirely. He even had the urge to pay them a visit to discuss the matter right away. The Dongfang clan and the Mui clan were reputable clans with formidable backgrounds. Mu Zhuiyun had long wanted to cooperate with them, but they never bothered to listen to him in the past. To his surprise, Mo Fan was able to make it possible just by being a busybody. If they managed to come to an agreement, they were all going to be in the same boat. Xue is coming back late tomorrow. I'll talk to her when she's back. Mu Zhuiyun was clearly overjoyed if he even told Mo Fan when Mu Ningxue was going to be back. Mo Fan was thinking of visiting Fanxue Mountain, too. He decided to head over when Mu Ningxue came back. Mo Fan departed for Fanxue Mountain the next day, but before he left, Mui Nushin had already asked him to arrange a meeting. Mo Fan could not help but raise his thumb at Zhao Manyang. Old Zhao, it's such a pity that you didn't choose to become an unscrupulous businessman instead. What do you mean by unscrupulous businessman? It's called being influenced by the environment. You would know if you grew up in a family like mine. The fact they contacted you on the second day implies that the two clans are in a worse pinch than I imagined. Mo Fan, are you confident in your visit to the crematorium? Zhao Manyang asked. Dude, it's a fire vein. Mo Fan grunted. Well, it's no different than a crematorium for most people, Zhao Manyang replied. I've looked over the information. It does sound quite terrifying, but I still don't want to miss out on the opportunity, or else I will never find a suitable soul-grade fire seed for the rest of my life, Mo Fan sighed. It was important to get a soul-grade fire seed. Without it, Mo Fan's hardware was nowhere near enough to support Little Flame Bell's powerful system. Having 3 soul-grade flames was going to improve Mo Fan's strength significantly, too. There was no better chance than searching for a suitable soul-grade fire seed in a fire vein. Then you should be careful, Zhao Manyang said. What do you mean? Of course I'm not going. What do you mean by what do I mean? Zhao Manyang asked. I see you as my brother, and yet you're telling me you aren't coming with me when I'm jumping into a burning pit. Should I let Guan 1111 know that a rather good-looking girl drove your Lamborghini to your place around 11 last night? Mo Fan inquired. Zhao Manyang's lips twisted. He tried to argue, what are you even talking about? She's the girl that we met when we were drinking with the street racers in Baoshan the other day. I wasn't able to drive after drinking, so I asked her to drive the car back for me. I know, but I'll let you explain to her instead. I trust that you didn't ask her to go up to your place to have a drink. I trust that you didn't open a pack of Happiness 101. I am well aware what kind of a person you are, Mo Fan said airily. Mo Fan, you really look like a dog when you're being shameless, Zhao Manyang could only sigh. In the end, Zhao Manyang was convinced by Mo Fan's shameless badgering, admonitions, and outright blackmail to tag along on the adventure of Kunlun Mountain. Mo Fan also told Lingling what he was up to. As he expected, Lingling immediately packed her belongings and came along like a little cotton candy. How could he not bring her along for something so dangerous and thrilling? Mo Fan felt a lot more confident when Lingling was around. He did not really trust the plan that the two renowned clans had come up with. His life would be at risk if something went wrong. Mo Fan realized how different Fanshui Mountain was when he arrived. In the past, Fanshui Mountain consisted of uncultivated lands and barren mountains. No one would disturb him if he was doing something shameless in a random spot, but now there were roads and incomplete structures everywhere. The place was filled with concrete, steel, machinery, builders, urban planners, and lots of soldiers, traders, and mags looking for opportunities. The place was no longer lifeless, it was like a heart beating vigorously after fresh blood was injected into it from every direction. Chapter 1433. Signal on the Ocean. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Ningxue had clearly made a brilliant choice when she decided to purchase the land. It went without saying that she was working very hard every day with the daily transformation of the city. Fanshui Mountain was still considered private land. Mu Ningxue did not compromise, even when she was put under great pressure. In the end, the other parties, including the government, had to choose a gentler approach and decided to cooperate with Fanshui Mountain instead. Mu Ningxue had put in painstaking efforts to make Fanshui Mountain possible. When the place was still barren land, the government and the other factions had not provided them with any support or help. The members of Fanshui Mountain slowly cultivated the land and gave it a perfect skeleton frame. They would not allow the others to take it away just because it was now part of Faniao headquarters city. The land belonged to Fanshui Mountain, but they did not mind cooperating with the government. Everyone was responsible for ensuring the safety of the coastline, but they would not allow the government to repossess the land. Mu Zhuoyun had left to meet with the Mui clan and the Dongfang clan. Mo Fan had only come to pay Mu Ningxue a visit. He did not have to worry about anything else, it was not like he could be of any help. Mu Zhuoyun had already come back by the time Mo Fan found Mu Ningxue, as if he was afraid Mo Fan would do something to his precious daughter when he was not around, even though it was true that Mo Fan had safety precautions readily available in his pocket. Basically, the Mui clan has always been working with the military, but the Mu clan is applying a lot of pressure to them, especially since the Mu clan is in charge of the dam along the coastline. The Mu clan has been buying the resources that the Mui clan has been providing the military at an extremely low price. The Mui clan is planning to rescind the agreement with the military, yet they are struggling to find another party with a large enough demand to meet their supply. Mu Zhuoyun explained the results of the meeting to Mo Fan. If we successfully reach an agreement and find a way to excavate the fire vein at Kunlun Mountain, they will focus on excavating the fire vein and sell the resources through Fanshui Mountain. The population of Fanshui Mountain is only going to increase by the day, and the South China Sea's maritime battlefield is very close to us. There's going to be a lot of demand for fire element resources. They are asking us to lower the tax, and they have offered to split the profit evenly. They will handle the excavation, logistics, manufacturing, and sales together with the Dongfang clan. What do you think? Mu Ningxue asked. You guys can make the call. My only job is to clear the blockage in the fire vein. You are better at doing business anyway, Mo Fan answered. Then we'll proceed with it, we'll still need to discuss the details with Mu Linxing, Mu Zhuoyun said. I will go around and have a look. Mo Fan knew Mu Ningxue had lots of things to attend to. He would have to wait until she was free to enjoy some time with her. Mu Ningxue looked after him and called out, I'll give you a call when I'm done. Mo Fan waved his hand and left Fanshui Villa. Fanshui Villa was significantly higher than the rest of the immediate area. It used to be just a barren hill, but it was now full of green and trees. It also had a spectacular night view. A few dizzy and beautiful little moths flew among the trees. Even though they were moths, their colors were brighter than butterflies. Mo Fan knew these little moths were Fanshui Villa's sentries. They were not just at the villa, the little moths were scattered across the entire Fanshui Mountain as long as they were plants around. Fanshui Mountain had implemented strict rules, forbidding anyone from killing the moths. It was a private land, so those that entered had to obey the rules, allowing the little moths to coexist peacefully with the people that had moved to Figh Mountain to look for opportunities. Mo Fan went down the hill. He could see a wide river coming from the direction of Yiyang Mountain. The meandering river flowed through the new city of Figh Mountain, with a few artificial bifurcations circling around Figh Villa. For some reason, the layout of the bifurcations looked familiar to Mo Fan. The river originated from Yiyang Mountain and eventually reached the ocean. Mo Fan remembered the estuary was buttressed by two magnificent mountains. The river valley's great depth and width was the perfect place to build a harbor connected to the new city of Figh Mountain. The riverways, railways, and highways could meet at the mountain to the east. It was rare to see terrain with such a layout. Most of the time, it was difficult to establish railways, highways, and riverways close to a mountain. Luckily, the valley between the Shuangdong Mountains was flat and spacious with access to the ocean. It was also possible to build a dam between the mountains to guarantee the safety of the river valley. Mu Ningxue had chosen the land after putting the safety of their people first. It was located between cities to the north and the south, while its west and east were warded by mountains. Therefore, even though the land was barren and uncultivated, she still insisted on making it their territory. Now the land had become an important part of the coastline. Figh Mountain had already started constructing the sturdiest dam possible along the east coastline. It would soon be transformed into a maritime fortress. One could only say that her kindness and determination were finally getting paid back, after the heavens had mistreated her for so long. The current Figh Mountain was vigorous and brimming with life. Mo Fan could already see the outline of a new city. The city had covered the area from Yiyang Mountain in the west to the dam between the Shuangdong Mountains. New canals and roads were being added daily, like fresh blood that was continuously being injected into the city. Workers, businessmen, traders, mags, and hunters gathered in the city. The city might not have anything yet, but it would soon have everything. The people that moved in earlier might end up as the founders of the new city. Bo City had become a military base. Apart from a few old residents, it had gradually lost its appeal as a residential city. Mo Fan rarely went back there, but his heart always felt empty when he did, as if he did not really have a place that he could call home. However, Mo Fan felt great anticipation when he witnessed the changes at Figh Mountain. He believed that he would stand on a skyscraper one day, looking down at the blossoming city with a satisfied smile while admiring a place that belonged to him, a city that would feel like home to him. Mo Fan recalled Zhao Manyan's words. After seeing how busy Mu Ningxue had been, he realized he could not just live like a vagabond who only worried about feeding himself anymore. He should think about Figh Mountain's well-being, even when he was not around. Mo Fan approached the dam that was still under construction. He saw rapid movement along it, indicating that something must have happened. Viscera hunters. A ship of ours is surrounded by Viscera hunters on the ocean. We have to provide them with backup immediately. A patrol leader went up to the dam and looked in the direction a brilliant light was fired into, but he could not see the ship that was mentioned. They are too far away from us. Damn it, how dare they ambush the ship in revenge while it's on its way back? Such cunning creatures, the patrol leader said. Mo Fan went up to the dam when he heard the noise going around. However, he was told that only authorized personnel were allowed on it. Mentor, why are you here? A woman blurted out. Mo Fan turned around and saw Cao Qin. Only Cao Qin and Bai Hongfei would address him like that. What's going on? Mo Fan asked. It's the Viscera hunters, an extremely vicious and cunning species of sea monster. They are scouts for the sea monster's army, but they are also detestable killers at the same time. Lately, we discovered that the Viscera hunters are preying on our city. Sister Xiao Yu put up a job request to hire a few squads of hunters to annihilate the Viscera hunters. They just signaled us that they are on their way back, but the Viscera hunters have surrounded them just as they entered the safe zone. The Viscera hunters that fled must have gathered some reinforcements and intercepted the ship on their way back, Cao Qin said. How many are there? Mo Fan asked. More than 1,000, according to the signal we've received. It's hard to tell if we can gather enough people in such a short period of time. Cao Qin was clearly a lot more familiar with Fanshui Mountain's new city than Mo Fan. She basically treated it as her new home. I can't fly, nor can I swim, but it sounds like they're in great trouble, Mo Fan said anxiously. Battling on the sea had always been a huge problem for Mo Fan. The ship was around 5 kilometers away from the land. How could he possibly make it? Mentor, I can bring you there, I'm a water mage, Cao Qin said. Sure. There were not many advanced water mags around. Cao Qin immediately jumped into the water with Mo Fan. The patrol leader also came with a bunch of mags. He glared at Cao Qin and grunted, "Nonsense, do you think you can rescue them on your own? Don't you know how deadly these Viscera hunters are?" Cao Qin stuck her tongue out. She did not explain herself. Cao Qin was indeed a brilliant student of Pearl Institute. Her control of the water element was very impressive. She was controlling a huge wave to carry them forward like a giant fish, heading for the dark ocean in the distance. "Follow them quick, we can't let anything happen to them," the patrol leader, Tang Peng, shouted. "Captain Tang, how did you manage to gather a team so quickly? You've already gathered 6 teams in no time." Cao Qin turned around and saw 5 other teams following behind them. Tang Peng was Cao Qin's friend and had great affection for the girl. He was appointed the captain of the patrolling squads of Fanshui Mountain when he first came to the barren land. However, as Fanshui Mountain continued to grow rapidly, his position also rose significantly. Tang Peng was quite a powerful mage. He was once a soldier and had outstanding management skills. Mu Linqing gladly left the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the Fanshui Mountain coastline to him. "We are on alert at all times." Tang Peng had a proud face when he saw the rescue team in great order. In the past, Fanshui Mountain's patrol was like a sheet of loose sand, a bunch of vagrants, but they were now efficient and quick, like a troop of soldiers. "Mentor, it looks like you won't have to get your hands dirty this time," Cao Qin smiled at Mo Fan. "I'll still come along, I have nothing to do anyway," Mo Fan replied. Chapter 1434. The Advantage of Terrain at Sea. Translated by Zephyrs. Edited by Aelrianth. The clouds were dark and thick. The rest of the ocean was in complete darkness, apart from the SOS light that was flickering in the distance. There were 6 teams and 5 ships. Apart from Cao Qin, who was able to control a rapid wave and carry someone on it, the other water mags could only control the tide to increase their ship's speed. The rescue team had traveled a few kilometers. The light of the beacon at the dam faded into the distance. The view of the ocean at night was not as stunning as some had imagined. The rescue team found themselves in pitch-black darkness, surrounded by strong winds and chilly water. It was like they were wandering aimlessly into an utterly terrifying abyss. "Why is the ship moving away from us?" the patrol captain, Tang Peng, said. The ship requesting backup was roughly 5 kilometers away. They had already covered a distance of around 4 kilometers, but they were surprised to see the SOS light was still quite a distance away. "Perhaps the Viscera hunters are dragging the ship away," Jiangshan, the leader of one of the teams, said. "Then we should pick up our pace. It's going to be very dangerous if they enter the deep ocean area," Tang Peng said. "Deep ocean area?" Mo Fan asked. He was obviously an amateur. The sea monsters heavily rely on the seawater to move around. The deeper the water is, the greater the space for them to move around, thus allowing them to conceal themselves. Their attacks might even be stronger there. We usually call the area with a depth of 200 meters the shallow area. The area with a depth of 200 to 1,000 meters is called the intermediate area, and the area with a depth of 1,000 to 3,000 meters is called the deep sea area. The shallow area with a depth of 200 meters is more advantageous for us. Our spells are much more effective at this depth. In the intermediate areas, some of the bigger sea monsters will be able to move quite freely, posing a huge threat to us. As for the deep sea area, not only will the sea monsters be able to conceal their presence perfectly, thus making it difficult for us to estimate their numbers. They will immediately dive deep into the water whenever we are casting powerful spells. They will use the water as part of their defense. There is nothing we can do, Tang Peng explained. He could tell that Mo Fan was not experienced with battles in the ocean. Mo Fan recalled the East Maritime Fortress in Tokyo when he heard Tang Peng's words. It turned out that the depth of the water was an important aspect of battling in the ocean. He immediately took note of Tang Peng's explanation. So if the shallow area is the most advantageous for us, the maritime battlefield is most likely going to be set in this area, too, Mo Fan asked. Of course. Not every sea monster has the ability to walk on land, especially those that are enormous. Even though the creatures that are a few dozen meters long could still swim around within a depth of 200 meters, it's like a huge whale swimming inside a narrow river. They have suddenly become obvious targets. It's a lot easier for us to deal with them once their movement is restrained, Tang Peng said. It explained why the sea monsters had suddenly become humans' natural foes when the sea level rose. Mo Fan was able to learn something that he had never understood after listening to Tang Peng's explanation. I can see it, it's just ahead of us. The ship hasn't sunk yet, one of the leaders yelled. They kept going forward. They could finally see the ship that was giving out the SOS signal after traveling for around 3 kilometers. Secure the ship first, Captain Tang Peng ordered the squads. The 5 squads swiftly split up and surrounded the ship. They were planning to set up a defensive perimeter around it. Mo Fan and Cao Chin jumped onto the ship right away. They could not be bothered with the procedures. They wanted to see if anyone on the ship was injured. The ship was very clean. There was no sign of damage. Even though the ship was made of high-quality material to prevent the sea monsters from being able to smash it into pieces, it was still unreasonable that the ship was not damaged if it was attacked in the middle of the ocean. That's strange, why isn't there anyone on it? Cao Chin said with a confused look. Mo Fan quickly searched the ship, but he did not see anyone on the deck, the cabins, not even the bridge. Are they all dead? Jiangshan, who boarded the ship with his squad, said. There are no corpses, no smell of blood. Are we currently in the deep sea area? Mo Fan turned around and asked Cao Chin. I believe so. The water is more than 1,500 meters deep, Tang Peng said. Did we come too late? Damn it, these filthy Viscera hunters. Mo Fan went to the deck and observed his surroundings. He could smell something fishy on the sea breeze. Mo Fan's vision was limited, even though he normally had outstanding vision at night because of his shadow element. For some reason, he had an uneasy feeling. Fire burst, rupture. Mo Fan tossed a ball of fire into the air. The fireball reached 100 meters in the air. The flames of the ardent sunset exploded at Mo Fan's order. The fiery tongues surged wildly and scattered onto the surface of the pitch-black ocean like sparkling fireworks. The blazing red light revealed countless eerie heads scattered across the surface of the ocean. These heads had eyes, without the slightest shine to them. They were like eyes of the dead, belonging to a bunch of cunning carnivores that had been waiting for their prey for a long time. Mo Fan was shocked. A trap? It's a trap. These sea monsters were using the SOS signal to set up a trap by luring the humans away from the dam before surrounding them. There were more than 1,000 heads revealed by the light produced by the explosion, and there were a lot more of them outside of their range of vision. The light of the explosion had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Unlike demon creatures, humans were intelligent. Their wits had helped the human race not lose the prolonged battle against the demon creatures, despite being inferior physically. However, to Mo Fan's surprise, the sea monsters were smart enough to set up a trap to lure them to the deep sea. They were currently in the deep sea area that put the sea monsters at an advantage. We have to go, now, Captain Tang Peng yelled with an ugly expression. We have been surrounded. My heavens, why are there so many of them? Come up to the ship, Mo Fan yelled at the rest of the rescue team when he sensed that something was not right. These Viscera hunters were tough creatures. Mo Fan had no problem fighting them on land, but he was currently in the middle of the ocean. Even Mo Fan would struggle against them, unless they jumped up to him one by one. Chapter 1435. Taking Advantage of a Weak Poin. Translated by Zephyrs. Edited by Aelrianth. Arth. Hearing a cry of agony, Mofan vaguely saw something grabbing the ankle of a man in short sleeves in the light of the flames. The man was a wind mage. His wind element was quite powerful, and the Viscera hunters were struggling to drag him into the water. If a Viscera hunter managed to grab onto him, a bunch of them would immediately pounce at him. The man would have no chance of breaking free from the sea monsters when that happened, regardless of how impressive his wind magic was. Da Tong, Tang Peng yelled. The other team leaders immediately stopped Tang Peng, who was trying to lend a hand. Jiangshan said decisively, "You can't help him. They're going to drag you into the water too." "Damn it, how did we end up in these filthy creatures' trap?" Tang Peng grunted. Just as everyone was watching the man in short sleeves being dragged into the water, Mofan's eyes suddenly flickered with a silver light. Telekinesis encapsulated the man and dragged him out of the water like a strong, silver hand. The man hovered above the surface of the sea, no longer sinking into the water. Mofan grunted and forcibly dragged the man into the air. The pull of the monsters was so strong that they tore the man's lower leg apart. Fresh blood scattered in the air. The Viscera hunters only ended up with the man's lower leg. They were enraged, as they were ready to tear the man into pieces. The man endured the pain. The people nearby quickly gave him blood serums to replenish the blood he had lost, and the others used medicines to stop the bleeding, barely keeping him alive. Thank you, the man retained consciousness, even though his face was extremely pale. If help had come just a second later, his guts would have been torn apart by now. These savage Viscera hunters enjoyed feasting on inner organs and intestines. Losing a leg was nothing compared to the gruesome death that had been within inches. Space Mage, thanks for your help. Tang Peng had a whole new level of respect for Mofan after seeing how he had saved the man's life. Protect the ship at all costs, don't let it sink, Mofan replied. What should we do now? We are the ones that have to request backup from the city now. Jiangshan began to panic. The Viscera hunters had definitely prepared the trap to ambush them. The light of the flames eventually dissipated, and their surroundings fell into complete darkness once again. It was difficult to tell how many sea monsters were surrounding them. They were 8 kilometers away from safety, and currently in the deep sea, too. "It's my fault, I'm sorry, everyone," Tang Peng apologized. "Enough talk, I'll bring you all out of here," Mofan said. "How are we going to break through their surround? Didn't you see how many sea monsters there are around us?" Mofan did not say a further word, just glancing at the sky. Dark lightning began to flicker among the thick clouds. In just a few seconds, lightning began to rumble restlessly. "Protect the ship," Mofan told the others again. Mofan pointed his finger at the clouds. Endless lightning bolts surged wildly in the air, thick and powerful. The lightning bolts tore through the darkness of the ocean sky under Mofan's command and struck the water fiercely. Each lightning bolt triggered a huge explosion. A dozen lightning bolts blasted the surface of the ocean simultaneously. The overwhelming energy spread rapidly across the water. The Viscera hunters were immediately caught by Mofan's lightning with its 12-fold damage. Cries of agony rose from all directions. The Viscera hunters around the ship did not stand a chance against Mofan's destructive lightning tyrant. The lightning instantly disintegrated them, and their blood and flesh blended with the seawater. The dazzling lightning and the burning smell of flesh left the rescue team in utter disbelief. Countless Viscera hunters had died to the lightning. It felt like the danger had been resolved. "What are you waiting for? Let's get out of here," Mofan yelled at the crew. The others finally reacted, quickly driving the ship to flee from the area. The water mags manipulated the waves to speed the ship further. The lightning bolts did not stop, a whole bunch more of them kept descending from the sky. The spells that some of the intermediate mags had cast were nothing compared to the lightning. They all looked at Mofan as if he was a monster. Didn't this guy only draw a lightning star pattern just now? Why was his intermediate lightning spell even crazier than an advanced spell? How was he killing those terrifying Viscera hunters like if they were just a bunch of chickens? Mentor, it looks like they aren't Viscera hunters, Cao Chin observed. I agree, the Viscera hunters aren't that weak, Mo Fan agreed, looking at the remains of the sea monsters floating on the ocean. Even though Mo Fan had never seen a real Viscera hunter, he assumed the Viscera hunters were as strong as the brutal sword Death Servants, a rather strong creature of the warrior level. They sounded deadly too, so if such a great number of Viscera hunters had shown up, even Mo Fan would have struggled to take them all out. The sea monsters surrounding them had claws, smooth skin, and similar appearances to the Viscera hunters, but they were clearly weaker. They could not even endure his lightning. Every creature below the warrior level was blown into blood spray as soon as they were caught by the slightest arc of Mo Fan's lightning. We were panicking for nothing. We thought they were the Viscera hunters. We were screwed if there were actually so many of them, Tang Peng said. It was too dark, the team had trouble getting a clear look at the sea monsters. They had panicked as soon as they had seen the overwhelming numbers of the sea monsters. Even though these sea hook black beasts aren't the Viscera hunters, it doesn't change the fact that they were trying to lure us into a trap, Jiangshan spoke up. The sea hook black beasts were like the sea monkeys, being another species with overwhelming numbers. It was possible to find sea hook black beasts everywhere, whether it was in the cold seas or a warm ocean. Their appearance was similar to the Viscera hunters. It was very common to mistake the sea hook black beasts for the Viscera hunters. Many people had died after they had mistaken the Viscera hunters for the sea hook black beasts. Damn it, how dare they spook us? I'll kill them all, a leader of the rescue team yelled furiously. Stop wasting your time on them. We must return at once. As the rest of the team was tossing their spells at the sea hook black beasts to vent their anger and frustration, a signal was suddenly fired into the sky above the new city. They could even hear the alarm from a great distance away. The city is under attack, Tang Peng exclaimed, his face pale. Damn it, did the Viscera hunters really invade the city while we were away? Chapter 1436. The Concealed Viscera Hunters. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. A huge bunch of blue moths were circling the southernmost area of the Shuangdong Mountains. Not long after, a beautiful woman with moth wings appeared in the sky. She was staring down at the rising seawater. Trying to pull a sneak attack on us, Yushusha grinned. Several figures were moving restlessly in the water. Their savage eyes were hidden in the water, but Yushusha had seen through their trick right away. Go, alert the patrol squad, Yushusha pinched her finger and summoned a speedy moth out of nowhere like a magic trick. The moth had a special glow that was visible from a certain distance away. A patrol squad showed up soon. The figures in the seawater revealed themselves by coming ashore at almost the same time. The patrol squad had arrived without alerting the intruders. It's the Viscera hunters. These creatures are able to move freely on land without affecting their fighting capacity, the captain of the patrol squad told everyone. Wait a little longer, let them walk into my shadow trap. My sinister spider trap is ready, too. The members of the patrol squad were whispering. It was a lot easier to take out the sea monsters after knowing where they were going to strike. The moths were spread throughout the vicinity of the Shuangdong Mountains. The glowing moths were a sign that they had spotted intruders. Yushusha would relay the information to the patrolling squad so they could take out the intruders. There are so many of them, Yushusha looked at the tiny glows in the darkness. The construction of Fanshua New City had been going very smoothly. The Shuangdong Mountains had stopped the icy tide from reaching the vicinity of the new city when the sea level rose. However, the sea monsters seemed to have great scouting ability. They could even analyze the behavior of humans. Feiniao Headquarters City was an important human base in the maritime battlefield of the South China Sea. A huge portion of the coastline, consisting of countless cities and villages, was drowned. The people desperately needed a new place to settle, so these detestable sea monsters would try everything to stop the construction of the headquarters city. They had finally carried out their first wave of attacks. The attacks were quite cunning, since 5 patrol squads had left for the sea to rescue a ship. If the moths were not on alert at all times, the raid would clearly inflict great losses on Fanshua New City. The residents desperately needed a sense of security. If the Viscera hunters managed to break through the line of defense and carry out a massacre in the new city, it would immediately fall to the bottom of the chasm, as no one would be willing to settle in a dangerous place where the sea monsters could invade so easily. The Viscera hunters were extremely cunning, too. It was like they knew killing the Mags would not really make any difference. Their goal was to disrupt the order along the east coastline and make the situation even more chaotic, since it would give them more opportunities to strike their enemy. What's the situation? Mu Ningxue beat her wind wings and landed nimbly on the dam. It's the Viscera hunters. The cunning creatures lured 5 of our squads out to the deep sea. We aren't really sure about their situation for now. Meanwhile, the sea monsters suddenly invaded us when we were short-handed, Lu Jiang, who was in charge of the dam's defense, informed her. Mu Ningxue was shocked after hearing Lu Jiang's report. How are these sea monsters so cunning? It was like they were as intelligent as humans, judging from their approach. Was there an intelligent existence leading the army of sea monsters? It would explain why the sea monsters, who used to be a sheet of loose sand, had become so cunning, and how they knew how to invade strategically. Mu Ningxue had dealt with sea monsters on numerous occasions, and could not help but feel that something did not seem right after seeing how the Viscera hunters were carrying out their attack. No wonder so many cities had fallen. These sea monsters aren't the same as the ones we've dealt with before. Something doesn't seem right at all. It's such a relief to have the moths keeping an eye out for us. Otherwise, a few of the Viscera hunters would surely sneak past our defenses while we were short on hands. If there were any casualties, our enemies would spread the news blatantly. It would ruin our new city that we've put so much effort into, Lu Jiang swore. Let's be careful. Mu Ningxue let out a relieved sigh when she saw that the patrol squads had kept the situation under control. She had spent a huge fortune setting up patrol squads recently to guarantee the safety of Fanxue New City. It was all thanks to Xiao Yu, who did not stop scouting the ocean, and had recently discovered the Viscera hunters were planning to make a move. It was unlikely they could have recruited so many Mags if they stuck to their initial plan. I wonder how the people that went out to the ocean are doing, Lu Jiang said worriedly. I'll check it out. Mu Ningxue stomped her foot on the dam, summoning a white gust of wind that circled around her like ribbons. They slowly formed 6 pairs of elegant wings behind her as she glided down the wall. Mu Ningxue soared into the air rapidly after her foot briefly touched the surface of the ocean. She maintained her altitude while flying swiftly into the distance. The deep sea area. A lightning bolt descended amid the darkness, blasting a huge spray of blood into the air. The deck of the ship had already split open. The sea hook black beasts kept boarding the ship from both sides. Their wriggling bodies were utterly disgusting to look at. Look out, that one over there is a Viscera hunter, Cao Qin screamed. Captain Tang Peng turned around and noticed the creature's back was a lot different than the rest of the sea hook black beasts. It did not have the same dull expression, but a fierce look in the eyes. Even its claws were significantly sharper than the sea hook black beasts. Tang Peng was unable to dodge in time, and its claws left a huge cut on his stomach. The little hooks on the claws even pulled Tang Peng's intestines out as blood splattered across the floor. Luckily, Tang Peng was an experienced fighter. He ignored the tremendous pain from his belly and swiftly ran toward the water curtain that Cao Qin had set up. Tang Peng ran into the water curtain, which did not resist him. He was able to jump into it straight away, but the water stopped the Viscera hunter that was aiming to take his life. The creature was extremely frustrated as it could not get any closer. Tang Peng managed to save himself. His heart was pounding heavily. They all thought the sea monsters surrounding the ship were only the weak sea hook black beasts. To their surprise, there were quite a few Viscera hunters hiding among them. These creatures were trying to keep them here forever by dragging them to the bottom of the ocean. Hang in there, we are almost at the intermediate area. Mo Fan glanced at the injured. He was struggling to come up with a better plan. The seawater was too restricting to him. He was unable to utilize his shadow element, fire element, or even his summoning element. Otherwise, there was no way these Viscera hunters could have ambushed them. Mo Fan could only eliminate the sea monsters that were blocking the ship's way as quickly as possible, and leave the sea monsters that were attacking from the sides and stern to the rest of the team. Chapter 1437. Danger Resolved. Translated by Zephyrs. Edited by Aelrianth. An icy wind brushed their faces. A chilling mist descended from the darkness and froze the seawater when it touched the surface of the ocean. It was not just a thin layer of ice. It was as sturdy as rock, and too thick for the sea-hope black beasts to break through. The ice covered a great distance, trapping a lot of the sea-hope black beasts under the thick ice. However, the direction the ship was sailing in was left alone, allowing the ship to keep going. Shue, Mo Fan immediately knew who it was when he saw the ice. Mu Ningshue's Nirvana ice domain was extremely effective against large groups of demon creatures. The frozen sea greatly hindered the sea-hope black beast's movements, lifting a great burden from everyone's shoulders. Follow me, Mu Ningxue stayed in the air while guiding the ship forward. Below the ice, a few Viscera hunters seemed to have realized how much of a danger Mu Ningxue was to their plan. They quickly moved into Mu Ningxue's flight path and suddenly sprang up into the air, breaking through the ice. Only the Viscera hunters were capable of breaking through Mu Ningxue's ice. They sprang into the air and surrounded Mu Ningxue, trying to take her out at once. Mu Ningxue did not even glance at the Viscera hunters. She continued to unleash the power of her domain to freeze the surface of the ocean. When the 4 Viscera hunters were around 10 meters away from her, their bodies starting freezing with every meter they traveled. The Viscera hunters finally reached a distance of 5 meters away from her, but they had all frozen completely. They fell straight down upon the layer of ice above the sea. Smash! The 4 Viscera hunters broke into bloody-hued pieces of ice. The rest of the Viscera hunters shadowing Mu Ningxue immediately gave up on the thought, which would surely get them killed. I'll keep an eye at the back, Mo Fan yelled. Every Viscera hunter that showed up at the front would die for sure with Mu Ningxue clearing the path ahead. The weak sea-hook black beasts were trapped under the ice. They had no chance of breaking through the ice, regardless of their numbers. The layer of ice had given Mo Fan a wide area to fight the sea monsters on. He swiftly went to the back of the ship and jumped onto the ice. Take care of yourselves, Mo Fan told Cao Qin and Tang Peng. Tang Peng, Jiangshan, and the others had witnessed Mo Fan's strength. They did not to worry about his safety. The Viscera hunters were the only ones that could break through Mu Ningxue's ice. Mo Fan soon noticed that many of the Viscera hunters were striking the ice, trying to help the sea-hope black beasts break through it. Mo Fan immediately set his eyes on the Viscera hunters. His eyes flickered as he grabbed a Viscera hunter with telekinesis and tossed him into the air. A lightning bolt struck the Viscera hunter when it lost its balance and disintegrated it instantly into blood spray. A Viscera hunter that was hiding under the ship suddenly appeared, swiping its claws fiercely at Mo Fan's stomach. Rebelling Shadow! Mo Fan decisively consumed a commander-level soul remnant. The dark material materialized in the Viscera hunter's vicinity, a shadow that looked exactly the same as the Viscera hunter, attached to the creature's back. The rebelling shadow had sharp claws, just like the Viscera hunter. It tore the Viscera hunter's throat apart before it even knew what happened. The Viscera hunter's blood scattered across the air as soon as it jumped up. Jiangshan's eyes widened upon witnessing it. Jiangshan was a shadow mage too, but it was his first time seeing anything like Mo Fan's move. Watch out, Cao Qin yelled. Mo Fan was behind the ship, where most Viscera hunters were. These creatures preferred to use sneak attacks on their targets. They were now aware of Mo Fan's outstanding strength, so 10 of them decided to pounce at him at the same time. These creatures had been hiding under the ice all along. Each of them was in close proximity from Mo Fan when they showed up. Even an advanced mage would die instantly under the circumstances. Idiots, Mo Fan grunted. The dark material spread wildly. Mo Fan instantly consumed 10 commander-level soul remnants. The Viscera hunters did not realize that the surrounding ice and water had been replaced by a black swamp the moment they broke through the ice. The swamp extended a few hundred meters. 10 shadows resembling the Viscera hunters sprang out from the swamp. Their actions were perfectly in sync, attacking under Mofan's control. The Viscera hunters in the air suddenly stiffened, before blood started jetting out from their necks. The Viscera hunters posed a great threat to Mofan only a second ago, but they all died horrible deaths in the blink of an eye. It only took the rebelling shadows a brief moment to eliminate their targets. Not one of the Viscera hunters managed to survive. Such a remarkable power of the shadow element, Jiangxun was lost in thought. He never expected the shadow element to be so deadly and imperious. The Viscera hunters might not even realize how they had died. Mu Ningxue was clearing the path ahead while Mofan was protecting the rear. The others suddenly felt like there was nothing they needed to do. It was not exaggerating to describe the two as monsters after seeing their strength. The deadly trap had suddenly turned into a complete massacre. As expected of the two strongest members on the national team, Tang Peng sat inside a cabin, holding in his guts with one hand. He was suffering from serious injuries, and the others were in bad shape, too. They initially thought they were going to be wiped out on the ocean, but the battle had suddenly become one-sided after Mu Ningxue showed up. A huge pool of blood was left on the ocean, even visible at night. The ship soon reached the shallow waters. Another ship quickly came over to lend them a hand, escorting them back to the harbor at the dam. It's a relief that no one died. Tang Peng felt the pain easing a little when he saw that everyone had returned safely. We are so lucky that I asked Mentor to come along. Otherwise, there's no way we would have made it back here, Cao Qin said. Fighting on the ocean greatly limits my capabilities. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have ended up in such bad shape, either, Mofan said. If Mu Ningxue had not made it in time to freeze the surface of the ocean, Mofan doubted if he could have brought everyone back alive. The sea monsters were a lot more cunning than he had imagined. He realized why Chairman Xiaozheng looked so haggard now. It must have been quite a while since the man was able to get a good night's rest. Speaking of which, didn't the Viscera hunters try to invade the city while we were away? Is everything all right? Jiangxun blurted out. The city is fine. Yushish's moths managed to see through their tricks, Mu Ningxue said. These little moths are really impressive, Jiangxun exclaimed. That's good to hear, Mayor. It's our fault for being so reckless. We didn't expect those to set us up, Tang Peng apologized with a guilty look. He's the mayor, Mu Ningxue pointed at Mofan. Tang Peng was startled. He turned to Mofan. The other members of the patrolling squad were astounded, too. Even Mofan was taken by surprise. Since when did he become a mayor? He might be the owner of Fanxue Mountain, but Mu Ningxue had been managing everything since day one. Oh, we've been together for so long. It's unnecessary to distinguish between us anymore, Mofan said shamelessly after realizing something. He's right, the others let out hollow laughs. They were quite unprepared to witness a public display of affection between the two. The danger had been resolved, returning calm to the new city. The injured members did not take a rest to recover from the injuries as they should have. They were drinking in some of the bars that had just opened recently, while boasting about the battle to the others. The battle was clearly an unforgettable experience for many of them. Apart from the little moths that had contributed greatly by detecting the Viscera hunters, most of the discussions revolved around Mu Ningxue and Mofan, and their unbelievable strength. You have no idea. We were surrounded in the deep sea by at least 3,000 sea hook black beasts. There were at least 100 to 200 Viscera hunters as well, but right at the start of the battle, Mofan, Boss Mofan, was fending them off by himself. Guess how many a single lightning bolt could kill, a mage whose face still had a visible wound said while raising 5 fingers. 50, a few young mags that did not take part in the battle asked curiously. What 50? It's 500. You have no idea how terrifying the situation was. The whole surface of the ocean was filled with the heads of the sea monsters bursting like popcorn. I'm not bluffing, it's real, I saw it in person, and all he drew was a star pattern. I couldn't even tell which tier his lightning spell was in. It's a lot stronger than most of the advanced spells I've seen. That's not all of it. His shadow element is the real deal. I initially thought his lightning element was the strongest, but it's like Boss Mo Fan suddenly turned on his hacks when our mayor froze the surface of the ocean. The Viscera hunters all died within seconds, and they were all killed instantly by their own shadows. Instantly? That's insane. The Viscera hunters are considered the strongest among the warrior-level creatures. How could they possibly die instantly? Why don't you believe me? Do you really think I'm bluffing right now? The new city was not very big. The incident that took place soon spread among the people rapidly. Almost everyone knew what happened before morning. Many people knew Mo Fan was the strongest participant during the World College Tournament, but the national team only consisted of students, and they were up against students from other countries, too. It did not necessarily reflect how the participants would do in the future. However, Mo Fan's reputation skyrocketed after the attack of the Viscera hunters. The patrol squads in particular were utterly impressed by Mo Fan's capabilities. Chapter 1438. Pin Her Down Now. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Early that morning, Mu Lynching could not stop discussing the incident while Mo Fan was still having his breakfast. Many versions of the same story had appeared overnight. It's really nothing. I just killed some sea monsters. Do they really have to make it sound so crazy? Mo Fan believed the people of the new city were exaggerating it. Brother, you are already used to fighting demon creatures. I bet you've seen more demon creatures than humans by now. Killing them is like slaughtering chickens for you, but not every mage hangs out with the demon creatures as often as you. They are already considered veterans if they can slay a few demon creatures with their own hands. Being involved in a great battle against the demon creatures is enough for them to boast about for a few years. What happened last night might be insignificant to you, but it's an unforgettable experience for many of the mags who have never left the safe zones. Mu Lynching explained the viewpoint of the mags who spent most of their time in the cities. Mu Lynching was a mage too, but his cultivation was not that impressive. He knew there were not many mags like Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue who had fought numerous battles against demon creatures. Most mags only pursued a stable life and income under the protection of the cities. They were not willing to risk their lives fighting against demon creatures. Their country had lost a huge portion of its territory to the rising sea. The people were afraid as the sea monsters became restless. Under these circumstances, being able to punish the sea monsters and bring back their heads was already something to be proud of. Most of the people you normally hang out with are monsters like yourself, but the patrol squads only consist of normal mags. Apart from the patrol squads, the new city has a lot of young mags too. This incident has taken place so close to them, so it's reasonable for them to behave like that. It's also a great chance for our new city to make a name for ourselves. Ha ha ha, we killed 200 Viscera hunters and more than 2,000 sea hook black beasts, and the city is perfectly unharmed. Mu Lynching exclaimed. Mu Lynching left in a great mood. It was obvious that he was busy thinking about how he could use the opportunity. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue continued to enjoy their breakfast. It was just a normal night for them. The battle was nothing worth mentioning, compared to what they had been through in the past. We still need some powerful mags. It's good enough if we can hire a few more advanced mags, let alone a super mage, Mu Ningxue told Mo Fan. We're just getting started. Let's take one step at a time. I believe a lot of the advanced mags will be willing to join our stronghold if we successfully partner with the MUI clan and the Dongfang clan, Mo Fan agreed. Even though the average strength of the mags in the patrol squads was only at the intermediate level, they still had to pay those mags every day. There were only a few advanced mags among them. If Mo Fan had not happened to go with them, it was difficult to say how many among them would have made it back alive. Mo Fan was unlikely to be around all the time. He knew what Mu Ningxue was trying to say. Fanxue Mountain needed more mags they could rely on. It's a villa, not a stronghold. Mu Ningxue felt the need to correct him. It was meant to be Fanxue Villa and Fanxue New City, yet it suddenly became some bandit stronghold in Mo Fan's eyes. Villa, yes, our villa, Mo Fan corrected himself. I have registered the new city under your name. Your reputation clearly exceeds mine. If the city was under my name, it would bring some hindrances to it, Mu Ningxue told him. Mu Ningxue clearly felt she was being picked on after she started managing Fanshui Mountain. It was obvious that people could not easily forget what Mu he had done in the past. On top of that, the Mu clan had been quite a nuisance, too. If Fanshui Mountain was planning to grow further, it would be difficult to do so under Mu Ningxue's name. As such, Mu Ningxue used Mo Fan's name to register the new city. Fanshui Mountain was established under both their names, too. The new city was a new hope for the people. She believed everything would be much smoother if it was under Mo Fan's name. I just think that you've put everything you have into it. I didn't really do anything, so it's not fair, Mo Fan began. Mo Fan was used to being free and unconstrained. Otherwise, he would have long joined one of the factions that were interested in recruiting him. He was quite surprised that he had become the mayor of a city all of a sudden. I was just worried that you wouldn't like it, since you've gotten used to walking your own path. Mu Ningxue was well aware of Mo Fan's character. He did not like being tied down by something, and preferred to live a free life. It's true that I might struggle to adapt to it, but it's fine, we have a long way to go still. We have to manage it together eventually, both Fanshui Mountain and our adorable and cute little babies in the future, Mo Fan said. Mu Ningxue was a little touched when she heard the first half of the sentence, but she was left speechless when she heard the second half. How did his thoughts even jump so far away? Anyway, don't worry about me, I'll give you all my support as long as it's something you want. Mo Fan reached out and placed Mu Ningxue's little hand in his palm. He rubbed her hand like it was a piece of jade. It felt cold, but surprisingly comfortable. Mu Ningxue did not seem to be resisting the intimacy between them, giving him great joy. Some women were the kind that men would have the urge to strip their clothes off and have an enjoyable time with right away, but they would be forgotten soon, too. There were also women that men preferred to approach slowly, even though they were hoping for the same final outcome. They would enjoy the process of slowly melting their hearts and merging with them into one. Even if Mo Fan had to wait until he was 30 to achieve his goal, he would not think of it as a long journey. Fanshui Mountain was a great responsibility and a huge burden to take good care of. Mo Fan would prefer not to be bound by such burdens, but he clearly felt that Fanshui Mountain had shortened the distance between him and Mu Ningxue. She had begun to open up her heart without realizing it when he helped her achieve her dream with everything he had. If Fanshui Mountain could really become the bridge between them, Mo Fan would not mind abandoning his free and unconstrained old self and becoming a responsible person. Many women dreamed of having a family, a home that could shelter them from their worries and problems. They would slowly taste the warmth of love, and in Mu Ningxue's case, she would only feel secure and have a sense of belonging when she finally had her own city. Since Mo Fan had decided to stay with her, he must take on the responsibilities too. Either way, he had chosen her to be his wife first. I'm heading out for a while. Mu Ningxue rose to her feet. Someone was looking for her. Mo Fan nodded. He squinted and admired Mu Ningxue's alluring curves, the tight-fitting pants with faint grey and silver lines, the slightly waving butt. It must be very bouncy to touch, and if he was doing it from behind. Did he just think that it was fine to wait to sleep with her until he was 30 years old? He had an urge to pin her down right now. Chapter 1439. Awakening Stones. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The journey was long, crossing mountains and ridges. The newly discovered fire vein was located some distance from the city. The west of China was less populated, with tall mountains, vast lands, thick woods, and serene valleys. It was extremely difficult to find one of the rare fire veins in a place like this. Luckily, after the two renowned clans spent a long time surveying the land, they had found a safe path leading to the fire vein. They even established a relay station at Kunlun Mountain Sun Ridge specifically for the fire vein. The relay station was called Wangyang Station. It used to be an underdeveloped village, but as the two renowned clans started investing in it, it had slowly grown to a small town. The Mui clan and Dongfang clan were cooperating with the local government. The local government was hoping that their remote village could be developed further, and the roads, railways, and safe zone would be extended further. The inland areas and places in the west were getting more attention since the eastern coastline was now threatened by sea monsters. The MUI clan had long claimed ownership of Sunridge. The local government, magic association, and military would not be getting any share of the place. They were mainly focusing on developing Wangyang Station, since its growth would allow the local government to develop Chenyu Town further. As such, the military and the government were willing to lend the MUI clan and Dongfang clan a hand. The relay station was still in rather rough. Wooden planks, stones, and cement were stacked all around the place. Since the place was quite remote, railroads were not yet established, and the roads were mostly muddy paths. Dust and mud scattered all over the relay station as one truck after another drove to the relay station. We are considering building roads here, but that's only possible after the fire vein is accessible, Dongfangmo explained. He had arrived in person. Building roads was going to cost a fortune. Only huge clans were able to afford the expense. It would bring great benefits to Wangyang village, since it would give them easier access to the outside world. It was extremely inconvenient to be stuck in the mountains, especially crossing the mountains and ridges just to get some supplies from other places. What are the trucks carrying? Mo Fan noticed that the trucks were carrying colorful stones with jagged edges out of the station, apart from bringing in resources. Those are for colored ores of poor quality. Kunlun Mountain is rich in wind color ores, earth color ores, fire color ores, and lightning color ores. Those for different colored ores have been feeding countless cities. In the past, the MUI clan even established a small gathering center here to collect the different colored ores and sell them in the Magic City. That business has been earning a few $100 million every year. A long time ago, MUI Guangqing was placed in charge of the business and came to inspect it. He stumbled into an old hunter who had discovered traces of a fire vein. They ended up forming a team to look for the fire vein. It turned out that the fire vein did exist, and it's a B-grade pure fire vein. MUI Guangqing was immediately promoted to an elder of the clan, and was placed in charge of the fire vein. Dongfangmo glanced at a man in his 30s nearby with a smile. He seemed to be quite familiar with the situation here. MUI Guangqing was a very humble man who did not speak much along the journey. Mo Fan initially thought he was just a normal member of the MUI clan tagging along. To his surprise, the man was in charge of the fire vein, and was the one who had discovered it. I'm just lucky, it's not worth mentioning at all, MUI Guangqing explained calmly. It's not just about luck. Most people would be reluctant to give up on a comfortable life in the city and come to such an inhospitable place, let alone visiting this place in person to inspect the clan's business. Dongfangmo seemed to admire MUI Guangqing. Uncle Mo, stop flattering me, I'm just more serious about my tasks. Anyone else could have discovered the fire vein, too. Our biggest problem now is to excavate it. As a matter of fact, there are lots of treasure vaults like Sun Ridge here in the west, but it's too difficult to excavate them. The military, government, and renowned clans are not willing to take huge risks. If our clan didn't join hands with your clan, which is known for its expertise in the fire element, we really would have no idea how to deal with the fire vein, and some other renowned clans might end up snatching it from us. We wouldn't care so much if the military wanted to take it away, we could just think of it as contributing to the country, but we are worried that some renowned clans are planning to claim it by annexing us and putting pressure on us, MUI Guangqing said. Unfortunately, our Dongfang clan is bringing disgrace to our own name this time. I'm afraid we aren't capable enough to take on the job this time. We are only in charge of mining and refining the ore. Dongfangmo turned to Mo Fan. Uncle Mo, I think you've overestimated this guy's capabilities. Our Dongfang clan might not be better than them in other areas, but there's no way we are going to lose to anyone when it comes to the fire element. Why are we bothering to let an outsider interfere with our business? Dongfangming grumbled. Dongfangming was an old acquaintance of Mo Fan. He had nothing better to do now after failing to join the enforcement union. As such, he had returned to the clan to see if there was anything he could help with. Dongfanglai was a more straightforward person. Even though there was a period where he found Mo Fan to be an eyesore, he he was utterly impressed by Mo Fan's talents when they were fighting for the spot on the national team, and was willing to reconcile with him. Meanwhile, Dong Fangming was more narrow-minded. He was still holding a grudge against Mo Fan because of what had happened in Hangzhou. "You're just here to lend a hand. Stop interrupting, can't you see that us adults are discussing business here?" Mo Fan said imperiously, not showing any mercy to Dong Fangming. Dong Fangming was on the verge of losing his temper. Who did this Mo Fan think he was? He used to have a chance to beat the crap out of this jerk. How could Mo Fan possibly beat him if it wasn't for the resources he received from joining the national team? Xiaoming, don't be reckless, it's time to forget about the past. Dong Fangmo was Dong Fangming's father and did not hesitate to teach his son some manners. He was quite friendly to Mo Fan, too. He switched his tone and said, "Mo Fan, since Xiaoming is around your age, please don't hesitate to give him some advice." Xiaoming. Ha ha ha, not a problem, I won't mind keeping an eye on him. Mo Fan burst out laughing when he heard Dong Fangming's nickname. The others laughed, too. Dong Fangming was supposed to be an unusual name, but when Dong Fangmo called him by his nickname, it suddenly reminded everyone of the textbooks in primary school. Dong Fangming's face twisted like a grilled eggplant. He was too embarrassed to say anything else. The vehicles reached Wanyang Station at the base of Sun Ridge. The place had more than 100 hills and mountains of varied sizes. Its altitude was significantly higher than the mountains and the mountain ranges nearby. During summer, when the sun was shining upon Sun Ridge, its terrain would end up trapping the heat, resulting in unusually high temperature on the main ridges, and making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to stay on them. Rumors said that around 300 years ago a meteorite had landed on Sun Ridge, producing an enormous burning pit hidden between the mountains. This fire vein did not just appear out of nowhere in the past year or two, it was formed by nature with the right conditions. The resources of a fire vein were extremely rare and valuable. Mui Guanqing was quite knowledgeable. He was able to refer to local rumors and ancient records to locate the fire vein, despite the complicated geography of Sun Ridge. He even figured out roughly how long the fire vein had existed. The fire vein had been around for about 300 years. Perhaps it was not as impressive in the past. It had only grown to its current scale after being exposed to the sun in such a unique environment for many years. A fire vein not only supplied spirit-grade seeds and soul-grade seeds, but even the insignificant stones in a fire vein were refined to be used as guiding stones, an energy source used to train a bunch of fire mags. Mags had become rare and valuable since the sea had risen. Not everyone was a mage, so an elemental vein like this played an important role in awakening new mags. Mo Fan knew that the reason why magic schools would only recruit a limited number of students was mainly because they had a limited supply of awakening stones. In addition to that, only the Magic Association knew the exact way to produce awakening stones. In other words, the Magic Association had to give their permission before a new mage was awakened. The Magic Association distributed awakening stones to every faction in the world. The Magic Association would collect the raw materials for producing the awakening stones from society, and were the ones deciding the price. An elemental vein like this fire vein would contain the awakening energy of the respective element, refined by nature. The Magic Association would further modify the energy to awaken the star dust in a person's body. Elemental magic was considered a part of nature. The awakening stones that the Magic Association normally distributed to the schools were mostly from the elemental veins, which was the reason why most mags would awaken elemental magic as their first element. Since the fire and lightning veins were the rarest among the elemental veins, there were fewer mags that could awaken the fire element and the lightning element. Mo Fan had learned all this when he was resting at the Parthenon Temple. The main reason why the Parthenon Temple was superior to most of the factions was because they were not under the Magic Association. The founders had established the Parthenon Temple as an independent organization via their unique combination of blessing and healing elements, which exceeded the level of the Magic Association. As a matter of fact, the Magic Associations had to nod and bow their heads to the Parthenon Temple as a result. Even though Mo Fan did not believe it at first, the truth was, it was possible to awaken any element as long as someone had enough money and resources. As for the young mags at school, the elements they could awaken mostly depended on their luck and body constitution. If one was lucky enough, and the awakening stone they used turned out to be from a fire vein, it meant that person would have a higher chance to awaken the fire element. If the awakening stone assigned to a student was a low-quality awakening stone mixed with the earth element and the wind element, and the process of refining it involved the water element and light element, and the student's body composition was all mixed up, it was difficult to tell the exact element that the student would awaken. It all came down to the odds of awakening the elements. A high-quality awakening stone and the guiding stone of a specific element would greatly increase the odds of awakening that element. It did not necessarily mean a low-quality awakening stone could never awaken the lightning element, but the odds were only 10,000 to 1, or even 100,000 to 1. The only relief was that no element was superior to another. The mags only needed to focus on improving their cultivation. It all came down to which mage was stronger in the end. Chapter 1440. Filthy Men. Translated by Zephyr. Edited by Aelrianth. The most valuable loot in a fire vein was the raw material for awakening stones. They had a say in how to sell these raw materials, but they would most likely end up in the hands of the Magic Association, since only the Magic Association could turn these raw materials into awakening stones that young people around the age of 10 could use. The other thing that was just as valuable as the awakening stones was the fire magic ore. Magic ores were the source of magic technology. Magic ores were the most important resources supporting the development of human cities. A B-grade fire vein would mostly produce B-grade magic ore. The energy they could provide was unimaginable. Many of the huge magic ore veins in the country were owned by the government and the military. The Magic Association would not interfere with them. Awakening stones and magic ores were resources that would always have a higher demand than supply, guaranteeing a continuous profit, and were the true value of an elemental vein. In addition to the raw materials needed to produce awakening stones and magic ores, there were also elemental seeds, elemental pieces, and elemental crystals, things that precipitated over a long period of time. Mo Fan had learned the value of a fire vein from Mui Guangqing along the journey. Mui Guangqing was a real scholar. His eyes had glittered at the mention of the topic, and were no longer as dull and lifeless as usual. The others might have found his prolonged speech annoying, but Mo Fan was very intrigued. He was nodding like he was mincing garlic while Mui Guangqing was explaining things to him. Doesn't that mean things like spirit-grade seeds, soul-grade seeds, and fundamental crystals are more valuable? A spirit-grade seed is worth a full truckload of the raw materials to produce the awakening stones, not to mention the soul-grade seeds and fundamental crystals that are even rarer. Mo Fan was playing the studious man. Mu Ningxue always asked him to study more, so as a good man who listened to his wife, he must become more knowledgeable. Ha ha, only an amateur would think that. The disciples of renowned clans like us know the truth. The things you mentioned might be valuable, but they are more like a one-time profit. For example, things like spirit-grade seeds, soul-grade seeds, and the fundamental crystals of this fire vein are gone once they are taken. Let's say they are worth 10 billion in total. But the raw materials of awakening stones and magic ores are constantly being excavated from the fire vein. It can easily provide us with over 1,000 tons of them every year. We might only make 2 to 3 billion a year, but in 3 years, the profit will be the same as the total worth of the things you mentioned. What if the mine lasts for 10, or even 20 years? There is no faction that isn't interested in continuous sources of income. Besides, the market is constantly changing. In the current era, things that are closely related to magic are very valuable, but does that mean things related to our lives aren't valuable? No, they are actually worth more. Mui Guangqing told him. Mo Fan immediately understood when he learned the raw materials and magic ores were constantly being mined from an ore vein. It explained why a fire vein was enough to keep 3 clans going. It was basically a gold mine. No wonder these factions put so much focus on securing ore veins for themselves. Now you know how important the fire vein is. If it wasn't because our clan is having trouble excavating it, there's no way we would be willing to share it with you guys, ha ha ha. Mui Guangqing said honestly. That's reasonable. If I could do it on my own, I wouldn't share it with someone else, either, Mo Fan agreed. The fire vein turned out to be a money-making mine. He had to clear the blockage at all costs, as he would be able to make money just by sleeping comfortably. He would no longer have to worry about how many elements he had. He could even take care of a few more elements. That being said, it was impossible to eat such a huge cake alone. Sharing it with others was the right move. A real businessman understood that money was meant to be earned together. Earning money with partners was like multiplication, but trying to earn money alone was only like addition. It was difficult to achieve greatness by oneself. The Mui clan had discovered the fire vein and were currently managing it. The Dongfang clan was in charge of transportation and production. After all, the resources were related to the fire element. The Dongfang clan was definitely the best candidate to process the raw materials and maximize the profits. Fanshui Mountain was in charge of selling the products. It was part of a headquarters city very close to the South Maritime battlefield. The shells would be emptied as soon as they were filled. The three could work together to earn big bucks while helping society. What more could they ask for? Fanshui Mountain was running short on funds. A few days ago, Mo Fan had heard from Mu Lynching about the money they were spending on hiring the patrol squads to ensure the safety of the new city. They were able to make a name for themselves, but construction was struggling to keep up as they were running short on funds. If they could not find a way to solve the financial crisis, the new city of Fanshui Mountain was going to end up as a bandit fortress instead, as no one would be willing to settle in an underdeveloped place. As such, this operation was extremely important to Mo Fan. Not only would it determine if he could find the soul-grade seed he desperately needed, it would also decide Fanshui Mountain's fate. Luckily, he had brought Zhao Manyang and Lingling along. Otherwise, he would not feel confident enough to take on the job. Speaking of which, we also need an impressive ice mage. Our Dongfang clan doesn't really have any ice mags, and the Mui clan is unable to find a suitable candidate, either. Is there any chance that Fanshui Mountain has? It would be perfect if Mu Ningxue was able to make it. She will definitely be of great help to us. Dongfang Mo said. Oh, we've already made the arrangements, he should be here soon. Mo Fan was just about to say more when he saw a well-dressed young man with glossy hair and a temperament that clearly did not suit the village. He was standing in a corner with a proud look on his face. Mo Fan immediately yelled, "Green tea man, here! Over here!" The young man's face immediately sank when he heard Mo Fan shout. He started heading toward Mo Fan, who was still calling him Green Tea Man. He finally ran out of patience and grunted, "One more time and I'll be going. You guys can have all the fun yourself." "Oh, Brother Mu Bai, why so serious? You must be tired after coming all the way here. Should I find you a young innocent girl from Kunlun to rub your shoulders, hammer your legs, and provide you with the full package service?" Mo Fan blathered. "That won't be necessary." Mu Bai's forehead was covered in black lines. "Oh, you've already treated yourself to it." "That's right, it's very important to be looking after your kidneys," Mo Fan smiled. "Piss off." Mu Bai rarely cursed after he graduated from Tianlan Magic High, but he just could not control himself when Mo Fan was around. The guy was still the same as *****. He was in high school. He could not understand why so many people in the ancient capital wanted to betroth daughters that were still in kindergarten to a jerk like him. "All right, let's get back to the point. I only learned you were coming on my way here. It's a very dangerous operation, and you might lose your life because of it," Mo Fan said. "I knew everything already, you don't have to say it again." Mu Bai interrupted him. He already knew Mu Ningxue and Mu Zhuiyun were planning a comeback. Many old residents of Bo City that had moved to the ancient capital had already left for Fanshui Mountain. The ancient capital was not their own place, after all. They still felt like they were lodging under someone else's roof. As such, when Fanshui Mountain took the initiative to invite these old residents of Bo City to move to the new city and offered them lots of benefits, they did not hesitate to move there. Mu Bai was feeling a little guilty, as he had not returned to his clan. He had heard about the fire vein when he gave Mu Zhuiyun a call. He believed he had to contribute something if he was planning to return to the clan, or he would not feel at ease. Thus he had shown up at Kunlun Mountain to fill the vacancy of an ice mage. It had been a long time since Mo Fan last saw Mu Bai. He occasionally heard Zhong Xiaohu mention that Mu Bai's strength had improved significantly. He was quite reputable in the ancient capital now. Mu Bai had gone through a lot of things, just like Mo Fan and the others, and been sharpened into an impressive sword. When he mentioned that he was interested in joining Fanshui Mountain, Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Mu Zhuyan all welcomed him with open arms. It was extremely tough for a person to be wandering around alone. However, they were unable to tell if he had finally walked out from under the terrible pain Mu he had brought him. Seriously, why are they allowing anyone to join the team? Don't forget that we are only willing to cooperate with you because you promised to open up the fire vein. I hope you won't end up dying in there. You're treating it as if it's normal training during high school, Dong Fangming said, twisting his lips. He seemed to have a grudge against Mu Bai. Xiaoming, why are you coming with us if you are so worried? Stop sneering at us. If you don't have the guts to come with us, just behave yourself like a little baby waiting to take over the clan and hold on tight to your baby nipple. Mo Fan promptly retorted. Why would I bother getting myself killed? Only people like you have to worry about things like that. I can just sit back and enjoy life instead. Dong Fangming proclaimed proudly. The two renowned clans were unwilling to risk the lives of their successors. Even though Mo Fan was the leader of Fanshui Mountain, he still had to attend to a lot of matters himself, since Fanshui Mountain was still at its starting point. Mo Fan turned to Dong Fangmo and asked, Old Mo, are you going to intervene if I have an urge to beat the crap out of your son? It's fine as long as it's nothing serious. It's time for him to learn some manners. Didn't I already say I might need your help to teach him some manners? He's too arrogant. He actually improved a lot after you taught him a lesson in the past, Dong Fangmo replied with a smile. Dong Fangming almost lost his mind when he heard those words. Was this man really his father? The others burst out laughing, too. Dong Fangming was greatly shamed, since even his own father was not willing to stand on his side. He left angrily and did not forget to curse at the filthy relay station. What the heck is this shitty place? It's worse than the most underdeveloped village in Hangzhou. Since everyone is here, we'll depart tomorrow morning. We can't afford to wait any longer. Dong Fangmo was very concerned about the operation, and was going to take part in it, too. Dong Fangmo did not just come to supervise the operation, he was playing an important role, too. His job was to keep an eye on the ruling creature at Sun Ridge. He would have to lure the powerful creature away if necessary. All right, let's rest up for the night, Mo Fan agreed. The team split up. After dinner, Zhao Manyang raised his brows and said to Mo Fan softly, there should be little bars around. Why don't we find some local passionate ladies and talk about life? Great idea, I doubt there are other kinds of entertainment around here. Besides, no one would recognize us, Mo Fan said. You two can go ahead, Mu Bai said. Stop acting like you're innocent. Let's go, we are just talking about life, it's not as dirty as you think, Mo Fan dragged Mu Bai with them. He told Lingling, Lingling, go back and do your homework. We're going to have some drinks. Lingling watched them go with utter disdain. Filthy men, she murmured, before taking her leave. Chapter 1441. Two Sons of B*** Chase. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The bar at the relay station was surprisingly crowded. Many men that had come so far away from their homes to work here could not resist the urge to share their hard-earned money with the unfamiliar yet friendly ladies in the bar. Mu Bai felt extremely uncomfortable in his seat. He had an urge to leave, but the lady sitting beside him kept taking the initiative to talk to him. She had a depressed look when she saw the cold look on his face. Do you despise girls like me? No, not at all, I'm just not used to coming to a place like this, Mu Bai explained quickly. Then why aren't you drinking? I've already given you 3 toasts. Look at how much fun they are having, the lady with light eyeliner said. The lady was very young, in her 20s. Her makeup was a little clumsy, slightly spoiling her rather good-looking face. Bai had spent most of his time on his cultivation, and rarely had the time to go on dates. He did not know what to do when a woman suddenly approached him. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were like regular customers of the bar. They continued to drink while playing with dice and yelling out numbers. Bai had no idea how the game worked. He only knew the loser had to empty a glass of beer, so they were drinking at quite an insane pace. They had important work to do tomorrow. Were they not worried they would mess it up if they drank too much? The two ladies that were drinking along with them seemed a little shy at first, but after around 10 minutes, they were laughing out loud while hanging their arms around one another. It looked like 4 men were drinking instead. Bai was having a hard time enjoying himself, maintaining a certain distance from the lady beside him. He was mindful of his words, too. To his relief, the lady could tell that Bai was from a well-educated family of the city, since his temperament was different from those who had grown up in the mountains like them. She could not help but feel inferior around him. It was not like she had never met customers like him, but most of them only treated her as a tool to vent their desires. They would just pay her after the job without treating her seriously. Mo Fan suddenly turned around and asked seriously, Bai, don't tell me you're still a virgin. The other two ladies giggled as Bai blushed. He felt so awkward that he was lost for words. Even he did not expect that he would remain single for so many years. It was mainly because he had lost his passion and anticipation for sex after everything he had gone through. He had placed all his focus on becoming stronger, as if he was trying to run away from something. He used to look down at Mo Fan because of how vulgar and lowly the man was. However, when he saw them having so much fun with the women, he was slightly jealous of how free and unconstrained they were. Should we go for a walk instead? I know a nice spot. There's nothing much in the mountains, but at least the air is very refreshing, the hostess with light eyeliner said. Sure, Bai immediately agreed to the suggestion, since he was feeling uncomfortable in the bar. He had never been to a place like this before. Bo City had been built on a mountain too, but its terrain was gentler, unlike the steep and jagged mountains and hills of Kunlun Mountain. Bai followed the woman to get her purse before leaving the bar. He caught a glimpse of a familiar face in a little booth with curtains. He did not recognize who the person was, as the lighting was too dark. The person was most likely in the booth because he did not want anyone to recognize him. The woman brought Bai to the outskirts of the relay station. She had obviously grown up here since she had led Bai along a mountain path that most people did not know existed. They went along the narrow mountain path that was covered in moss and found themselves at the spacious top of a mountain with a clear view. It was an uncultivated land with no factories and constructions. Bai took a deep breath and immediately felt the phlegm stuck in his throat dissolving. The air was cool and refreshing. He could even feel it purifying his lungs. I like to come here whenever I'm feeling down when I was a kid. The view of the valley, the glowing stars in the sky, the pleasant scent of the flowers, and the chirps of the insects make me forget all my troubles, the woman said. It's very comfortable here. The night breeze blew the fringe in front of Bai's forehead up, revealing his face. He preferred to keep his fringe long to cover his eyebrows and forehead. It made him feel more secure. The woman stared at Bai's face, dazzled. She spoke after a while, "You're very good looking." Good looking? Isn't that normally used to describe women? Bai was startled. But men can be good-looking too, like you, clean and handsome, the woman said. Bai smiled. He was quite pleased by the compliment. It had been a long time since anyone described him like that. Most people only described him as gloomy and quiet over the years. Are you feeling troubled? Why is your brow furrowed all the time? The woman said. She took a step forward and fondled Bai's brow. Look, there are already lines here. Bai took a step back. He was not used to such intimate interaction. He was used to being on the alert. However, he quickly noticed the disappointment on the woman's face. He said apologetically, "Sorry, it's just my normal reaction." Is it really difficult for you to trust someone? Or you just don't like women like me touching you? The woman asked. Something happened before, so I can't get myself to trust anyone, including those who are the closest to me, Figh said. Oh? May I ask what happened? The woman asked. I prefer you not to, Figh shook his head. Did your close ones leave you? I noticed that you are wearing a bracelet on your hand. It's very old-fashioned, but you seemed afraid to let it get dirty in the bar, the woman asked. My mother used to wear it. She passed away 2 years ago, Figh said. He rarely mentioned that to anyone, but for some reason, he was willing to share it with the woman. Perhaps it was because he was at a remote place, and everyone was a complete stranger to him. Even if he told someone, it would not reveal the grief in his heart. After the calamity of the ancient capital, he was sentenced to death, and his mother had passed away in sorrow. He was suddenly left alone in the world. Every time he closed his eyes, he would see a head covered in blood rolling down a flight of stairs. The head would face him and glare at him before grunting, I treated you like my own son, why did you betray me still? Even his mother was not willing to accept the truth, right up to the moment she closed her eyes forever. He was alone now, he had nowhere to go, and cultivating had become the only source of oxygen for him. Figh was confident that he was Great Deacon Hujin, but he also knew that the man had never tried to set him up. Otherwise, he would not have brought Yuang to Muzhuyan, but him instead. Have you seen the stars before? The woman asked. I have, Figh said. I'm referring to the sight of stars filling up the sky like grapes hanging all around us. I've been to some of the cities before, but I noticed there aren't as many stars there. It's very beautiful, it feels like you're lying in the middle of them, the woman said, lifting her gaze. Figh lifted his gaze too, but unfortunately, he could not see any stars since it was a cloudy night. Figh was struggling to imagine the sight that the woman was mentioning. I heard from your friends that you guys are going somewhere very dangerous. You might end up losing your lives, the woman said. It's quite dangerous, Figh nodded. Then you must come back safely. There's a chance that the wind will start blowing the night after tomorrow. It will drive the clouds and the dust away, so the sky will be the clearest by then. If you come here again, you'll see the stars as I've mentioned, the woman said with great anticipation. You seem to be very familiar with this place, Figh said. Yeah, I've grown up here, the woman said. Then why did you choose this as your work? Did someone force you to do it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything, Figh said. Not at all. I just want to eat nice food, live a better life, and wear nice clothes. Besides, instead of watching out for people harboring malicious thoughts, isn't it better to make them pay instead, the woman said. Figh was suddenly lost for words. He thought most women that decided to become escorts had no choice but to do it for a living, but he seemed to have overcomplicated it. He could not find any words to refute the woman's answer either. I have to go, I'm going into the mountains tomorrow, Figh said. I'll send you back. I have no idea how late they're going to drink. To be honest, I prefer attending to customers like you and your friends. You just want to have some drinks and chat with us. We can just talk about local affairs and boast around to kill some time. It doesn't matter if we get down to the real business, it just depends if you guys are still sober or not. We are enjoying ourselves too. It's been a while since I last saw Sister Lee and Sister Sang laughing like that, the woman said. I can tell you are good at conversations, Figh nodded. It's the basics of what we do, well it also depends on who our customers are. When Figh returned to where they were staying for the night, he immediately saw Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang sleeping soundly in the stinking corridor. If Figh had not known who they were, he would not have believed they were on the national team. Such a disgrace to the country. Hey, Mr. Mu is back, how did it go with Xiao Ju? The woman called Sister Sang smiled when she saw Figh returning alone. She was not surprised. On the other side, Sister Lee glanced at Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang, who were asleep like dead pigs, and said with a giggle, they were boasting how their faces wouldn't even turn red after drinking a whole carton of beer, but they ended up like this before finishing half a carton. Now that you're back, can you please drag them into their rooms? We are too tired to do it. Oh, Xiao Ju is fine, I'll do it. You two should go home and rest, Mu Bai said. Xiao Ju isn't really the talkative kind, so I hope you didn't mind. Anyway, come visit us again. Sister Sang seemed quite concerned about Xiao Ju's image. I understand, you two can go now. Mu Bai did not want anyone to see them like this. He quickly dragged Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang to their rooms. Mr. Mu, your friends haven't paid yet, Sister Li called out. Mu Bai's face darkened immediately. F***K, not only did they drag him along to find escorts, they didn't even pay them. These two sons of B***Chase. Chapter 1442. Volcanic Pond. Translated by Zephyrs, edited by Aelrianth. Being a mage did not necessarily mean they were good at drinking. Mo Fan's mind was still spinning when he heard Lingling urging him to get ready. Mo Fan took a shower to freshen up himself. He no longer looked as miserable as he was last night after being outdrank by two hookers. Zhao Manyang soon came out too. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, how dare that Sister Li look down on me. Not only did she say that I'm worse at drinking than her, she even said that I'm worse than her in bed too. Damn it, if only I didn't drink that much last night, or I would have taught her why Newer patched up the sky." Enough boasting, you might not even be alive to walk out of your room, Mo Fan shot back. Everyone else had already gathered at the relay station. The Team 9 included more than 20 people, but only 9 were going into the fire vein, including Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Qi Shan, Mui Yuaching, Dongfang Shifeng, Dongfang Lin Lin, and the others. The rest of the team would be on standby close to the fire vein. They included Dongfang Mo, Mui Guangqing, Dongfang Ming, Lingling, and some other people. Their destination was quite a journey away. Mui Guangqing summoned his mount, a mountain beast, to carry the team across the mountains of Sun Ridge. The team gradually approached the location of the fire vein. See that scorching rock peak? That's the highest peak of this mountain. It's where the ruler of Sun Ridge resides. After observing it for a long time, we've discovered that the scorching rock peak is shrouded by an orange mist of volcanic ashes almost all the time, and it has never completely gone away. The mist is our perfect cover. The beast won't be able to see us, no matter what we're going to do, Mui Guangqing informed everyone, pointing at one of the peaks. The peak soared up beyond a huge mist and cluster of grey clouds. The clouds were orange, with tongues of fire sprouting out at times. It was most likely a spiraling airflow that continuously absorbed the volcanic ashes and particles from the volcano, forming a spectacular volcanic mist after a certain period of time. The clouds did not look misty, but felt heavy instead. Together with the mountains nearby, it felt like the spacious land had been compressed into a ravine. It was somewhat gloomy and restrained. Isn't the ruler interested in the fire vein? Mo Fan had to ask. From what I can tell, it's more interested in the volcanic mist instead, but I heard from the locals around here that it isn't the friendliest beast. Brother Mo, please be careful, Mui Guangqing warned him. No one could guarantee that the ruler was actually asleep in its own territory. If it happened to be taking a stroll, the whole team was going to be done for. Mo Fan's demon element was still in hibernation. If a great ruler suddenly showed up, Mo Fan was going to die for sure too. It's one of the greatest threats to us. Brother Mo and his men are going to keep an eye on the creature. They will alert us if anything happens. The rest of you will be coming with me, Mui Guangqing said. The terrain began to rise after the team crossed a few valleys. The slopes were heading toward the sky, extending beyond the volcanic mist. It felt like they were about to enter a different world above the clouds. Mo Fan could not help but marvel at the sight of it. They were only on one of the ridges of Kunlun mountain that was not particularly well known, yet the sight on it was already this spectacular. How astonishing would it be if he was standing at the top of Kunlun mountain? Kunlun was occupied by a kingdom of demon creatures. The demon creatures residing in the Qinling Mountains used to be from Kunlun. They were just a side branch of Kunlun's kingdom. If a little side branch was enough to dominate the Qinling Mountains, how powerful were the demon creatures that were dominating Kunlun Mountain? The terrain kept going higher. Just as the team thought they were about to reach the clouds, their vision ahead suddenly cleared up as they crossed a section of the ridge. It was outside Mo Fan's expectations. This mountain was once the tallest peak, but it ended up like this after it was hit by the meteorite, Mui Guangqing explained. He already knew the team was going to be shocked by the sight. He also had not expected he would reach the highest point of the ridge while he was still climbing a steep slope the first time he came here. The truth was, it was not the highest point of the mountain. The mountain used to be around 1,000 meters tall 3 centuries ago, but a meteorite had smashed its peak to pieces, giving the mountain its current appearance. The top of the mountain had been turned into a plateau big enough to build a large city on. We call it the Roulette Wheel Summit. Its widest point is 7 kilometers, the smallest is 5. The fire vein is right at its center, a volcanic pool around 4 kilometers wide that was created by the meteorite. Just take a few more steps forward, and you'll be able to see the hole, Mui Guangqing said. The team continued ahead. They had indeed noticed a steep crack on the flat terrain ahead. They could already see the edge of the hole, but to their surprise, they still could not see what was inside. They had to move closer. They were finally able to look into the hole after they went further ahead. Its depth and size alone were already raising some hackles. The people were already struggling to find the courage to keep going. Such an eye-opener, Zhao Manyang could not help but exclaim. It was truly a fire vein. Its appearance alone was enough to intimidate them, but they had yet to see any fire from it yet. The team continued forward. They suddenly saw a blinding red that directly struck their souls. It felt as if just the sight of the redness was enough to set them on fire. It continued to make them feel tinier as they moved forward. The imperious flames had completely filled up their vision. A few of them had already halted in their tracks. They had totally lost their minds after witnessing the spectacular sight. This is unbelievable. It was Dongfang Mo's first time coming here, too. Mui Guangqing smiled proudly. It was he that had discovered the place, and today would be the day they began excavating this elemental vein that had existed for 300 years. It was going to change the fate of the 2 renowned clans. Mo Fan, you can just give Guan 1111 a call and tell her about the girl who helped return my car. Zhao Manyang almost wet his pants after looking into the hole. My heavens, how were they supposed to make it out alive after jumping into the fire inside that? Can you get a hold of yourself? You already came all the way here, Mo Fan retorted. The other volunteers were thinking of giving up, too. They had no idea how dangerous the fire vein was before coming here. They had already lost the courage to get closer, let alone jump into the hole. They had only seen a small part of the volcano's caldera. They had not even reached the edge of it. The air only felt a little heavy when they were climbing up the mountain, and the temperature was still normal. When they reached the Roulette Wheel Summit and drew closer to the volcanic pool, it felt like they had entered a world of flames. Chapter 1443. Bogged Down in Crisis. Translated by Zephyrs, edited by Aelrianth. The lava was burning energetically. They could see plumes of fire rising more than 20 meters high, spiraling in the air. When they looked down into the chasm from the edge, the volcanic caldera resembled a spectacular sea of lava. Its restlessness was inspiring fear in them. The expressions of the disciples of the renowned clans that had volunteered to participate in the operation had shifted tremendously. They obviously regretted their hot-headed decision. Mo Fan looked down into the chasm and noticed the lava was split into several layers, as if each layer was holding a burning liquid with different effects. When the different lavas gathered in a specific spot, he immediately sensed a formidable energy being formed. "Look out!" he yelled. As soon as Mo Fan warned the others, a huge explosion took place inside the chasm. The scorching lava splashed upward like a huge geyser, rising above the team before scattering across the land. The people immediately backed away in fear. Luckily, Zhao Manyang reacted very quickly, summoning a water curtain to shield the team from the lava. I've been smashed by the waves at the beach, but it's my first time being smashed by lava, Dongfang Shifeng observed calmly. How terrifying is that? If we didn't defend ourselves, the lava would have easily burned through us, leaving just our bones behind, Mui Juiching exclaimed. It almost broke through my water curtain. Zhao Manyang looked up and pointed at the blue barrier. The advanced spell was left with holes after the lava splashed on it. It clearly showed how insanely high the temperature was. It's only the lava on the surface. The temperature is going to be higher the deeper we go. I've briefly classified the different layers of lava into red lava, brown lava, black lava, and white lava. The red lava's temperature is at least the temperature of a fire spell of an advanced mage. A water curtain without any special effects will only last for 5 seconds. The next is the brown lava. It's mixed with the red lava, and is similar to the surging undercurrents in the ocean. The brown lava's temperature is twice the temperature of the red lava. A normal water curtain will only last for 1 second. After that is the black lava. The black lava is absolutely terrifying. The explosion just then was caused by the black lava. It usually has a spherical shape and looks like iron spheres floating in the lava. They are constantly floating around, but when 2 black lavas come within 50 meters, it results in the scene we just witnessed, an explosion that will blow the lava into the air, Mui Guangqing explained to the team. Mui Guangqing led the team back closer to the edge after the lava in the air had fallen to the ground. Take a look, Mui Guangqing walked very close to the edge and asked the others to gather around him. He pointed at the spot where Mo Fan had seen the lava of different colors gather previously. When 2 black lava spheres collide, it will trigger a violent reaction. The explosion is as strong as a super-level fire spell. After the explosion, the spot where the explosion took place will become like that. The others looked in where Mui Guangqing was pointing and immediately discovered a deep hollow. The lava doesn't flow very quickly. When the lava is blown away, it will take between 5 to 10 minutes to fill up the gap again, Mui Guangqing told them. The others stared at the hollow. As Mui Guangqing had mentioned, there was no sign of any lava flowing into the hollow. The lava further away was creeping toward it at a very slow pace. The red lava's temperature is already equivalent to an advanced fire spell, not to mention that we are constantly burning when we are inside the lava. Apart from a super mage, no one could possibly last for more than 2 minutes in that, let alone in the brown lava that is even deadlier. Does that mean we can only last for half a minute in the brown lava? Dongfang Linlin asked seriously. Exactly, if you're forcing your way through, even a super mage will be turned into ashes by the brown lava, let alone you guys, Mui Guangqing confirmed. Hey, stop saying that like it's nothing important. If the lava can easily burn a super mage to death, what the hell are we even doing here? Let's just go on with our lives, Zhao Manyang protested. Nature will always give us a chance. Didn't I already mention it? The black lava that is scarier than the brown lava is our ally, Mui Guangqing said. You're saying that the hollow that is produced when the black lava spheres triggers an explosion is our best chance to reach the bottom of the volcanic pond, Mo Fan said. Exactly, the lava flows very slowly. Even if the place goes very deep, you should have time to make your way down to the bottom. You won't be buried in the red or brown lava when the hollow is there, Mui Guangqing stated. Mo Fan's face darkened after hearing the explanation. Was this really the best plan that the Dongfang clan and the Mui clan could come up with? Were they really asking them to wait for an opening produced by the explosion and jump straight into the chasm? Going down might be easy, but how were they supposed to come back up? Were they going to wait for the black lava to trigger an explosion again? The problem was, they had no way of telling when the explosion was going to happen. They were just too many uncertainties. First, their lives were solely dependent on the black lava spheres, which were not even in their control. Second, it was difficult to tell if they were going to find something worse as they made their way to the bottom. Third, they could not tell how long the hollow would be around for, not to mention that they had no idea where it would show up at. Mo Fan finally understood why even the Dongfang clan was struggling so much to excavate the fire vein, even when the fire element was their field of expertise. It was like placing a bet with their lives at stake. They were betting on the fact that nothing would go wrong, that their plan would work perfectly, and all their speculations were right. If anything went wrong, the whole team was going to be wiped out. Fan Dong finally gathered his courage and said, "Uncle Guangqing, I didn't know it was this dangerous. Even though I do think I have no other concerns in this world, I'm still reluctant to just get myself killed like that. I think I'll pass too. I initially thought of using this chance to earn a better status in the clan, but nothing else matters if I end up dying here. Please apologize to Uncle Mo on my behalf." Another disciple of the Dongfang clan agreed. Everyone on the team was an advanced mage, so no one was stupid enough to risk their lives after learning the danger involved. Mui Guangqing's explanation sounded simple, but they only realized how dangerous the whole thing was after seeing the lava and the explosion with their own eyes. The sight was significantly more terrifying than they had imagined. They were already struggling to resist their fear. How were they supposed to jump into the chasm and complete such an insanely difficult mission? "I won't force any of you to go down there. I believe you know the way back," Mui Guangqing sighed. Fan Dong and the other person did not hesitate any further, quickly leaving the place. Even staying a second further would cast an inerasible shadow on them. The others also became hesitant after seeing the two leave. "Mo Fan, please spare me, the pyramid was already thrilling enough for me. I still haven't fully recovered from it after half a year," Zhao Manyang said with a twisted face. Zhao Manyang did not hesitate at all. He wanted to depart with the two that had wisely taken their leave. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had used shadow imprisonment to keep him there. "We've already lost 2 of our members before we even started," Qi Shan said mockingly, his face cold. "It's still doable without them. I knew that some of us would turn tail eventually. It's a lot better than I thought, losing only 2 members," Mui Guangqing admitted. "I thought the plan was going to be more reliable. I didn't expect us to have to rely on luck so heavily. We have to hope that the volcanic pond behaves itself," Mo Fan muttered. "It's the only plan we can think of. We'll need you to break the Sarkinite rocks at the bottom. Sarkinite has the ability to nullify dimensional magic. You can only use the scrolls of space after destroying the Sarkinite rocks. It's going to determine your ability to make it out in one piece," Mui Guangqing told him. "Even dimensional magic isn't going to work in there." Mo Fan's expression darkened even further. He was willing to have a try at it despite the risks involved, because he had the space element. He was not too worried initially, but when he learned that the space element was no longer usable in the chasm, he really had to think twice about doing the job. His demon element was still hibernating, so he would have to solely rely on his own capabilities if anything went wrong. He would have difficulty surviving in the extreme heat at the bottom of the chasm. He had really found himself in a pinch this time. Every elemental vein has Sarkinite rocks, hence why it is so difficult to excavate an elemental vein. Scrolls of space are incredibly rare, too. Our clans only have a few left, but we have no choice but to use them under the circumstances. The only problem is, the space element won't be able to move through the layers of rocks, since almost every corner in the fire vein has the Sarkinite. We've managed to find a perfect spot after surveying the place for 6 months. If you can destroy the Sarkinite in that specific spot, you'll be able to use the scrolls of space, Mui Guangqing said. "I bet it's not going to be easy to find the spot," Mo Fan asked. "It's indeed going to be tricky to find it. We don't really know what the situation is down there. We've only determined the spot through simulations. I'll show you the directions later, and you must determine the exact path to the spot," Mui Guangqing said. "I have a poor sense of direction. I can even lose my directions on the roads, let alone down there," Mo Fan protested loudly. "I have memorized the path," Dongfang Linlin said. We asked her to do most of the simulations. Dongfang Linlin will guide you to the Sarkinite, but the rest of you must remember the directions just in case something happens," Mui Guangqing said. "By the way, didn't you mention the white lava, apart from the red lava, brown lava, and black lava?" "What exactly is the white lava?" Lingling interrupted. "That's the most important thing I'm going to explain right now," Mui Guangqing said with a slightly louder voice. F***K me, are you telling me that everything you just mentioned is only the appetizer? Zhao Manyang bleated. Chapter 1444. West Kunlun Wind. Translated by Zephyrs. Edited by Aelrianth. Mui Guanqing looked rather awkward, but soon regained his serious expression and replied, "We believe the white lava is the core of the fire vein at the bottom of the caldera, where the meteorite smashed into the mountain. If we aren't mistaken, its temperature should be high enough to burn a ruler level to ashes within a minute." "Are you being King serious now?" Zhao Manyang screamed at the top of his lungs. "The white lava should only appear in fixed locations, which is why we need a fire spirit summoned beast to cross the white lava and set the space coordinates. None of us have gone inside, so you'll have to act according to the situation. If you can't find a way to cross the white lava, you'll have to leave with the scrolls of space," Mui Guanqing said. The fire spirit summoned beast obviously referred to Little Flame Bell. In other words, the white lava was located at the bottom of the volcanic pond. It had the highest temperature, and could set anything on fire with the slightest touch. Even a ruler-level creature had no chance of enduring its heat. Advanced mags like them would be burned to ashes if even a single drop of the white lava touched them. The only way across the white lava was using the scrolls of space. However, there were a lot of uncertainties when using the scrolls of space, especially when they had no clue how many walls, rocks, or obstacles there were in the surroundings. Using the scrolls of space recklessly was only going to get themselves killed. Because of that, someone had to cross the white lava first and set the coordinates where the scrolls of space would teleport them to. Only then would they be able to teleport to the right spot. Your job is done once you've set the space coordinates. Leave the excavating to professionals like us, Mui Guanqing said blithely. They went through the plan once again. It turned out that they only had a single scroll of space. It was currently in the hands of Mui Guanqing, who was also a space mage himself. It was the Mui clan that had provided them with the extremely rare magic scroll. Mo Fan would have been more than happy to keep it as a safety measure, but it was unlikely that Mui Guanqing would give it to him. All magic scrolls were uncommon. Only a very few factions had the skill to produce magic scrolls, not to mention something as extravagant as the Scroll of Space. Mo Fan had seen Asheria using one before when they were at the top of Mount Tyrant. Mo Fan could still feel chills running down his spine whenever he recalled the shadows of the enormous creatures above the clouds and the giant hand looming over them. The Mui clan had seriously gone all out this time, offering the use of the Scroll of Space that they treated as the clan's heirloom and heritage. Nothing was better than the Scroll of Space when running away. The distance it could cover was a lot greater than using Blink. Mo Fan's Blink could teleport him less than 300 meters. The walls in the volcanic pond were clearly more than 1,000 meters thick, so it was impossible for him to teleport out of the volcanic pond with Blink. The thought of teleporting into the lava accidentally was already creating great pressure on his thoughts. After the team was done with the preparations, all they needed was a suitable time to jump into the hole. Mui Guanqing kept his eyes on the volcanic pond all the time. He was waiting for a longer opening before giving the signal. Every time a hollow appeared as a result of an explosion, the lava would scatter across the place. It was suicide to fly above the lava, so the team could only wait at the edge patiently until a hollow was formed closer to the edge they were standing at. It was a long wait. Hollows would not appear all the time, and due to the size of the volcanic pond, most of the hollows either appeared closer to the center or on the side opposite where the team was at. "It's here, the next one is very close to us," Dongfang Linlin said. "It won't do, it won't last for long. The hollow is going to fill up before you can make it to the bottom," Mui Guanqing shook his head. "But we've waited for so long. We can't afford to rush it. It seems like the wind is blowing in our direction. The lava is going to splash on us. Should we choose a different spot?" Mo Fan said. "We'll wait here, have some patience." Mu Bai was playing an important role on the team, since he was an ice mage. Not every mage had outstanding fire resistance. Those that were appointed to enter the volcanic pond had already put on magic equipment of the ice element and the water element, but they were still struggling to endure the heat. The longer they waited, the more unbearable the heat was. Hang in there. I know it's very tough, but our chance might arrive in the very next second. Well, there's also a chance that we will have to wait here for a whole day, Mui Guangqing reassured the team. At this rate, I'm going to be worn out before going inside, Zhao Manyang said. Mu Bai had expended a significant amount of energy. To make things worse, the lava kept falling in their direction because of the strong winds. Damn it, where did the wind even come from? There was barely any wind before, Zhao Manyang cursed. Mu Bai lifted his gaze and looked into the sky. He suddenly noticed the thick cloud of volcanic ashes drifting away, as if someone was dragging the orange and brown mist to the west. The wind was strong enough to blow the volcanic ashes away? For some reason, Mu Bai suddenly recalled what the hooker Xiao Ju told him the other night. Then you must come back safely. The west Kunlun wind is going to start blowing the night after tomorrow. It will drive the clouds and the dust away, so the sky will be the clearest by then. If you come here again, you'll see the stars as I've mentioned. The west Kunlun wind? Wouldn't that mean the wind was going to blow the volcanic ashes away, too? Mu Bai immediately looked at the scorching rock peak that he had not bothered to watch before. He was utterly dumbfounded by what he saw. The scorching rock peak, which was initially shrouded by the volcanic ashes, was now visible. It was as sharp as a sword, pointing imperiously at the sky. He could see a giant pair of red wings extending slowly out from atop it. They were absolutely shocking, despite the distance between them. The west Kunlun wind had blown the volcanic ash cloud away. Mu Bai also recalled Mui Guangqing mentioning that the dominator of Sun Ridge was not well behaved at certain times. Was he referring to when the west Kunlun wind was blowing? Damn it, why did the wind have to come at this time? Mui Guangqing yelled when he finally realized what was happening. Xiao Ju had grown up around here. She might not be a mage, but she was familiar with the shifting of the seasons at Kunlun Mountain. She knew the exact day when a strong wind would occur. Mu Bai learned about it the night before, but it did not occur to him that the two events were related. He did not think the volcanic ashes that they were relying on to conceal them from the creature's vision and senses would be blown away by the west Kunlun wind. The fat was seriously in the fire now. The group of people above the volcanic pond was completely exposed under the proud gaze of the great ruler. Its eyes were obviously sharp as a ruler-level creature. It could easily lock its eyes onto them at their current distance. Chapter 1445. Using Violence to Curb Violence. Translated by Zephyrs. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, any other advanced mags would be scared if they stumbled into a commander-level creature in the wild. Why must we step on the toes of a ruler-level creature every few days? Are we King Forbidden Mags now? Zhao Manyang cursed while running as fast as he could. The west Kunlun wind alone was very strong, let alone the powerful gusts that were surging in their direction after the Sun Ridge's fiery winged ruler started flying at them. The winds immediately blew the stones and the dust on the roulette wheel summit into the air, together with the volcanic ash, lava droplets, and gravel. The group was left with no choice but to run for their lives. The Sun Ridge ruler's speed was absolutely shocking. It was several mountains and valleys away when the group noticed it, yet the creature was less than 3 kilometers away after they had only run a few steps. A ruler-level creature was able to kill an advanced mage instantly from a distance of 1 kilometer. They would have to split up and run in different directions once the creature was close enough to attack them. Mo Fan had to admit that Zhao Manyang was right. He had been stirring up troubles with a lot of insanely strong creatures lately. As a matter of fact, commander-level creatures and ruler-level creatures were extremely rare. One might accidentally enter the demon creature's territory, wander aimlessly for 10 days, and still not stumble into a single commander-level creature. Having that in mind, the only explanation as to why he had been stumbling into ruler-level creatures so often lately was because he had been looking for too much trouble. He kept putting himself in extremely dangerous situations. Enough talk, that son of a B****ch is going to attack us from range when it's around 1 kilometer away. You better ready your defense so we have a chance of getting out here alive, Mo Fan shouted back. Speaking of a bad start. Their lives were in danger before they had a chance to put the long-awaited plan into motion. Not only did they go through so much trouble, but they also had to be chased around by a ruler-level creature, too. A ruler-level creature with wings is normally 6 times faster than the strongest advanced wind mage. Our speed isn't even half as fast as an advanced wind mage. It's useless trying to run away, Lingling said, as if the danger was none of her concern. So are you telling us we shouldn't be running? Zhao Manyang yelped. It was indeed useless to try to run away in their situation. The fiery-winged ruler's speed was like an enormous eagle. Unfortunately, they were not rabbits, as rabbits still had a chance of running away from an eagle. They were like a bunch of clumsy piglets instead, visible and slow-moving targets running in a single direction. Most terrifyingly, there was no cover on the roulette wheel summit. It felt like the fiery-winged tyrant was making its way to a dining table to enjoy the delicacies that had presented themselves. Old Zhao, it's only 2 kilometers away, Mo Fan said after glancing back to roughly estimate the distance. The fiery-winged tyrant was not as huge as Mo Fan had imagined when it was 2 kilometers away, but the size of its wings was unbelievable. It was obviously the kind of ruler-level creature with an incredible speed. This kind of ruler-level creature was usually deadlier, since its prey did not even have a chance to run away. Stop yelling, I'm preparing, F***K me. Zhao Manyang immediately saw the creature beating its fiery wings to fire burning projectiles at them as soon as he turned around. The projectiles were like meteorites, sealing the group's escape path. Several meteorites the size of a house slammed heavily onto the path ahead. Everyone immediately ran in separate directions. Don't split up, Mui Guanqing yelled when he saw 2 members running in the opposite direction to them. It's a fast ruler-level creature. It's going to take us out one by one if we split up. We might have a chance to hold on longer if we stick together, Lingling said. The 2 members were not thinking clearly, but they still turned around and fled with the team. Damn it, its attack range is more than 1 kilometer, Mo Fan cursed. Where's old Mo? Where's Dongfang Mo? Wasn't he supposed to keep an eye on the creature? What the hell is he up to? Zhao Manyang yelled. They must be making preparations on the other side. They didn't expect the creature to come right at us. Don't give up yet, we must hold on until Dongfang Mo is here. It's our only chance. Look out, fire is coming out from the ground, Mui Guanqing said, pointing ahead. Flames were emerging from the ground. Even though the creature was still more than 1 kilometer away, it was already able to attack the group. Flames sprouted along the ground like fire lilies. The group wove through the flames like wriggling snakes. Luckily, everyone in the group was an elite advanced mage. The entire team would have been wiped out by now if it consisted of some ordinary mags. Old Zhao, it's coming again, Mo Fan yelled. I know, stop yelling, Zhao Manyang said. We're going to die for sure, damn it, I should have left with Fan Dong. Don't panic, we can still make it. How? It's a ruler-level creature, Dongfang Linlin said. The ruler was inflicting overwhelming fear on the team. Everything they had learned until now was like a child's play compared to the terrifying baptism of fire pouring down at them. It's coming, Mui Guanqing said hopelessly. He could already see the shadow of the ruler-level creature looming over them. He also felt a scorching heat that he had never experienced before coming at them. Their defense was almost non-existent. A long cry was heard. It sounded extremely close. The fiery-winged tyrant had turned into a soul-crushing burning drill diving at them at an angle. It was lunging right at the roulette wheel summit and the group of mags that were desperately running for their lives. Zhao Manyang turned around at the perfect time and spread his arms apart. Titan body. A brown light burst out from his body and formed silhouettes of a sturdy figure. Each image was bigger than the one before. The last silhouette was almost the size of a tyrant titan. Its outline solidified as its brightness reached its limit. It looked like a titan spreading its arms apart, standing its ground firmly. The fiery-winged tyrant slammed into the enormous silhouette. The titan dissipated like bubbles. Meanwhile, Zhao Manyang was knocked flying by the enormous impact. He fell down in front of the group. Well done, Mo Fan exclaimed happily. The titan body was shattered into pieces, but the fiery winged tyrant's head was spinning from the enormous impact. It was standing there stunned. The defense had managed to buy the team some time. The team would have been forced to split up if they did not stop the fiery winged tyrant's attack. The fiery winged tyrant would have plenty of time to feast on them. Impressive, how impressive. Mui Guangqing's impression of Zhao Manyang shifted tremendously when he saw how Zhao Manyang had defended them from the ruler-level creature's attack. If everything had gone according to plan, their chance of success would have been higher with a defensive mage like him on their side. Mui Guangqing, Dongfang Linlin, Qi Shan, and the others were stunned, too. They stared at Zhao Manyang, who was fallen miserably on the ground, in disbelief. The guy was far more impressive than they had thought. Unfortunately, it did not really make any difference, as the ruler-level creature would be coming after them again in no time. As they had thought, the fiery winged tyrant did not give them any chance of escaping after recovering from its dizziness. It used the fiery lilies to seal off their path of escape once again. This way, follow me. Mui Guangqing took the lead. The buff from his wind element gave the team a glimpse of hope. The wind trail boosting the team's speed had changed direction. The path down the mountain was completely blocked off. They could only run toward the volcanic pond. It would mostly buy them some time. Dongfang Mo must be close by, but his speed was obviously no match for the ruler-level creature. It would take him some time to come from the other mountain. Their initial plan was to let Dongfang Mo be on standby close to the scorching rock peak. If they ended up making too much noise, Dongfang Mo would take the initiative to lure the ruler-level creature away. However, they had not expected the wind to blow the volcanic ashes away. The fiery winged tyrant had ignored Dongfang Mo and gone right after them instead. Dongfang Mo did have magic wings. He was chasing the ruler-level creature, but his speed was completely outmatched by it. Mo Fan, I'm done for, Zhao Manyang said, his face extremely pale. Hang in there, old Mo is going to be here soon. Mo Fan comforted the injured Zhao Manyang. Can we not be brothers in our next life? Zhao Manyang said softly. He was scarred after being set up by Mo Fan numerous times. Sure, I'll be your father instead. Screw you. Do you really have the mood to joke about that under the current circumstances? Dongfang Linlin grunted. It's coming again, Mu Bai warned. Dongfang Linlin, you must be a space mage too, right? Stay here and be prepared to lend me a hand. I'll go and stop that *****. Don't you abandon me, Mo Fan said to Dongfang Linlin. Here, Dongfang Linlin did not understand what Mo Fan was referring to, but before she could discuss the plan further, Mo Fan had stopped running. He turned around and faced the fiery winged tyrant just like Zhao Manyang had. The fiery winged tyrant was gliding just above the ground of the roulette wheel summit. It was moving like a red flicker. It was so quick that there was barely any time for anyone to react. Little Flame Bell. Little Flame Bell tore the rift above Mo Fan apart after receiving the signal. She descended upon Mo Fan in the form of the Flame Bell Empress. It looked like Mo Fan was being possessed by a fire spirit. The flames of ardent sunset engulfed Mo Fan like fiery armor. They first erupted from his feet before covering his entire body. It looked like Mo Fan had just put on a suit of imperious armor. Mo Fan did not have any defensive spells. He had decided to curb violence with violence instead. He clenched his fists. The ardent sunset burned vigorously on his left fist, while the calamity fire spread rapidly from his right. He slammed his fists into one another in front of his chest. The two fire domains exploded as the fire magic accumulated rapidly, like water being drawn into the eye of a vortex. Chapter 1446. Relay Blink Escape Technique. Translated by Zephyrs. Edited by Aelrianth. Fiery Swamp. Mo Fan slammed his fist onto the ground, setting it on fire and forming a swamp of raging flames ahead of him. He then fixed his eyes on the fiery winged tyrant. The creature's speed was insanely high. Mo Fan knew he would most likely end up in the creature's beak if he waited until the creature was within range before setting up his fire domain. Rise, Mo Fan roared. He swung his other fist at the sky in an uppercut. An enormous fiery dragon rose from the swamp of flames. It went right at the fiery-winged ruler flying close to the ground. The massive dragon of fire contained remarkable power. Its scattering flames were strong enough to burn everything within 500 meters to ashes. Even though Mo Fan had thrown the fiery dragon punch slightly early, it still collided with the fiery-winged tyrant. The fiery dragon rose in an unstoppable manner, the howls of its flames sounding like the roars of a dragon. It was the strongest attack that Mo Fan had learned with Little Flame Bell's strength while he spending almost half a year recovering at the Parthenon Temple. It required some time to channel and its range was very limited, but it could easily kill a commander-level creature once it landed on the target. The fiery-winged tyrant had obviously underestimated its opponents. It never thought a mere human whose aura was a whole level weaker than it could throw such a terrifying fiery punch. The rising dragon forcibly knocked it into the air. It started spinning after losing its balance, while the raging flames devoured it. The eyes of Mui Guangqing and the others almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the rising dragon punch. Zhao Manyan's attempt to defend the team from the ruler-level creature's attack was already shocking, but Mo Fan was even crazier. He managed to knock the fiery-winged tyrant into the sky. They were struggling to imagine how the imperious fiery dragon rising from the swamp was unleashed by a weak, feeble mage. How reckless and wild was this guy? The fiery-winged tyrant was infuriated. Its dignity as a ruler-level creature was greatly shaken after failing its attacks twice in a row. The fiery dragon had inflicted minor injuries on the creature, but they were nowhere enough to weaken it. It forcibly twisted its body in the sky and used its wings to stabilize itself. Its imperious aura extinguished the flames of the ardent sunset and the calamity fire. It raised its head and exhaled an overwhelming breath at Mo Fan. The exhalation was mixed with scorching flames that could easily burn anyone into ashes. Mo Fan clearly had no chance of enduring it. Mo Fan was utterly shocked too. He initially thought his attack would knock the creature further away to buy him some time. He did not expect the creature to recover so quickly. It was a ruler-level creature, after all. Even his strongest attack would only result in a negligible outcome. Blink, Mo Fan was no idiot. He had used all his might to slightly shove this guy away, but the guy's single slap in reaction to his shove was enough to break all his bones to pieces. He was clearly not on the same level as this creature. He should be running for his life after he managed to take advantage of the creature by luck. Mo Fan could teleport at most 270 meters away with Blink. It was the furthest distance he could cover by drawing a silver star constellation, and only when he was using the spell on himself. Mo Fan escaped from the range of the fiery-winged tyrant's breath with a single cast of Blink. Unfortunately, the tyrant's breath was not so easy to dodge. The creature merely moved its head to redirect the strong blast at Mo Fan. As it shifted its head, the terrifying force of the breath tore a huge path across the ground. The gouge spread rapidly in Mo Fan's direction. Dongfang Lin Lin, help, Mo Fan yelled at Dongfang Lin Lin. The strong wind was approaching too quickly. Mo Fan needed time to construct the star constellation to cast Blink. He was still within the range of the creature's breath, as he had moved less than 300 meters away. Mo Fan was well aware of the strength of a ruler-level creature. They could easily bring utter destruction upon an area for 500 meters around them, and up to a kilometer with some of their moves. Mo Fan was already fleeing at his quickest pace. He finally caught up to Dongfang Lin Lin. Luckily, Dongfang Lin Lin was a very smart and collected woman under the pressure. As a space mage, she already knew what Mo Fan was up to when she saw Mo Fan running at her. He was planning to use her Blink to run away from the creature, like a relay race. Dongfang Lin Lin had constructed the Silver Star constellation in advance. She timed the spell perfectly. The moment Mo Fan caught up to her, the star constellation flickered. They both vanished into thin air, leaving a trail of crystalline dust in the air. The deadly breath poured down from the sky before the crystalline dust dissipated, leaving a terrifyingly long and deep ravine across the sturdy ground. Not bad, 200 meters, Mo Fan complimented when he realized he had reappeared 200 meters away. The first tier blink was only usable on a single person. The more adept the Space Mage and the higher their mental strength, the greater the maximum distance they could cover with a single cast. Mo Fan was only able to blink 100 meters away when he first learned the spell. After reaching the second tier, he could blink through obstacles, as long as the space was not completely sealed up. He could also teleport others within the star constellation with him, but the higher the number of people and the greater the area the objects he was trying to teleport occupied, the shorter the distance he would be able to cover. In Mo Fan's case, when he was casting Blink on himself, the maximum distance he could travel was between 250 to 300 meters. If there were two people, the distance would shrink to between 150 to 200 meters. Dongfang Linlin had managed to teleport them 200 meters away. Her space element was obviously on par with his. The volunteers of the two renowned clans were indeed very impressive. The 200 meters was extremely important. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of escaping the range of the ruler-level creature's attack. Even so, they immediately ran as fast as they could after they teleported away from the attack. Nui Guangqing was smart enough to leave a wind track behind to boost their speed while their blink was on cooldown. It was such a close call. The two space mags had barely escaped the ruler-level creature's breath attack. If Mo Fan had not knocked the creature far enough away, he would have had no chance of escaping from the attack. He was still too weak to take on a ruler-level creature. He might be able to stay alive for now, but the countdown of death was already ticking. Why isn't old Mo here yet? Is he trying to set us up? Mo Fan yelled. He's there. Nui Guangqing finally saw Dongfang Mo, but the man was still around 2 kilometers away. The fiery-winged tyrant was too angry to even care about Dongfang Mo. We are running out of room ahead. We are doomed, Zhao Manyang shouted. It's coming. We are done for, this is the end. Can anyone hold it back briefly? Do it now. We've already tried our best. There's nothing we can do. Blink, hurry up and use Blink. Blink my ass, it would only teleport us into the lava. Chapter 1447. Mo Fan, the True Rascal. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Just think of something, quick! Oh Dongfang Mo, we are all going to die. Nui Guangqing was already saying his last words when he saw the fiery-winged tyrant approaching. Dongfang Mo was clearly not going to make it in time. Besides, a super mage had no chance of taking on a ruler-level creature alone. Human mags were significantly weaker than demon creatures of the same level. It was also a lot trickier to rescue and protect someone else in the middle of a fight. Quick, jump into the hole, Lingling suddenly blurted out. Her innocent voice did not sound convincing at all. The others had no clue what she was trying to say. However, Mo Fan always treated Lingling's words seriously. He turned around and saw two lumps of black lava exploding around 700 meters away from where they were. The scorching lava splashed into the sky and poured down like a great storm. Even the mags that were responsible for defending the team were too preoccupied to set up their defense. They were going to die either way. Perhaps being burned to death was the better way to die. Jump into the hollow now, Lingling was panicking. She kicked at Zhao Manyang beside her. Zhao Manyang immediately reacted. His eyes flickered with a glimpse of hope. There's an opening, quick, jump into it now. Zhao Manyang was the first to jump. He dove right into the pool of lava. Don't, the opening isn't huge enough, we aren't going to make it to the bottom, Nui Guangqing yelled, staring at the shrinking Zhao Manyang as he fell deeper into the hole. The noise that the lava was producing was utterly deafening, but the others could still hear Zhao Manyang's loud scream coming from the hole, oh shit, F***K. Mo Fan looked at Zhao Manyang, who had taken the lead. He then looked at the fiery-winged tyrant and roughly estimated the distance between them. Screw it, jump, Mo Fan picked the petite Lingling up and dove into the hole, going right after Zhao Manyang's cursing form. The others were stunned. Mu Bai and Qi Shan were the next to jump into the blazing red pond. The others followed in turn, as they were left with no choice. The plan wasn't supposed to be like this. Mui Guanqing jumped into the hole too. Tears almost burst out of his eyes as he was falling into the hole. They had been waiting for the perfect opening for so long. Any of the openings previously were a lot bigger and deeper than the current one. If they knew it would come down to such a terrible situation, they would have jumped into a hole a lot earlier. Which god did they offend that resulted in the team detonating before the plan even started? Old Zhao, can you go a little slower? What if you're burned to death because you're going so fast on your own? Mo Fan yelled. Shut the hell up, it's not like I can slow myself do wow wow. Mo Fan found it hard to hear Zhao Manyang clearly. Pull everyone closer to us. Lingling's head poked out from Mo Fan's arms as she spoke. All right, hang on me tight. Mo Fan loosened his grip, allowing Lingling to hang on him like a little sloth. Mo Fan immediately used his telekinesis while falling to forcibly drag the others that had jumped at different times closer to him. Holy crap, why is someone still up there? Mo Fan looked up and saw a person standing at the edge like a statue. It was entirely possible that someone's mind would completely go blank when they were stuck between the fiery winged tyrant approaching from behind and the giant volcanic lake in front. Mo Fan clearly did not have the time to counsel someone under the circumstances. All he could do was use his telekinesis to drag the person into the hole without getting their consent. Luckily, the distance was not too far apart. Mo Fan's telekinesis was still strong enough to drag them into the hole. It grabbed at them and shoved them toward the hole. The Mage called Mui Qing promptly screamed at the top of her lungs as she fell miserably into the sea of flames. Mu Bai, keep the lava away, Mo Fan said calmly after he gathered everyone toward him. Huge pillars of flame sprang up like dragons as the team gradually approached the lava. The hollow was less than 100 meters below them. If the hollow was not deep enough, it meant there was still lava blocking the path. If their defenses were not good enough, they would be burned to ashes within seconds. Icebound coffin. Mu Bai was able to remain calm under the circumstances, too. He immediately constructed an ice constellation after the signal from Mo Fan. The icy white star constellation was glowing brightly, indicating that Mu Bai had a very solid foundation. The faint blue ice also indicated he had a high-level ice seed. Ice rapidly froze around the team as they fell into the hollow. The ice slowly formed an icebound coffin, encapsulating every member on the team. The icebound coffin fell straight into the brown lava at the bottom of the opening. The lava was around 400 meters deep, but the explosion had only given them an opening around 300 meters deep. In other words, they would have to traverse 100 meters of lava, and 50 meters of that consisted of the extremely high-temperature brown lava. The icebound coffin had fallen right into a boiling furnace. It was already melting from the extreme heat from their surroundings, before even touching the flames. A white mist began to rise around the icebound coffin. Half of it melted as soon as it made contact with the red lava. The icebound coffin slammed into the pool of lava. The red lava splashed into the air and immediately burned hotly, turning the hollow into a pill-refining cauldron. The members could already feel the terrifying heat penetrating their bodies and bones, despite the layer of ice protecting them. Mo Fan was still possessed by Little Flame Bell, so his fire resistance was on par with hers. The red lava did not pose too much of a threat to him, but the others were in a much worse situation compared to him. Mo Fan already saw the girl called Mui Qing who was the furthest away from them burning. Her organs must be burning. Mo Fan started to panic a little. Their bodies were covered in ice, but the strong heat was being transmitted right into their organs. The organs would burst into flames if they could not find a way to lower the temperature. It was absolute torture. Mo Fan could not bear to watch the girl die just like that. Either way, he was the one that dragged her into the hole without her consent, even though she would be dead by now if it was not for him. Mo Fan broke free from the ice that Mu Bai had applied to him. He forcibly dragged Mui Qing closer to him. Little Flame Bell, can you draw the fire out of her body? Mo Fan said to Little Flame Bell. Little Flame Bell told Mo Fan that it was impossible to draw the flame out directly. Besides, the fire was burning inside her body. The only way was to draw it out through her respiratory tract. Mo Fan could not care less anymore knowing the girl's life was at stake. He broke the ice surrounding Mui Ching and placed his lips on her mouth. He forced his way through her teeth and took a deep breath. The flames burning inside Mui Ching's lungs were already growing. Luckily, Mo Fan had reacted in time to forcibly draw the deadly flames out of her respiratory tract and lungs. The ice was transparent. Zhao Manyan's eyes widened when he saw what Mo Fan was doing through the ice. Holy crap, Mo Fan was seriously unmatched when it came to being a rascal. Did he seriously just kiss an unconscious beauty forcibly under the current circumstances? The ice finally melted. Mu Bai had done his best. Mui Twitching immediately activated the magic ring on his finger, constructing a water constellation. A dark blue barrier encapsulated everyone on the team. The water barrier managed to insulate them from the majority of the heat, giving the team a chance to catch their breath. Did it feel good? Zhao Manyang asked. Good my ass, I was trying to save her life. Her lungs were burning out, Mo Fan grunted. More like it's burning under your stomach, Zhao Manyang replied, grinning. Mo Fan did not want to waste his time on the scumbag Zhao Manyang. He glanced at Mui Twitching, who was maintaining the water barrier with everything he had, and asked, how long can your barrier last? Mo Fan noticed the barrier breaking apart before he could even finish his question. The brown lava started pouring in through a crack in the barrier. The air inside the barrier instantly erupted into flames. The flames were as strong as a skyflame funeral cast with a soul-grade seed. It was terrifying. It felt like the team was being blasted by Mo Fan's violent flames. Not many people at the advanced level could withstand Mo Fan's flames, including Mo Fan himself. Mui Twitching had already used everything he had, yet the defense had only lasted for such a brief moment. Dong Fangshifeng was the next to act. According to the plan, he would use his blue soul-grade flame to drive the brown lava away, like combating poison with poison. The others no longer felt safe when they saw the lava surging at them. Water curtain, Bashia seal. Zhao Manyang quickly used his water element to fill the gap. It barely suppressed the violent flames of the brown lava. Icebound coffin, Mu Bai and Mui Twitching cast the spell simultaneously. 2 icebound coffins separated the team from the lava. Little flame bell, can you manipulate the lava? Mo Fan asked. Ning, tilde. Little flame bell was a fire elemental creature. Mo Fan immediately felt a terrifying heat burning every inch of his body when Little Flame Bell flew out from his body. He was already suffering such great pain as a fire mage, let alone the others. Mo Fan looked at Lingling, who was lying on his back. He noticed that Lingling had already fallen unconscious. She was encapsulated by a strange glow. It seemed to be protecting her, stopping the flames from touching her. Chapter 1448. Nothing Left to Live For. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh when he saw the barrier around Lingling. It seemed like Old Bao had given Lingling some precious magic equipment, too. Otherwise, she would have burned into ashes after jumping into the hole, since she was not a mage. The special glow did not provide Mo Fan with any protection, it was most likely bound to Lingling's soul. It could only protect her. The 50-meter deep brown lava was an extremely long journey for the team. It felt like they had just gone through the torturous process of reincarnation. The team eventually fell into a thick and cloudy mist. The mist was extremely strange, its resistance was surprisingly greater than the lava. Luckily, it did not bring any harm to the team. As soon as they moved into the mist, it immediately cut off the effect of the brown lava. The brown lava's heat did not permeate into the mist, it seemed that the mist and the lava were incompatible. It was like they had fallen into a transparent cottony swamp. They had to put in quite an effort to continue descending. Thank the heavens! Mui Guanqing was in a miserable state, but he was so touched that he had an urge to fall to his knees and pray in sincere gratitude. They had forced their way through the brown lava. They had used everything they had to stay alive. Mui Twitching, take out the scroll of space, let's leave this place at once. I don't want to stay here any longer. Dong Fangshifeng blurted out. Can anyone treat my injuries? My hand is fully burned. Mui Ching is still unconscious. Who is going to treat your injuries? Uncle Guangqing, I believe it's unnecessary to keep going. We are all worn out. It's a miracle that we are still alive. Mui Guangqing shook his head with a sigh. How can we possibly accomplish our mission with our current condition? Dong Fangshifeng grunted. Didn't I already tell you? The dimensional magic isn't going to work here. We aren't able to use the scroll of space unless we destroy the wall of Sarkinite rock. Mui Guangqing stated. The team only remembered that after he repeated it. Everyone immediately lost their spirits. That's right, the dimensional magic is restricted here. We finally found a safe environment where we can take our time and establish the magic formation to escape from here, yet it turns out to be a cage imprisoning us instead. Let's head down. The environment at the bottom is much stabler. We'll discuss our next step there, Mui Guangqing said. It's not like there's a better option. Damn it, how did it even come to this? The team made their way through the thick mist. At the bottom was a cave made of jagged rocks with extremely high melting points, as Mui Guangqing had mentioned before. The rocks had obviously been refined by the flames over a very long time, almost turning into crystals. It made the cave look like an underground world made of irregular glossy black-brown rock faces and protrusions. The mist was still around. It did not interfere with their breathing, but it felt like they were in an underground cave drowned in seawater. They felt like they were swimming around. The mist is stopping the lava from pouring into the cave, Mui Guangqing noticed. But it also makes it difficult to move around. I believe the mist severely impacts our magic too, right? Mo Fan was swimming at the front. He would slowly drift to the top of the cave if he remained still. The rock crystals spread across the ceiling were quite sharp. The mist was buoyant enough for the rock crystals to stab right through them if they did not resist it. Our magic's efficiency is significantly reduced, but it's going to be a lot better once we make it through here. The place we are heading to is perfectly normal, Mui Guangqing said. I'm never going to forget this. Dongfang Linlin said. Shouldn't you be saying that when you're lying comfortably in a bathtub at home filled with hot water? We don't even know if we're going to make it out alive. Zhao Manyang corrected her. It's going to be fine, let's be more optimistic. Even though the situation is a little more complicated, we still made it down here, didn't we? Mui Guangqing tried comforting the others. You call this a little more complicated? My soul almost left my body a few times. Dong Fangshifeng grumbled. Leader, I think Dongfang Linlin is suffering from some burns, Mui Guangqing told Mo Fan. Mo Fan went up to Dongfang Linlin and saw the armor on her back was severely scorched. The tender skin on her back was crossed with blistered red wounds. A few dark red lines were spreading across her back like spider webs. She's suffering from the fiery poison, it's deadly. Mui Guangqing recognized the fiery poison right away. His optimism had only lasted for a few seconds. Is it curable? Mo Fan blurted out. If the fiery poison was not dealt with right away, it was similar to opening up a hole in her health bar. Her health would be drained constantly. Dongfang Linlin's injuries were very serious. She had no chance of recovering on her own, nor would the medicine they brought be of any help. Is Mui Qing still unconscious? Qi Shan asked. Yeah, she won't be waking up anytime soon, Mo Fan shook his head. Mui Qing was the team's healer. A healer was usually more vulnerable. Even though Mo Fan had done all he could to protect her, her breathing was too weak after the damage the flames had dealt to her lungs. On top of that, the oxygen level in the underground cave was very low, too. It was difficult to tell when she was going to wake up. Mui Qing would be able to cure Dongfang Linlin's injuries, but she was currently in a pinch herself. May I ask, is Dongfang Linlin the only one that knows the directions? Zhao Manyang asked. He was staring right at Mui Guangqing. Mui Guangqing immediately felt awkward. He said, well, I wasn't planning to come down here at the beginning, so I didn't bother to memorize the map, but don't you worry, I still have a faint memory of it. I should be able to recall the details when I see the similarities later. Brother Mui Gwitching, are you sure you still have the scroll of space too? Did it fall out of your pocket when you were jumping into the cave? Zhao Manyang asked deliberately. He seemed to have lost all faith in Mui Gwitching. Do you think I'm an idiot? Mui Gwitching spat. Oh, that's good to know. I was asking just in case, Zhao Manyang said. I can hold on for a little longer. Let's stop wasting our time. We should hurry up and find the Sarkinite while I'm still awake, Dongfang Linlin insisted. Don't worry, everything is going to be fine. Don't lose hope yet, we'll make it out alive. Mui Guanqing continued to comfort the others as the eldest among them. Unfortunately, the others were not influenced by his fake optimism. They followed behind Dongfang Linlin like they had nothing left to live for. Their chance of survival solely depended on how long she could live. Chapter 1449. White Lava Curtain Waterfall. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. The mist slowly faded away. The underground cave of brown crystals with complicated maze-like tunnels was bigger than the team had imagined. They would arrive at another indistinguishable junction after traveling every 50 to 60 meters. There were both narrow and spacious interconnected paths. Trying to find the wall of Sarkinite was like trying to scoop up a needle from an ocean. The fiery poison continued to drain away Dongfang Linlin's vitality. Her face was like a golden sheet of paper, but her lips were pale as snow. She was even struggling to walk properly, let alone using her magic. It looked like she would collapse in any second. Qi Shan offered to carry her on his back, but Dongfang Linlin shook her head, saying that it was the only way she could keep herself awake. Dongfang Linlin clenched her teeth and endured the pain. About 10 minutes later, she fell to the ground feebly, like a shirt from its hanger. Her breath was hot enough to burn a person. The fiery poison has spread across her entire back. If the fiery poison reaches her heart and spreads through her body via her blood, she will die. Mui Guanqing helped Dongfang Linlin to her feet, but she had already lost consciousness. It was unlikely that she would wake up again. The spiritual pillar supporting the rest of the team collapsed as she fell to the ground. It was impossible to turn around and go back the same way. The mist was formed by the heavier substances in the volcanic pool that had accumulated over a long period. The explosions of the black lava had propelled these substances deeper into the volcanic pool through the pits they had created. It basically meant it was easy for them to jump into the hole, but if they tried to fly up and out, the overwhelming force of the explosions would be pressing down on them. Mui Guanqing already made it clear, breaking the Sarkinite was the only way out. There's nothing we can do but sit here and wait for our deaths. Dongfang Shifeng sat on the ground. He could no longer be bothered. Even though I might have trouble finding the exact location of the Sarkinite, I know the rough direction that will lead us to the white lava. The oxygen level should be higher there. I've been observing Mui Qing's condition. She seems to be unconscious because of the lack of oxygen, since her respiratory tract was severely injured. If we can make it to the white lava, she might have a chance to wake up once she has enough oxygen. If she wakes up, she might be able to save Dongfang Linlin's life too, Mui Guanqing said seriously. What if she doesn't wake up? What if Dongfang Linlin is already dead before we reach the white lava? What if we can't even find a way to cross the white lava? Didn't you say the white lava is the hardest to cross? Dongfang Shifeng said. Anything is better than waiting to die here. Let's go, Mu Bai grunted. He was displeased with Dongfang Shifeng's pessimistic attitude. Yeah, stop grumbling like a pathetic woman, we are mags. The team's will to survive was still very strong. They began searching for paths that would bring them deeper into the cave after hearing Mui Guanqing's suggestion. The white lava was located deeper into the cave, so it was not difficult to find. The problem was the white lava's terrifying temperature. Even a ruler-level creature could not endure its heat. However, they did not have a better idea. They had no choice but to go forward while dragging their injured teammates with them. Brother Guangqing, don't tell me you are having trouble finding the white lava now, Zhao Manyang could not help but ask. It was not like Zhao Manyang did not have confidence in Mui Guangqing, but somehow, he felt like they had walked the same meandering path multiple times. The guy might be knowledgeable, but he seemed to have no sense of direction, just like Mo Fan. Well, don't you worry, I'm going to find it, Mui Guangqing replied awkwardly. The cave, paths, and tunnels are refined by the high-temperature lava. When the meteorite slammed into the mountain, its flames spread wildly inside it, Lingling said. Little girl, what are you trying to say? We aren't on an excursion for a geography class, Mui Guangqing said. Kunlun Mountain mainly consists of 4 different substances. The one with the lowest melting point is the orange soil, followed by the brown rock, the black iron rock, and the blue rock. The area we were at previously was made of dark brown crystals that were formed after the brown rock was refined at a high temperature. Some of the crystals are mixed with blue rock, indicating that the flames that burned the area had a relatively low temperature, hence the rocks still retained their brown color, Lingling said. Lingling's speech was full of theories. The others had no idea what she was talking about, but Mui Guangqing was a researcher, and immediately realized her point. Exactly, she's right, Mui Guangqing blurted out excitedly. Right about what? Just say it, Mui Guangqing snapped. Where are your manners? Mui Guangqing glared at Mui Guangqing before explaining with an excited look, the little girl is a genius. Basically, the white lava's temperature is extremely high, thus only the blue rock with the highest melting point can endure its heat. Look at the crystals around us. Instead of a pure color, they are mixed with hints of black and blue. We just need to follow the crystals with hints of blue to find the white lava. The orange soil, brown rock, and black iron rock along the path would be melted by the white lava as it flowed past, leaving only stone with a higher composition of blue rock behind. They just needed to follow that path to find the white lava. It's indeed helpful to read a lot of books, Zhao Manyang raised his thumb at Lingling. There were only 3 things that Lingling normally spent her time on: reading books, completing jobs, and drinking milk tea. She was extremely smart, not just because her IQ was high, but because she had read a lot of things. The path was clearly leading them deeper into the cave after the team followed Lingling's instructions, proving the validity of her speculation. The brown crystals were no longer visible as they proceeded further. Even the black iron rocks were nowhere to be seen. All that was left were blue rocks that resembled the palace of an emperor, illuminated by the light of the flames. Found it! It's here, look, Mui Guangqing blurted out excitedly. He pointed at the end of the path, where a white curtain of flames was falling. It looked just like a pure piece of silk cloth from afar. They walked closer to it and discovered that the narrow tunnel was actually leading them to a bigger pool. The pool was huge, with a diameter of over 300 meters, with countless tunnels along the walls. It was plain that the scorching lava scattered across the cave would all end up here in the pool eventually, like streams flowing to a larger lake. The curtain of white lava not only sealed up the tunnel, it was like a huge dome encapsulating a 100-meter circle at the center of the pool. The dome of white lava seemed to be protecting something inside it. The white lava won't hurt us as long as we don't touch it, Mui Guangqing informed them. The others were dumbfounded by the spectacular sight in the underground cave. The white lava resembled a curtain at first, but as they looked up, it was more like a waterfall covering a full circle inside the pond. The dome extended from the blue crystalline ground they were standing on to the top of the cave. The spectacular white lava kept flowing up against gravity, but not a single spark or tongue of fire was extending from it. Most kinds of flames were wild and restless, so it was common to have spark, bursts, and flames leaping off from areas where the density of flames was higher. Even the slightest splash of burning lava could set the air on fire, but the white lava was surprisingly calm and self-restrained. It was quietly protecting whatever was inside it, arousing everyone's curiosity towards the mysterious treasure within it. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing anything like that too. Little Flame Belle had already snuck out of the contracted space. She curiously drew closer to the fiery curtain while blinking her eyes. Mo Fan did not let Little Flame Belle touch the white lava waterfall. It was obviously going to react to any intruder aggressively. This thing can burn even a ruler-level creature to death. What can we do, apart from praying to it? Dongfang Shifeng said. Isn't now the perfect time for someone to show us what he has? He has to contribute if he's thinking of getting a share of the action. Mui Guangqing stared at Mo Fan. Mui Guangqing glanced at Mo Fan before looking at the little fire spirit floating beside him. Mui Guangqing asked, "What do you think? Can your flame bell enter the white lava waterfall?" "I'm not sure," Mo Fan replied. "What do you mean you're not sure?" "Dongfang Linlin is about to die," Dongfang Shifeng exclaimed. Mo Fan glanced at Dongfang Linlin. Her other body parts were blistering now. She was beyond recognition, especially compared to her glamorous appearance from before. Even the Parthenon temple would have no chance of saving her once the fiery poison reached her heart. Ling Tilda? Little flame bell floated in front of the curtain of white lava. She reached her finger out to touch the white lava. However, a strong force immediately burst out of the white lava and landed on Little Flame Bell. Little Flame Bell went flying and slammed heavily into the wall of blue rock nearby, leaving an outline of her petite figure on it. Ling! Little Flame Bell climbed out from the wall and returned to the white lava furiously. She squeaked and grumbled at the white lava. Flame Bell is a blessed creature born in flames. The white lava isn't too hostile to her. It only knocked her flying, but it's going to burn us into ashes if we try that, Mui Guangqing commented. What should we do then? Dongfang Shifeng said. Mo Fan, look over there, Lingling pointed at a tunnel in the opening. The tunnel had lava pouring out of it like the throat of a fire dragon. The lava was flowing out of it at a constant rate, as if it was being expelled by an enormous dragon. What's that? Mo Fan asked. A primitive soul-grade fire. I'm afraid you and Little Flame Bell will have to subdue a powerful flame nurtured in this place if you are thinking of entering the dome of white lava. That way, the white lava will not reject you and Little Flame Bell's presence, Lingling stated. Chapter 1450. The Soul-Grade Flame in the Well. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flames spitting from the tunnel were controlled. When Mo Fan stepped closer, he could sense that the temperature of the flames was comparable to the brown lava. He immediately felt his head hurting. Are you sure you want to go in there? Mui Guangqing was a little worried when he saw Mo Fan's reaction. Dongfang Linlin is running out of time. If she dies, the rest of us will never leave this place. I can still endure the heat of the brown lava, but not for too long, Mo Fan replied. I wish you good luck. The primitive soul-grade fire seed in the tunnel was exactly what Mo Fan was looking for. On top of that, if the soul-grade fire was born in this underworld cave, it had to be compatible with the white lava. If Mo Fan could subdue it, he might have a chance to enter the dome of white lava. Little Flame Bell. Mo Fan summoned her. Little Flame Bell immediately merged into Mo Fan's body, setting him on fire. He went into the flame-spitting tunnel without wasting any further time. Mo Fan was almost blasted right back out of the tunnel when he stepped into it. It felt like a fire dragon was breathing right at him. He could feel his skin cracking apart from the heat, despite his outstanding fire resistance. He proceeded forward through the tunnel, estimating the interval between the surges of flame the tunnel was spitting out. He immediately hid in the little gaps along the tunnel when he sensed the strong flames surging in his direction. It somewhat reduced the amount of heat he had to endure. After moving another 300 meters ahead, Mo Fan was surprised to discover that the place was actually a smaller reserve of fire, similar to the one inside the dome. It was remarkably deep. When Mo Fan lifted his eyes, he happened to see a huge lump of brown lava falling down. It immediately turned into a fierce flamethrower when it touched the blue rocks, and surged along the path Mo Fan had come from. Mo Fan felt like he was about to be set on fire when the brown lava barely missed him. He quickly used the ardent sunset and the calamity fire to separate him from the brown lava. If he was careless, he might end up just like Mui Qing, and his inner organs would start to burn. Luckily, the lava did not flow constantly, and the surge stopped after a short time. the scorching lava below flowed away quickly. Mo Fan looked up the tunnel and realized that the place actually continued upwards to another pool of lava. When he looked up, the brown lava was flowing like water above him. He wondered why the lava would occasionally fall from the pool, causing the tunnel to spit out flames. Is it because of the primitive soul-grade fire? Mo Fan soon spotted a crystalline red object that resembled a leaf, floating at the center of the lava pool. As Mo Fan tried to take a closer look, he immediately noticed the scorching brown lava falling down again. The brown lava poured straight down where Mo Fan was standing, after passing through the crystalline object. F***K this shit. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. He quickly hid in a gap inside the tunnel to avoid being struck by the brown lava. His skin had started to crack. He knew little Flame Belle was suffering like he was. Mo Fan comforted when he heard her moan in pain. Hang in there, we'll be out of here very soon. After waiting for the lava to flow away, Mo Fan immediately went into the opening and looked up. He noticed that the crystalline object seemed to be glowing a little, and its luster was a little different from before. Is the brown lava like water to it? Mo Fan wondered. It explained why primitive soul-grade seeds were so rare and special. This cave had existed for many years. It was indeed possible to refine an incredible treasure of the fire element in such an environment. Little Flame Belle cried out in joy. It was obvious that she was delighted by the thing up there. Meanwhile, the little loach pendant in front of Mo Fan's chest started buzzing too, reminding them of its existence. What are you thinking? That thing is mine, don't you dare eat it. Mo Fan quickly ordered with the little loach pendant. Still, Mo Fan was excited when he sensed the little loach pendant's response. It was rare to see the little loach pendant expressing its interest in something. It clearly showed that this soul-grade flame that had been irrigated by brown lava for more than 300 years was something impressive. Little loach, give us a hand. The two of us won't be able to handle it, Mo Fan negotiated with the little loach pendant. The little loach pendant contained some energy. However, Mo Fan was unsure if it could transform the energy into something useful to him. Mo Fan could endure the surge of brown lava one more time, but he needed some time to refine the fiery leaf. He would have to endure the heat of the brown lava at least a couple more times. Little loach soon fell silent. It completely ignored Mo Fan's ask for help. Mo Fan was utterly speechless. What was he even thinking? How could he possibly hope the all-take-and-no-give pendant would lend him a hand? He still had to rely on himself. If Little Loach was interested in it, it must be something valuable. He had to claim it at all costs. The group was waiting anxiously at the bigger pond. They soon noticed Mo Fan coming out from the tunnel. How did it go? Everyone asked. It's a bit of a hassle. I'll need some help from you all, Mo Fan said. How can we help? Unlike you, we can't even endure the heat of the brown lava. Mui Twitching grunted. Mo Fan briefly explained the situation to the team. He immediately looked at Zhao Manyang. Screw it, I knew it would come to this. All right, I'll help you block the brown lava once, but that's most likely my limit. The heat of the brown lava is too high for me, Zhao Manyang said. I'll come too, I should be able to block it for you once too, Mu Bai said. The two of you will do. I can't bring too many people with me. The gaps along the tunnel aren't big enough for too many people, the rest of you will wait for us here, Mo Fan nodded. The gaps inside the tunnel could help them avoid being struck by brown lava flames directly. They would have no problem making it to the pond with Mo Fan's help. There also happened to be a gap with a blue rock close to the final pool, which was also able to protect them from the brown lava. It was the key to Mo Fan's plan working. We'll rush into the tunnel after the next wave of lava. Zhao Manyang, lift us up, I'll block the first wave. I'll immediately start refining the primitive soul-grade fire seed afterwards, Mo Fan said. All right, we'll try our best. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang agreed.